我是蓝小璐，我是浙江泰顺人，是下属民歌、下属分手的专心人。
你最想负责的吧，在最穷的你们上，小鹿也要穿凤凰装。
我细时只就喜欢对着台山唱歌，喜欢在山林都跑啊跑。是只，只有老人头上嘅盼望记可以教我定路脚步。我爷对我讲，平安装是不你在台上嚟以后将可以做嘅，所以我经常拿佢嘅平安装对着将在看待心眼，梦想地个台上嚟以后就像平安装嘅样子。每一次一赶上早清，我都好冲着去拦路，就为了多睇几人信仰头上生好的法子。当时懵里懵懂的，本人出上嚟好事情嘅活大会，更是台人伟大老都唱对歌，其实都是平安包容嘅人唱台，就符我人自由嘅象征。这条台线来，就像是太太外班嘅时候是先落样子。体验生活也好，网络也好，出台小时都当然唔同嘅生活，去了好多地方。
妈，你干嘛老给我带这个呀？我想带上这个。
伴随我女面面台线来，也面面教我，像啲细时只怪云对平安嘅热爱专心落去。所以我十分坚决转头歌上。我啲过一次当作出发。我想对地个嘅体会当作有平安装。山下嘅歌啊，唱了一辈子。现在我在舞台上唱出地个嘅故事，啲民俗嘅专心都上了革新嘅色彩。革新衣裳唔只是俾你在相处嘅标志。伊是俾我人勇气，让我人无拘无束做啲个嘅披风弄开脚。爱来自山下，我是热爱嘅勇气弄勇上，我是憧憬平安嘅传道中嘅一干。爱也是平安，爱是书记，爱心无惧。
无所不至。违逆。无坚不摧。
几时同我赛一场？
等你赢下复活赛，我就跟你赛一场。
常规赛？
不，总决赛。
我想清楚了，我要让全市人都知道，我凯豹不是豹将军，而是豹将军。
我想我们是时候赛一场。
还不是时候。
为什么？
我研究过你的比赛，虽然你博弈很强，但是你运营不够，赛场瞬息万变，你每次着急就一定会出现失误，特别是你最后几场比赛，每次都调整不好心态，除非你能克服这个问题，否则你斗不过我。
你好，有什么需要我帮忙的吗？
你帮不了我，我找复活赛的神。
复活赛的神，你什么意思？笑话我是吗？
昨晚我输给了一名常见火男，他习惯用冲拳这种接右锯，他的剑很快，我只看到他用的是一把少阳剑。
你知道他谁吗？
你是特工嘛？如果你查到他的话，麻烦跟他说一声。不要跟别人比较，你要赢的是你自己。
吴志杰，职业 ID GST225，当年的捷杯世界亚军。福州选手来这砍树，真是可惜了。
凭什么不让我砍树啊？地水湖电视台，您现在正在收看的是2023 Nbpl 男子篮球总决赛的现场。大家好，我是今天的解说员任栋，
我是任一。
那么今天的话，两支队伍也已经悉数登场了，双抓队和拆火队，今天究竟谁可以获得冠军？让我们拭目以待。尤其是梦游大帝，他的身高将成为他的优势之一。小雷神更是经常带2名女学员共同训练，人送绰号“飞雷雷”啊。
2号位站一边去。
比赛正式开始了。
好，同时我们也注意到拆火队的几名选手，他们的颜值非常优异啊！右这边的进攻，
在双抓队的猛烈攻势下，拆火队现在暂时落后。那么可以看到3号位顶级上场的 Skin 选手已经非常的疲惫了。
在这个关键时刻 ，LYD 能不能带领自己的队伍逆转局势呢？
太难了！双抓队的阵型固若金汤 ，LYD 根本就切入不进去啊！
我们一定要提前进圈。
直到最后一刻都不可以放弃希望。如果死心的话，比赛就已经结束了。
老戴，你最辉煌的时刻是什么时候？是首届协杯上被誉为风之地的时代吗？而我的话，就是现在了。
经过了短暂的休整之后的话呢，我们继续回到比赛现场。两基地关键的第4节，终于迎来了自己上场的机会。
看到他们接球进攻，持续的接球进攻，谁能够阻挡我们梦游大帝的步伐呢？
是 LYD， 他盖掉了梦游。
比赛即将结束，这将是拆火队的最后一次进攻机会。
LYD 将球传给了图图，梦幻转身，急停急跳，0秒出手，他能否创造奇迹？
Straight airborne, try to see if maybe he can get some shots off. Potentially might have hit him with the pistol, though. He does hit him again, falling down as Wungfly is going to go back for the hits. Beautiful pole slash on the each side. It ends up catching him with the tire. The ankles comes in absolutely massive. Yeron barely had a moment to actually enjoy himself in this fight. I don't even think he was able to get a single hit in.
Shen doing a really good job weaving that at B2 there, make sure it doesn't get called out. Gonna double charge, does not get the connection. What a read there on the wave from Jin to stay alive. Action still weaving around here with that Tarko ult to make sure he does not get caught out. The clean comes in, goes for the punch, does manage to get it. That F3 gets called in and he jumps right inside of it. And now it's Jin trying to respond.
关于这次决赛，有一项竞争冠军的队伍有21支，复活赛结束，其中7支战队是承受不了这个强度的，那么就剩下14支队伍了。
替神的意思呢？今天请大家过来聚一聚，我们把冠军定一下。除了冠军以外，各位有其他要求，替神都可以满足你们。
那我第一个来，我没什么太大的要求，拿冠军就可以了。
替神，你说的是锦鲤杯战神吗？我劫杯武神还没说话，轮得到你在这里装模作样吗？
2年前的劫杯武神就别吹了，不到火罗国不会打，只听过6场的神，还有2场的神吗？
我们有不死流，还有妙杀佛，我们隐身回血。
我承认阁下的不死流很强，如果我如果掏出 F3霓虹叶，阁下又将如何应对？
好了，别纸上谈兵了。单场49.8分的记录是我们队拿的，我需要跟你们这些狗分队来商量谁是冠军吗？
你们队的小虎确实挺猛的。
啊？
算了，无心酒吧，你不是说你在小区篮球赛狂砍81分算了？复活赛在座的大佬有谁参与？
复活赛怎么了？有些队伍进周决还痛哭流涕呢。
我愿意捧杯，替大家哭。
哎，小兄弟虽然没有见过什么大世面。 但是早些年在江湖上还是有一些响当当的名号的。
反正总决赛夺冠粉丝见面会已经安排好了，树立一下在女粉心目中的形象，你们就别吵了。
粉丝见面会是给熊猫人办的吗？长得像个方块一样。
你什么意思？
你还是管好你家昊天吧，见着飓风哥多动一动。没事走2步。总决赛是引地气还是起飞加蒸发啊？
算了，我不跟复活赛的人一般见识。 总决赛我们都已经备战半个月了，论战术我们有世界第1武神，论成绩我们有上届劫杯冠军，你们拿什么跟我们比？
哎，小雕啊，拿冠军还得是有资格的，你们神经刀了1个赛季，我们可是统治了整个常规赛啊！
替神，你们统治常规赛已经2年了，你看我还收藏着你们去年打准决赛的纸尿裤呢。
江湖上兄弟们给你面子，叫你一声替神。 真要说成绩，你们还得坐在最边上。
哎，既然都说到这个份上了，那就是没得谈喽。我就直说了，这次总决赛和以往不同，我不是针对谁，我是说在座的各位都是垃圾。
睡了1个赛季了，该起床活动活动了。
拜登，你一个人怎么跟我打？
这边这么多高手，随便挑一个。
就是他了。
你看我不看，叫你了。
为什么是我？你自己看看，你会不会觉得你在照镜子？ 来，海豹，我看你挺闲的，过来发牌。
哎，走走。
果然没看错你啊！一队凯豹先走。
这不随便拿捏，2个5。
这个跟牌看似简单，实际上是抓闪，并且拆他小连招，真是精髓啊！
人家打牌，你这装什么啊？好好看，好好学。
你会不会打？哪有人这么炸的？
这个赛季连周冠都没拿过的人，都靠边，都靠边，都靠边。
3瑞希厉害啊，让你一拳，前辈。
3个考拉风带匕首。
你不是只会玩太刀的吗？
老子鼻祖保送进总决，凭什么打不过他？
懂不懂4王的含金量啊？
一队 S 能打吗？
还有没有啊？搞快点，赶紧说。
4条线，我看你怎么打。
啊！单排最强专武都拿出来了，你最大。
如果 A 中场 A 升龙勾手，浮空2A， 再来个百叶斩，阁下该如何应对？
如果这么打，很容易失误的。
这么热闹，能凑我玩一个吗？
I'm only sorry it didn't hurt more. Day, Calamity Rising.
我是林小璐，我是浙江泰顺人，是下属民歌、下属分手的专心人。
这小富姐姐吧，谁最穷过你们仨？小鹿也要穿凤凰装。
我细时只就喜欢对着台山唱歌，喜欢坐山林都跑啊跑。唔是只，只有老人头上嘅盘王記可以教我定路腳步。我也對我講，平王裝是不你在台先嚟以後將可以做嘅，所以我經常拿佢嘅平王裝對着將在看待新嘢。夢想地個台先嚟以後就像平王裝嘅樣子。每一次一趕上早清，我都好衝着去讓路，就為了多睇幾人信仰頭上生好嘅法子。當時懵裡懵懂的，本人出上嚟好事情嘅活大會，更是台人為得老都唱對歌，其實都是平王包容我人唱台，就負我人自由嘅象徵。這條台先來，就像是太太外班嘅時候是先落樣子。體驗生活也好，網絡也好，出台小時都當然唔同嘅生活，去了好多地方。
你干嘛老给我戴这个呀？我想戴上这个。
伴隨我女面面台先來，也面面教我像啲細時隻怪運對平王嘅熱愛將先落書，所以我十分堅決將頭掛上。我啲怪一次當作出發。我想對地個嘅體會當作用平王裝。山下嘅歌啊，唱了一輩子。現在我在舞台上唱出地個嘅故事，啲民俗嘅轉型都上了革新嘅色彩。革新衣裳唔只是俾你在相處嘅標誌。伊是俾我人勇氣，讓我人無拘無束做啲個嘅披風弄開角。愛來自山下，我是熱愛嘅勇氣弄勇上，我是憧憬平王嘅傳道中嘅一環。愛也是平王，愛是書記，愛心無懼。
I'm only sorry it didn't hurt more. Day, Calamity Rising.
他自己有补一个击败分。我看一下，麦克再打下王良，那这一手没得说了。
你看他锁定好像也没有锁到，反而是在空中被一个重刀，这个四面飞花要反杀了。
拿出五眼冲还在喷，感觉只差最后一下了。
上来就是龙虎斗啊，麦克这边危险，反手一个植物瞬接上一发五眼冲。这边也不是个人，没错，都是正道失忆远程再贴。上来先贴着斯麦特拿下了麦克，麦克没有了，而且这波花也没有吃到，阳虚的一个王良，自己投手又被斯麦特的拿下了。
猛虎啸动山林，凛然威震四方。爪牙锋利如刃，神采飞扬若鹰。身经百场国印，四周冠绝群雄。舞台已经开启，让我们有请中战选手登场。 在临，且看谁能笑书传奇。14名少年樱桃齐聚沙场，这最终一回由谁留名？让我们一起见证2023 NBPL 春季赛单排总决赛，现在开始。
想要夺冠，你必须要有信心击败所有人。
走到现在，回头再看，也许是过去的失败才成就了现在的我。夺冠是我的梦想，我会为了这个梦想拼尽一切。
我想向自己证明，我从未停止努力，我也从未想过放弃。我想要让所有人记住魔力风这个名字。
再次回到熟悉的赛场，我想这可能就是我最后一舞了吧。我会倾尽所有，打出最好的自己。
一个兄弟打到了，棍子，熟悉的棍子，虎跃得到，冠军连招直接扑恶虎扑食，秒杀叶然。
无论结果如何，但求落幕无悔。
现在距离终点只有1步之遥，我可以看好，并不意味着不能夺冠，那么就由我熊猫人来做这匹黑马吧。
最关键的时刻终于到来，真正的战斗现在才开始。
棋逢对手，才能让自己更进一步。但我也绝对不会错过任何赢的机会。战吧，让我们一起尽显锋芒。
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the NARAKA BLADEPOINT Pro League, and it is my honor to welcome you guys here to our Spring Split Grand Finals. I'm your host and your caster this evening, the Runekeeper, and joining me is going to be my right-hand man, Seb. Seb, how you doing, baby?
I am doing absolutely amazing. I'm so excited for today. We are back with some NBPL action, and we always love to see it. Today, we are going to be going for the finals. For solos, man, this has been a long time coming. The road leading up to this one day has been so long, and they have to leave it all on the line tonight. Otherwise, it's all for nothing.
It's going to be a long night of solos. We got 6 games tonight, and then, of course, we come back later this week and play our final 6 games. There's a lot of horses in this race, so to speak. Of course, everybody's eyes on to WBG Spider, who claimed not 1, not 2, but 3 of our bi-weekly finals here during the spring split. Our defending solos world champion here. Everybody looking out for WBG Spider, but so many of these players in solos during this spring split have really shown that they have what it takes to match up to WBG Spider. A lot of these players who, you know, over the years we've looked at and we've seen their growth coming through. Some of these players came out of left field. I mean, Zhang Yu during the last bi-weekly absolutely wakes up. We saw Panda Man come this close to claiming a bi-weekly final. You know, all of these players in general really have a lot to give here, and this is going to be quite crazy because there's no points carried over from these bi-weekly finals, from the rep change, anything like that. All of these players are coming in clean. You have 12 games and you've got to leave it all on the line every single game, Seb.
And that is hopefully what we're going to get to see. These are the best of the best. This is why we play the game, to see who is going to be crowned the NBPL Solos champion. Of course, there is the J Cup, but we're not going to get into that right quickly here. We are still in the NBPL, and these players are just going to have to battle it out so hard. 6 games today, 6 games for the final to claim that whole huge prize pool. I think it's close to 500,000 RMB, which is absolutely insane, man. Playing video games and making a huge bag, that is one huge dream for all of these players.
You know, you mentioned the J Cup, and of course you mentioned the bag here, and a lot of these players, yeah, that money's really nice, but at the end of the day, I think we all know what these players are here for. They're here for the bragging rights, and they're here for those precious points to qualify for the J Cup, because that's what it's all about. Don't get me wrong, bragging rights here in the NBPL, great. You want to make sure you're going to that world championship. That's the stage you really want to shine on. And, you know, that's, you know, players like WBG Spider, there's no way he's got 3 bi-weeklies under his belt. If he walks away today with an equally good performance, there's no way he's not already qualified for the world championship. So a lot of these other players, that's what they're vying for here. They're vying for some bragging rights to go, hey, look, I was able to come out on top of WBG Spider in the grand finals, the moments where it counts most, and I was able to put some of those crucial points on the board to be able to qualify for the world championship. And that's what we expect to see these players really out here fighting for today, Seb.
Well, yeah, if you beat Spider, you have to tell everyone about it. You're going to clip it at about 100 different angles. You're going to recreate it in some customs. You're going to have some cool arts going around, and you're showing that to everybody. You're out saying like, hey, check this out. I beat Spider. Girls go crazy for that. Let me tell you. Taking a look at Spider's stats for this NBPL, he has 223 total kills with 3.1 average kills in a game, and he's been MVP 13 times. That is absolutely insane. WBG Spider is going to be looking like he's the man to beat. It's his place to lose.
I mean, absolutely. I mean, coming in here, there's no question that WBG Spider at the top of the pack right now. We're talking about a player who's in his prime right now, who came in, his debut into the league last year was an absolute wildfire that just tore through all of these players. A lot of players starting to find ways to adjust to his play style, but WBG Spider is not a player who rests on his laurel. And, you know, this is something I've been super proud of watching this player grow as a player, because when he first came onto the scene, his mental is something he very much struggled with as a player. He was kind of all or nothing. He was more times than not all, but the games where he wasn't all, he was definitely nothing. As he's gone forward, you know, he's talked about it in the past. He's talked about how his coach has been able to start him coming over that mental block. And he really, as a player, has just improved so much in terms of his mental, and that's allowed him to shine so much more on the battlefield, Seb.
Oh, yeah. Taking a look really quickly, we are going to be taking a look at this prize pool right now for the grand finals ranking. The total prize pool is going to be close to 500,000 RMB at 403,500 Chinese RMB. This is going to be our upcoming schedule. So today is our solo grand finals here, and then we are going to have a last couple of games of solos on that May 27th Saturday. That we are going to see the new hero as well. Zai is going to have a little bit of a showing, which is going to be really cool to see. And then we're going to have our trios on the 28th and the 26th. So be sure to get your computers out, get your popcorn ready, because this is going to be one amazing weekend.
Oh, absolutely. I'm super excited. And guys, don't forget that on the 27th, if you want to catch the DAY show, you need to show up just about an hour early so you can catch all the NARAKA action on the 27th. I'll be back, so you make sure you want to be here to find out who's going to be your solo champion. As we take a look here, of course, it is Morris Isle, Hollowroth, Morris Isle. We take a break, come back, and Morris Isle, Hollowroth, Morris Isle. The same thing you guys have been seeing during our regular bi-weekly splits. We get 6 games today, and you can bet the hero picks are going to be wild. These nighttime maps where there's more fireflies going to be absolutely insane with some of these picks coming through specifically for those firefly maps. It's going to be interesting to see now that we're on the patch where Akos has gotten most of his buffs under his belt, whether we're going to continue to see some more of those Justina picks come forward, or if it's going to be a lot of those Akos heavy lobbies that we expect to see coming out with just how powerful that hero is right now. And it's going to be very, very interesting to see how these players adapt to those hero picks as we have just moved forward. You know, this is the same patch that a lot of these players got to play during the rep change, but for the players who had already pre-qualified, they haven't got to play this patch in a competitive setting yet in terms of the NBPL. Yes, they've got to, you know, do their scrims and the practices, but they haven't done it against some of these other players. So going to see how they make those adjustments or if they stick to the tried and true, Seb.
Well, because always with the patches, it's very minimal things that have changed. Obviously, this patch is a little bit of a bigger one, so we are going to see a few more changes. But with these players who have come out of repechage, they're also hungry. They're so much hungrier than these players who've already qualified because they're the ones that have the most to prove and the most to lose. They're at the bottom, or the most to prove and the least to lose, because they're at the bottom of the standings right now. They're not meant to win. They're basically going through their heads and saying, I have to prove everybody wrong here, and I have to show that I can beat all of these players who had qualified before me. I came back from down under, down in the repechage, and I came up and I brought it home, made my team proud, made my org proud.
You know, I mean, that's the mentality, right? If you're coming forward here, you made it in from repechage, you really have to bring the heat. There's just no excuse not to bring that level of competitiveness here in the grand finals. It's not just another, you know, bi-weekly where, okay, hey, I just want to make sure I'm getting my points to qualify for Worlds, just make sure I'm kind of in the middle of the pack doing my thing. And there are some players who typically have this sort of strategy where they kind of save everything up throughout the season, right? They're not out here playing, you know, as hard as they possibly can every single game. They're giving it their all, but they're not leaving everything on the battlefield. So they've got something left in their tank. Maybe they've got a card up their sleeve that they haven't played during the season, and they have just been like, all right, let me play regular and get to the finals. And there's been a couple of players that have been consistently good at that throughout the season. So it's going to be interesting to see them come in today, because today you can't leave anything in a single one of these games. You have to give it 100% from start to finish today. And those sorts of players need to make that adjustment very, very quickly, where they're able to give it 100 every single game, because they're kind of used to giving it, you know, 90-80% of the first couple of games and slowly ramping it up just a little bit, and then giving it absolute everything during those sort of bi-weekly finals. As we take a look here at our players, we are going to see where everybody sits in the standings right now. OC Zhang Yu in the very bottom, just barely qualifying here. EWG's Yuran, GG Sean, Kayle's Fong, another player that I know a lot of people expect a lot of. You know, in his opening week here in the Spring Split bi-weeklies, he absolutely dominated his first week, was even throwing some big BM, dropping some gold weapons, letting players come in and get to, you know, pick their poison, if you will, as he turned around and beat the lobby with just a purple dagger there. J-Team Section, another player that's performed exceptionally well. We just talked earlier about how Uyuji's Panda Man almost was able to come in and win that bi-weekly final. And, you know, this is a player who didn't qualify for Worlds last year. Everybody here, regardless of where they're currently sitting in the overall placement and standings, stands a chance at walking away. They have shown that if they find the right environment and they come in with the right mentality, that they absolutely can dominate lobbies and stand a chance at walking away our grand finals champion here in the spring split.
And that is one thing that they all are chasing. And some dreams, you know, this is the dream to get that first place, but some dreams are going to have to be crushed. We can only crown one winner, sadly. Obviously, you know, we want everybody to win because we want everyone to have a good time. It's a video game, we're having fun, but no, we're getting competitive and we're going to have some trash talk. It's going to be ready to go. So we're going to cut to a little bit of trash talk right now.
Spider， 你一个人怎么跟我打？
这边这么多高手，随便挑一个。
就是他了。
你看我没看，叫你了。
为什么是我？你自己看看，你会不会觉得你在照镜子？来，海豹，我看你挺闲的，过来发牌。
哎，走走。
果然没看错你啊！一队凯豹先走，
这不随便拿捏，2个5。
这个跟牌看似简单，实际上是抓闪，并且拆他小连招，真是精髓啊！
人家打牌，你在装什么啊？好好看，好好学。
你会不会打？哪有人这么炸的？
这个赛季连周冠都没拿过的人，都靠边，都靠边，都靠边。
三瑞希厉害啊，让你一拳，前辈。
3个考拉风带匕首。
你不是只会玩太刀的吗？
老子鼻祖保送进总决，凭什么打不过他？
懂不懂4王的含金量啊？
一队 S 能打吗？
还有没有啊？搞快点，赶紧说。
4条线，我看你怎么打。
啊！单排最强专武都拿出来了，你最大。
如果 A 中闪 A， 升龙狗锁，浮空2A， 再来个百叶闪，割下该如何应对？
如果这么打，很容易失误的。
这么热闹，能凑我玩一个吗？
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the NARAKA BLADEPOINT Pro League as we get ready to lock in for our first game of our grand finals. I hope you guys are locked and loaded. You've got your snacks and you're ready to go because it's going to be non-stop NARAKA action from here on out tonight. 6 games as we get to see our Titans of the NBPL go head-to-head every single game. There's no swapping players in or out tonight, ladies and gentlemen. It is the best 14 players that will be going head-to-head every single game, all 12 games throughout the league, and it promises to be one crazy night. All eyes, of course, on WBG Spider and AOW's Mike. But all of these players more than capable of walking away with the championship if they put themselves to it. These players have shown time and time again that they are ready to go. And especially, like you said earlier, Seb, these players coming in from RepChange have so much to prove and so much on the line. They really need to bring their A game today.
Yeah, and if these teams that came from the RepChange don't put on in even the first 3 games, they need to set the tone super early, coming with every single thing that they've got, and then even they could let it all on the table. They could keep a couple tricks up their sleeve, but what they need to do is just set the tone early. Say, this is still our house. We're still allowed to come in here, and we're still going to give you top players who thought that they made it a hard time. Nobody's safe, and nobody is going to be able to defend themselves because these players are out for blood. They are hungry. They're going to try their best, and this is what we've all been waiting for. We just got to hope that Spider is a little bit more awake. As we saw earlier there, it looked like he was taking a little bit of a nap by his keyboard, getting those fingers ready, getting those joints good to go. It looks like all of these players are starting to get locked in and get ready because, ladies and gentlemen, our first game is about to start very, very soon, and it is going to be a big one.
Look, Spider can afford to take a nap, right? He's comfortable. This is where Spider likes to be. You know, I talked about previous, you know, his kind of all or nothing play style that he's really adapted and learned from, and he's gotten much better at the mental game. The last time we saw Spider in one of these big grand final situations, you could see the worry on his face. When we cut to him and he looked like he's taking a nap, he's relaxed. He's ready to go. These are the spaces where Spider really, really excels, when the pressure is on. So he just needs to keep that great mental throughout his 6 games today and his 6 games later to guarantee that he has a good grand final. And we're going to see if he can do that here in game number 1, because we're getting ready to kick things off as we take a look at the upcoming hero picks for game number 1. I'm super hyped to see what we're going to get out of these players today. With all the changes that have happened in this patch, the meta is going to be drastically different from our last solos bi-weekly, and this is all the best of the best players. It's not just the players that were down in the rep change who are kind of, you know, fighting the bottom of the pack. Now they have to deal with all these top players. I'm really surprised to see all of this Faria Shea coming in here, as during our last bi-weekly, she kind of fell pretty heavily out of favor. We're going to see only one Akos Ho coming through for our first game here from EWG Zeron, and Chu Zhang going to be locking in one of those Justina picks, as well as WBG Spider. And this is a pick we talked about earlier, whether we were going to see it or not, or whether Akos, with all the buffs that he's gotten, were going to replace them. Clearly these players still favoring that Justina playstyle set.
And the Justina playstyle is always one that we love to see. Having Faria Shen, Faria is personally my main at the moment, and seeing the Farias come in is just music to my ears. Hopefully we're going to see some F3s. I don't think we will. It's going to be mostly F1 just to have that counter to all of the stun locking and parrying. It's going to be a good for them to be able to get out of it. But taking a look at the map right now, we are going to see a couple of players spawning near that Celestra area. It looks like it's going to be JDG, KLA, and EWG over in Celestra, where the rest of these teams are going to be north, closer to that Sunwing rest areas. We're seeing a couple of teams spawning over there. Bao Da is going to be spawning just a little bit south of there, and then the rest are going to be on that eastern side of the map, with a couple spread by Eventide Temple.
Yeah, things looking like they're going to get pretty heated pretty early on up here in Sunwing, and we're probably going to see a lot of fights break out here in Celestra, as many of these teams opting to land here. Even though it's not a gold zone, these players know that there's so much loot available to them, and it's so easy to maneuver throughout Celestra. It's bonkers that players never land here in other sorts of games like this, because these players know that they have the potential to escape any sort of threat, get out, get a bunch of early loot, and keep it moving as we get ready to lock in for game 1. And sure enough, we're going to start things off here in Celestra with these lovely Nbpl banners. And it's going to be WBG Spider going head-to-head with WBG's Wang Liang. Spider here with the greatsword and dagger, trying to give choice here, looking to lock it down onto Wang Liang. Sorry, pole sword, not a greatsword, actually. Wang Liang with the white armor wants to back away from this fight, turning over to JDG's Chu Zheng, looking to go in on EWG's Yiran, trying to use that pole sword, looking to find those scale rushes onto Yiran. Yiran, though, able to come in, finds what he's looking for here off of the longsword. The re-grapple into the double uppercut. The slash comes through, but then we're going to see Wolves Kai Bao coming in with the charge left click off of the dagger, trying to keep Yiran off of this elimination. Chu Zhang able to find the armor swap. Wolves Kai Bao continuing the chase, is going to get knocked back there with the F1 coming in from our Akazoe. Kai Bao looking to pick up this elimination onto Chu Zhang. Chu Zhang able to find just one hit off off of the pole. They're not able to find any of the follow-ups up. Kai Bao looking to use that charge right click, but will actually find the door there, giving a little bit of space for Chu Zheng to try to get away here. Chu Zheng looks to get one pot off. He will find the one pot. Kai Bao still not able to find a lot of damage here into this fight, and Chu Zheng continues to buy themselves time, is going to come back in there with the staff, able to lock down Kai Bao, do just a little bit of damage. Kai Bao forced to pop the F or fall victim to the full staff combo there. The staff comes through yet again here. Kai Bao gonna go airborne. The follow-up. No, the terrain's gonna keep the elimination from happening. Kai Bao trying to find it. The freeze comes through, and it's just enough damage for JDG's Chu Zheng to find the elimination onto Wolves' Kai Bao.
What an amazing play, as we're going to see GG Shaw coming in with the purple bow early on this third party here. They tried to go for the parry, but the overhold is super nice, and he hits it a second time. Gets the stun lock with the katana and the grapple combo into the air, taking away JDG's Chu Zheng just like that. What an amazing play. Getting some creatives tech there coming through with the katana. Absolutely amazing play, as we're going to see Ventus's Reki coming through with the gray dagger, trying to deal as much damage. Goes for that pot to get a bit of a reset off. It looks like they're going to be backing off from each other. Ventus's Reki does have a bounty on him, and it looks like they're trying to close back in, as we're going to see OC's Shang Yu and GS's T225 coming in here as they're popping all of these mushrooms. And it looks like Reki has been affected, so they will have an attack buff for a little bit of time, but then they are going to start taking damage here. Shang Yu trying to get that scale rush to connect. It looks like he's going to be able to get the scale rush, but nothing more. Trying to keep chase going on to Reki with those grapples, and the scale rush is trying to follow him through these little huts up on top, closer to Sunwing's rest here. And it looks like G225 coming in with the nunchucks as well is going to deal a little bit of damage, and Reki taking some huge damage now from those mushrooms. It's going to be very dangerous for him here. He needs to get an armor swap off quickly, otherwise he's going to lose a lot of health, but lucky he is Z-Ping, can just go back to full health in a matter of seconds here, is able to get away. These people are just both giving so much chase here. He's almost back up to full health. They're fighting mid-air here, and it looks like they're both going to be entangled with each other. Dropping down all the way is going to end up needing to cancel that ult pretty soon. Back at full health here, is still just trying to make their way as far away as possible. Pops that F again, is able to get that full health back, as they are seeing the chase is still going on. Reki doing an impeccable job of getting away, back with that blue armor as well, able to be back at full health, and it looks like they're going to be able to go for that reset here. And Xiang Yu has backed off. Flipping over now, we're going to see AOW's Mike all on his own on this side of the map here. Does have some pretty good loot starting him off here. Purple musket, purple staff. Never go wrong with a purple staff. This is one of these great weapons, as we're going to see Huang Fly coming out with some pistol shots. He does have that purple armor. Mike is going to miss all of the musket shots here. Looks like they're going to just try and go for that melee fight early on. Mike grappling up onto him, but it looks like Huangfly is not trying to take this fight too seriously here. Needs to heal up a bit first before re-engaging into this fight. Mike sending a couple more musket shots. They're trading back range, but nothing is connecting that much. So Mike looks like he's going to back up, heal a bit, and then reset into this fight here as Huangfly goes to recharge his pistol.
Yeah, now turning our attention over to WBG Spider, who's looking to third party onto this fight between GG Shaw and OUG's Panaman. Panaman here going to be forced to throw down the pillar. Starts sending his shots downrange onto Shaw. Spider is looking for the opportunity to pick up this elimination. Shaw will find one of those shield pots here. Spider trying to come in with the nunchucks, though, and followed up. The staff, though, going to send Spider airborne here and going to be forced to use the F here. Given with the cannon here. Panaman just waiting in the wings, not even paying attention to WBG Spider, just trying to keep the pressure up onto GG Shaw. Spider going to be able to get the full reset because of that, and now Spider wants to turn their attention to OUG's Panaman. They're ult running out here. Spider looking for the opportunity to pick up either of these eliminations as GG Shaw comes back in for a third party of their own onto this fight. Nobody paying attention to Spider here. Pandaman and the others just continue to give chase to one another, and Spider able to slide in with the nunchucks and just pick up the elimination out from underneath GG Shaw. Spider more than happy to go airborne here. Looks to pick up the elimination on Yiran, who goes extremely low. Spider still with ultimate, has not committed too much to this fight. He's been able to find a little bit of reset there with the Fs. Now we're going to see GG Shaw coming in, putting in work here with that staff, and of course that musket. Spider with no armor to speak of, looking to buy a little bit distance with the charge. Right click there on the nunchucks. Not quite able to find it. Going to be forced to pop the F. We're going to see GG Shaw waiting top side here. Will find some reset there with the F1. Not enough though, as GG Shaw able to keep them locked down there with the scale rush. Swap into the katana, comes in and cleans up the elimination onto WBG Spider.
Call GG Shaw Casper the way he's bullying people with this katana right now. This is some real tech going through. These combos are just absolutely phenomenal, and the way he's able to pull these off in competitive games, gaining prio. He's almost able to do it to Yiron, but Yiron is going to end up popping that Akos ultimate here. GG Shaw doing a great job of holding neutral here. Gonna pop that ult really quickly. Not going into mech right away, but Shaw is going to get grabbed, taking a lot of damage here. And Yiron just using those claws, trying to get him as low as possible before hopping into the mech. As we're going to see the turret form come out. He is going to miss the shot, ends up healing just a bit because they're both going to go for this reset here. GG Shaw still applying as much pressure as he can while in the mech and healing up here. Looks like they're going to jump over and try and send as many shots as possible off. They are going to drop down, try and go into turret mode. Misses Yiron very slightly here, but they are taking a little bit of damage from those rockets coming off. And it looks like Rion is going to take a decent amount of damage here, is going to be able to just go for that pot heal right away, as Shaw is going to come out of this ultimate here. He's switching back to the staff for this main area of the fight. It looks like he's not using that katana right away, and it looks like he might get into a bit of trouble, but no, Yiron getting parried here. We're seeing the weapon swap over, and Yiron going dangerously low here, and it looks like he's just going to tap dodge out of the F, and Shaw picking up another kill here, able to get back to full health as WBG Spider sending some pop shots off with the bow here. Spider already back in this game, playing super aggressively onto Shaw. He wants that revenge for that kill, as we are going to see Vermilion's Birdmite coming through for both AOW and Bauda. So that is going to be Mike and H-Fly here, Huangfly. They have it for both 199 seconds. Shaw trying to go for the parry, misses it here. We're going to see WBG Spider trying to play around with this dagger, and they're going to try and come through with the full staff combo, and Spider is going to get hit, getting dangerously low here. Shaw needs to make something happen fast before Spider can F, but F is going to be able to come through. Spider is going to end up ultimate here, using that ult to get away, investing that into this play, as Shaw is giving hard chase onto WBG Spider.
Yeah, Shaw here in a really, really good position. His ult just came back up. His F's available. Spider, no F, no ultimate here. Shaw has the ability to drop that pillar, take back control of neutral. Clearly has the better weapon here with the staff. Spider running this back, not the smartest decision for WBG Spider here. He knows that Shaw's in a good situation. He was hoping to maybe catch him off guard, but Shaw was able to see him coming and continues to just keep the pressure up onto WBG Spider. Spider now going to find a third party coming through as JDG's Chu Zhang comes in, and this is the worst possible position for Spider to find himself in here. So many players wanting to pick up this elimination on the player that's low here. Shaw now forced to take the fight with Wolves Kai Bao, but WBG Spider still with the pressure being put onto him. Shaw able to catch that huge uppercut off of the staff and the swap into the pole sword for huge damage as he picks up the elimination, and Chu Zhang continues to keep the pressure up on the WBG Spider here. Finds the freeze, no place for Spider to go, and that's it! Spider's eliminated from game number 1.
And I just lost all my channel points, but it looks like Mike might be going dangerously low here as well, trying to get away. He does have legendary nunchucks right now. That is a huge crucial part. It looks like he is going to be using that F to get back away from this fight. He is going to get a huge parry off, dealing a lot of damage. Gets another parry right in the middle, gets the weapon swap to the gold dagger. Oh my goodness, here he does have that Vermilion's Birdmite, ladies and gentlemen. So this is going to be interesting to see how he plays this fight. He wants to play as aggressive as possible, but he doesn't want to lose these weapons here to get the full metered up on the Ventus's Reki, completely taking him out. But Bao does Huangfly coming in to steal the kill here. Mike able to take away that Soul Bloom Essence here to prevent anybody with Yang depletion from getting it. And it looks like Huangfly came in and stole the kill just at the last second there because of that Mortal Defiance. And Mike with another huge parry here. Another huge parry. Oh my goodness, Mike is on fire right now, coming away with the kill. KLA's Fang with the dagger trying to give chase onto Mike, but now is scared. There's no third party to help him out, and Mike is hungry for this kill. He said, you guys tried to mess with me, I killed and parried all of you, and now it's my time to play. Spiders out of this game, and this is my playground, ladies and gentlemen. Mike coming back, giving so much chase onto Fang here. Fang taking a lot of damage. Those gold nunchucks are just hurting so bad as Fang trying to heal up, and it looks like he just missed him there. Mike able to try and find him. Looks like they might go for the heal here. Misses Fang a second time. Oh my goodness. He is so scared right now. He needs to get a heal off, but he doesn't want to let people know of his whereabouts. As we're going to take a look now, GG Shaw flipping over. He is going to be on top of that same area there, so they might be running into each other pretty soon. As we're going to flip over to OC Xiangyu against GS's T225. This is going to be an interesting fight here, as we're going to see the gray staff coming through, trying to go for the weapon swap with the purple greatsword here, as we're seeing Xiangyu trying to give that tech chase with these nunchucks. Is unable to. Looks like they're going to hop up into the mech and go for the heal and the reset before this fight gets too dicey.
Yeah, Zhang Yu making the right call here. T225 full armor, everything in his favor here. Zhang Yu has the pillar. The only thing he can do to really threaten the space and get T225 to back off is to take the ultimate. He does that. He finds a little bit of a reset, looks to start creating some distance because he knows T225 is going to look to re-engage on this now that Zhang Yu doesn't have the ultimate. Unfortunately, T225 has absolutely no idea where Zhang Yu is, so he's kind of forced to just move around and look for him and not take the aggressive fight he was hoping to find. As we turn back now to Kayleigh's Fong, who's still being chased here, not able to find any sort of escape. He's able to find an armor swap into blue. He's in the zone, though. All of these players know he's here and are looking to pick up this easy elimination. Fong just going to slow roll his way through the zone. It is only zone 2. The tick's not that bad. He's going to go back, find his purple armor, take the reset onto that. He wasn't happy having to take that armor swap into the blue. Looks to go as wide as he possibly can here, but he's going to burn through a lot of those resources to make this play. This could affect him negatively going into the late game. AOW's Mike here with that golden dagger, taking some bow shots, but we turn back to T225, who has found Zhang Yu. Zhang Yu still without the ultimate, just a couple percentage away from having the pillar, and oh my goodness, T225 catches him just before he gets 75%, meaning that he's gonna be all right, and T225 will pick up that elimination. He's gonna be forced to pop his ult, though, as JDG's Chu Zhang shows up, and T225 wants nothing to do with this fight, given that he had to burn that ultimate, and he had to burn that F a little early there. Chu Zhang looking to back away. We're going to see a Bane's Breath come down, and everybody going to have to evacuate from the area. Turning our attention now to GG Shaw. Shaw with 4 eliminations this game, absolutely on fire today, finding himself going head-to-head here with AOW's Mike. Mike and Shaw, surprisingly, 2 of the kill leaders here in our first game, both still rocking blue armor here. They haven't been able to find a set of purple armor for themselves. Shaw going topside here is going to find Wang Liang, looks to evict him from the inside of the tower here, and Wang Liang's going to find his way outside as Shaw's able to find a full reset. Wang Liang just looking to play that Naraka BLADEPOINT tower watch here, looks to find the reset, will find the reset. He's going to go topside here and wait for some of these other players to come up. Going to be forced off here almost, but no, he's gonna get in that final pot to get that little tick, and sometimes that little tick is the difference between life or death. AOW's Mike now on the inside as GG Shaw has moved towards the outside here. These 2 players absolutely dominating this lobby right now. GG Shaw with 4 eliminations under his belt. He was in the bottom of the pack and has come back surprisingly strong. AOW's Mike here on the replay, taking a fight here with J-Team's Action, and Action looking to come in here on the katana. Oh my goodness, what a tap dodge from AOW's Mike, as he's able to avoid the uppercut juggle there. Mike now inside the realm of Yang in the replay as well, going head-to-head here with Ventus's Reki, and Mike just making it look clean. Mike has landed so many parries in this lobby, comes in onto Reki. Reki gonna be forced to pop the F and the ultimate there to stay alive. Mike just going to use the backstab. That backstab is so strong, and that's why we see so many people opting to play these Mataris in the early game.
Oh yeah, Matari is a hero that I've loved to see in competitive play, because we didn't see very much of Matari, or any Matari at all, in that first season of the Nbpl, and watching how pro players can play with Matari versus how you and your friends can play with Matari is so much different. The tech that they've learned to be able to just completely control a fight and control the neutral. Say, you know what? Oh, you think you have neutral? No, a backstab. Haha. Nope. It's phenomenal play, especially when you give a Matari a dagger or even a Justina a dagger or any pro player a dagger, man. It's just so fast and so much fun to watch as we're going to see JDG's Xu Zhang and Gigi Sha coming up pretty close to each other, but they want to keep their distance as of now. As we're seeing Bao does H-Fly actually does have another buff here. He did win both Realm of Yangs, which is going to give him 2 extra kills up onto the board as Gigi Sha using that staff for the extra movement there, charging it up and going through. As we're going to see a replay here again of Gigi Sha hitting the double overhold and then going through with a crazy katana grapple combo into the air, launching Xu Zhang, another combo, launching Spider into the air, and then the parry onto Yi Ran, coming through with the flip around onto the staff, tap dodging the F, and then coming through with that iframe on the F, and then the weapon swap here as well. Shaw has been on fire all game.
Oh yeah, Gigi Sha has absolutely been dominating this lobby. And again, this is what we talked about at the beginning of the day, right? This is still anybody's finals by a long stretch. All of these players have shown during the bi-weeklies, even if they weren't able to win a bi-weekly final, that they can come in and dominate lobbies, and anybody is going to be capable of walking away with this grand final victory. And Shaw is off to an excellent start. You know, those 4 eliminations already bringing him up into the top 2 here. Battle Swangfly waiting in the wings here. The only problem for Gigi Shaw right now is he hasn't been able to find that purple armor he's looking for. AOW's Mike in a very similar situation. Mike absolutely stacked in terms of weapons here. I do believe he's got this gold set of nunchucks. He's got that purple bow. He's got a legendary dagger as well that he parried off of somebody, but no purple armor for these players yet. They just haven't been able to find it during those eliminations that they were able to find into the early to mid game here. Shaw and Mike just kind of dancing around one another as we take a look here. JDG's Xu Zhang waiting for that Moore's Blessing to come through, and we see J-Team's action in the middle of a fight with the OUG's Panda Man and GS's T225 on the other side of the map. Mike looking to pressure into that fight as well. Panda Man just barely holding on right now with all these players giving chase. He does have a white dagger right now, and it looks like he's just swapped into this for the movement so he can try to find some sort of reset. The bell's going to go off. AOW's Mike coming in with those legendary nunchucks is going to start putting the pressure onto Panda Man. Panda Man trying to just stay alive here, wants to keep the game going to end game. Panda Man, unfortunately, no eliminations under his belt, so even if he gets a good placement right now, it's not really going to do him a lot of good. He's got to be able to find an elimination for himself. Sees J-Team's action around the corner, threatens that space just a little bit, is going to back off. There's too many players here, and he's so far behind in terms of gear, and he really doesn't have a lot of resources. Panda Man is hurting right now. Only 3 shield pots, 3 health pots. He's not in a great place as we head into zone 4. Getting ready to collapse onto zone 5 in the next 60 seconds. KLH Pong got to come in, find himself a legendary set of armor here. Has got that purple dagger that he's so accustomed to using. More than happy to hold on to that. GG Shaw coming in, looking to try to find another set of armor here for himself. Fong going to be forced to use the teleport to move away. Shaw gets him pushed against the tree with the staff here. Fong takes a ton of damage. Is going to be forced to back off and try to find a place to reset that legendary armor he was able to get his hands on. GG Shaw, on the other hand, not happy about this turn of events. Not only was he not able to come in and find any armor here, he wasn't able to punish Fong for coming in and finding that legendary set of armor for himself. And he let another player walk away with the potential purple armor. GG Shaw and AOW's Mike still rocking that blue armor as we get ready to head into zone 5 here. Taking a look, AOW's Mike at the top of the board right now with 8.1 points, 3 eliminations under his belt. GG Shaw with 4 eliminations, climbing all the way up from the bottom of the leaderboard to the very tippity top here in our first game of the night. WBG Spider unfortunately found himself eliminated a little too early, so he's starting to fall down those standings. We're going to see how that plays out for him the rest of this night. Mike here with that bow, just trying to put some pressure down, able to get a huge shot onto GS's T225, wants to continue to give chase because T225 here hurting pretty bad, going to force the F out of T225. He at least gets some resources there. He gets the F out of him as well. He's got to be happy about that. Mike, though, not wanting to give up the chase, sees all these players come in, and he is going to keep on the hunt. He knows he needs to eliminate one of these players and get that set of purple armor before going into the very final zone. If he goes into the final zone with that blue armor, he's going to find himself at a considerable disadvantage. J Team's action sees T225 low, is going to come around and create some more pressure. T225 though, able to find one pot, is going to find the second pot before either of these players can push onto him. And now T225 fully reset here, has got his ultimate and both of his Fs back up, is in a really good position to break away from this fight, and nobody else looks to continue the pressure. T225 lives to fight another day.
Look at the loadout on AOW's mic. When you say prepare for war, it's just a little bit overkill, man. Mike, you can chill out a little bit, as we're going to see KLA's Fang taking out J-Team's Action, taking most of his shield away, and it looks like he has a golden soul jade for the dagger here. He does have that. He might go down here really quickly, though. They are popping the ult. He's getting very low. Mike trying to go for those bow shots, and it looks like Action needs to try and escape here, using all of those dagger dashes to get up on top. 2225 is going to come in with the bow shot with the crazy kill, stealing that away from AOW's Mike here, and it looked like it was about to be it for J-Team's Action, but they're going to be able to come away with all of that loot here. Mike finally picking up his purple armor. Maybe he did get that golden soul jade for the dagger as well. We are not too sure yet, but that could be a crucial part in his movement, because the movement that Gold Soul Jade allows you to have, just dashing around the map so fast. And it looks like GSST225 did end up procuring that Soul Jade, and Wang Liang going super low here. Needs a bit of a reset off first, as we're going to see a couple of these players are still trying to take fights, but everybody's just burning resources, taking some damage, burning some resources. This is what we've loved to see from this mid game here. There are 8 players left up onto the board, with AOW Mike currently in the lead. Shot in second place with 4 kills. AOW Mike at 3. Xu Zhang, T225, and Huang Fly are at 2. Wang Liang and Pandaman and Fang at 0. So we see Sha bringing out that pull sword here, getting a crazy scale rush off onto Fang. Fang taking a decent amount of damage, but able to get a singular pot off before Sha trying to re-enter this fight, but it looks like he's just going to scale rush up this tree and hang out, have a good viewpoint, making sure he's ready for this next circle to close in.
You know, Shaw here's in an interesting position. He's already picked up 4 eliminations. Very, very good position to be in solos here. He's top 8, though. He needs to wait for some of these players to be eliminated, because unfortunately, he does only have blue armor. It makes him very easy pickings for a lot of these players, especially as the circle closes up and he has less places to maneuver, find those sort of resets here. He needs to create some tension onto another player who has that sort of purple armor, and he needs to be the player who's able to get in, pick it up, and find a reset, which is a very tall order here. So I can see GG Shot just trying to play this final circle out, trying not to make himself a target here, because as soon as he becomes a target, he's going to find himself eliminated, and he needs to make those 4 eliminations he has count for as much as possible. AOW's Mike in a very similar situation, because he also still has blue armor here in these sort of final standings in this final circle, but he does have quite a strong loadout in terms of the legendary weapons that he's got, and he's got 2 of his favorite legendary weapons. He's got the legendary nunchucks, he's got that legendary dagger. These are weapons that he knows how to pilot very well, so he likes to keep the pressure up. And we see Mike here looking to do exactly that, trying to take some bow shots down, it looks like, onto GG Shaw. Everyone looking to make somebody the next target of this lobby, so that they are not the target being chased around. It's zone 6 collapsing onto zone 7 in the next 3 seconds, with 8 players still left alive. This is going to turn into quite the small zone, and these players are going to have to find a player to start looking to eliminate. Mike here, though, going to be forced to armor swap back into a blue armor after he finally found a purple set here. Is he being chased by KLA's Fang? This zone tick so heavy on Mike here. Mike finds just a little bit of a respite, but goes back in during the zone tick, almost eliminates himself here. He's only got the 3 health pots. He needs to get this one back up. He will find that last little tick of pot there. He's thinking about going for the shield pot here, but he doesn't want to waste the resource in case he's able to get his hands back on a set of purple armor here. T225 in the zone, taking shots left and right. Going to be forced to use the double teleport. Goes airborne. Pandaman looks to find a little bit there. We're going to see that Dagger Soul Jade come in, but it doesn't matter. Huang Fly continue to give chase on T225. T225 topside is able to find the backstab, but he's so low. He's going to run out of those teleports and that ultimate very, very soon. There it is. Huang Fly able to capitalize and pick up the elimination on onto T225. AOW's Mike going so low here. Huangfly just above his head. Mike going to be forced to teleport there. Huangfly could have turned around with that dagger and connected onto him. So Mike, not able to get the pot off that he was looking for, is able to find an inside track to find a little bit of a reset here. Gets a single pot off. GG Shaw trying to come in. Kayleigh's Fong going to be picked up by Wang Liang. Now we're going to see Baldos Huangfly going airborne here in the mech, looking to find some eliminations. Shaw in the same situation here on that Fairy Shen, looking to pick up anything he can here. Wang Liang going to take a ton of damage here from that massive ballistic coming off the top of the mech. Shaw trying to keep the pressure up onto AOW's Mike. Mike going to use the teleport, finds a little bit of a gap to find the reset he's been trying to find for the last 30 seconds in the middle of this fight. Wang Liang down on the bottom side. Shaw here going to be forced to de-mech. Wang Liang going airborne, looking to find even one more shot before the mech goes down, is able to find at least one pot here. AOW's Mike using those grapples, just staying as airborne as he possibly can, wants to make those 3 eliminations go as far as they can. Shaw here, that blue armor going to go away. So many players coming in. Huangfly coming in, doing a ton of damage to Shaw. Huangfly is going to find the kill onto Xu Zhang, though. Now we're going to see AOW's Mike picked up by Panaman. Panaman trying to close this out. Shaw trying to stay alive. Huangfly going low. Mike is going to be gone. Huangfly just barely gets knocked out of the zone here. GG Shaw is still in it. Panaman picks up a second elimination onto Huangfly. Shaw is able to find the mech, but Panaman keeps the pressure up. Oh my goodness, Shaw finds the 5th elimination onto Wang Liang. Panaman goes down to the zone, and GG Shaw will be your Game 1 MVP.
Oh my god, that was crazy. GG Shaw pulled the ultimate out of Narnia, through the Lion Witch and Wardrobe, and then came through, said, you know what, I'm coming through and winning this game. The performance all around, from the start of the game with the katana combo to the end, just to be the last one in the mech and the last one ending. Crazy plays, able to take out all of those other players and catching the W. It was such a crazy final circle. It looked like for a second that Panda Man was going to come through with the victory. He started picking up a kill and another kill. Xu Zhang picking up a lot of kills in that final circle. And then all of a sudden, Shaw comes through and says, you know what, we're going to take this back to Season 1 Nbpl. This is my time. I'm setting the pace and I am going to win.
Look, Shaw played this very well. Here's one of the things about these pro players, right? They know the timing of their ultimates, and they generally know how long it's going to take for them to get their ultimates back. Shaw pops the ult a little bit early, knowing that he's going to have time to make use of the ultimate, get the reset that he's looking for, pump some damage out, create some pressure. Once the ult goes down, he was able to get most of a reset back. He's able to just kind of dash around, throw a little bit of damage here and there, and slowly work on building that ult back up. And in the end, with all the craziness going on, he's able to get the ult back up in those final moments, and that's the perfect time for his ult to come back for him. And when he pops that ultimate, he all but clutches the victory for himself. You know, Panda Man played this very well. Panda Man was so low on resources going into this final zone. He had like 3 shield pots, 3 health pots left, was being chased for a little while, was able to keep all attention off of himself. In the final moments, he picks up 2 eliminations. He's in the top 5. Great place for Panda Man to be in this first game. But I mean, GG Shaw absolutely just came through and blitzed this lobby. Not only does he pick up 4 eliminations early, he puts so much pressure onto WBG Spider. And, you know, Spider right now has got to regret running it back onto GG Shaw so early. This is something we talk about with common players all the time, is never run it back. He thinks he's in this situation where Shaw doesn't have his ultimate, doesn't have his resources, tries to come back in and catch Shaw unaware. Shaw, full reset. He's already picked up his elimination. He was able to get rage back from picking up that soul boom off of the elimination that he picks up. He puts a ton of pressure back onto WBG Spider, chases Spider into Celestra. Spider's like, all right, cool. I've got a little corner of Celestra. I can maneuver. I can maybe get away here. Other players smell that blood in the water, and even though it's not GG Shaw who's able to pick up the elimination onto WBG Spider, all of the pressure that he put onto Spider, forcing Spider to pop the F, forcing Spider to pop the ultimate with all those other players around, just spelled absolute doom for WBG Spider. There was no place for him to run and hide, even when GG Shaw was forced to take another fight. Because of that, Spider gets eliminated. Shaw picks up his 4th elimination, and he knows he's in a bad situation because after 4 eliminations, he's not been able to find a purple set of armor all game. He's going into that final fight with just blue armor. He's got to play it very, very smart. If you notice, AOW's Mike ends up going out a little bit earlier because Mike starts to play that really aggressive play style that Mike likes to play in those final zones, but he makes himself a target. He's forced to swap back into blue armor, and being in blue armor and being the target in those final zones, absolute detriment, and that's why we see AOW's Mike eliminated just a little bit early. But GG Shaw here, able to take the 1st place finish, able to pick up 5 eliminations with his ranking points, and then of course the kill multiplier. He walks away with a game score of 12. What a huge game for GG Shaw. Vados Wongfly picks up 4 eliminations. He also plays a very, very good final circle, goes out a little bit early, but still going to be walking away with a 7.5. And OUG's Panda Man with his placement in 2nd place was well with those 2 eliminations he was able to pick up. He gets a 6.2. Huge game for Panda Man, Wongfly, and of course GG Shaw.
And GG Shaw with those 12 points. Looking at the bottom of the leaderboard as well, we're going to see Ventus's Reki, Kaibao, Yiran, Shangyu. No points up on the board, but this is just the first game. They still have a lot of time to prove themselves. We still got 5 more games to go. It was just the first one. Of course, you got to set the pace early, and GG Shaw did an amazing job of that, as well as AOW Mike. But like you said, you've been telling me this since the day 1 of me playing NARAKA and me knowing you. Never run it back. And that was the downfall today for WBG Spider.
It's just never, you're always going to be coming back into a fight at a detriment. And WBG Spider, look, he's got that sort of play style. He's got that mentality where he thinks he can win every fight, even if he's, behind. It's just not good strategy. Even if he can win those fights, why risk it? Go somewhere else. Look for some other eliminations, find some better loot, come back to the situation. Don't come take a fight where somebody just picked up an elimination, they got more resources, they got better weapons. It's just not a good place to be in, and it's really unfortunate to see WBG Spider go out to that early on. And this is something else we've been talking about in the seasons as well, but AOW's Mike in this final circle, you have to play aggressive. You have to look to get somebody low to keep the attention off of yourself. But for AOW's Mike here, he not only gets somebody low, he wants to pressure onto that. He wants to pick up those eliminations, and that costs him pretty heavily because all of the attention in the lobby turns to him because of how hyper aggressive he is. And that's why we're going to see somebody like GG Shaw, who played it a little bit more passively because he already had kills under his belt, get to the finals, walk out on top here. It's his 8th MVP of the season, 30,000 damage here, 5 eliminations. Absolutely huge game for him here. 11,000 that damage coming through with the pole sword, but most of the setup being with the staff. Half the time we turn to GG Shaw, he had that staff out, and if he was able to land that uppercut, he was able to find the hot swap into the pole sword and do that big damage to clean up those eliminations. And he even put in a little bit of work with the katana there, 2.9k. Most of that katana damage also going to be coming out onto WBG Spider. Spider didn't expect the overhold, not even once, but twice inside that building in that first fight with GG Shaw, and because of that, Shaw able to win the fight against WBG Spider, pick up the elimination. Just a great game coming in from GG Shaw all the way around. He had really good decision making. He had a really good timing. He was able to come into that final circle at the perfect time. And again, he popped his ult, what would feel like a little bit early, but he was able to get back to his ultimate just before that final zone closed. And that's the perfect time for you to have that ultimate back off of cooldown, to look for the reset, to take control of that space, because you can drop that pillar, and when that pillar comes out, it knocks people flying. We actually see that happen to Wongfly. When the pillar comes down, he goes out. I do believe it's Panda Man who turns and cleans up the elimination onto Wongfly, but then we see, of course, GG Shaw jump into his mech, and just there's nothing anybody can do about it at that point as he takes control of everything in the final circle. Panda Man just goes out in the zone, lets himself get eliminated in the zone, doesn't want to give Shaw the extra kill. Shaw cleans up the lobby. Super great job coming out from him. It's almost like a return to season 1 GG Shaw, and I love to see that.
And that is one of the greatest things that I got to see today. And let's talk really quickly as well. That parry sequence from AOW Mike, where he got about 6 parries in the span of like 45 seconds. He just went around, yeah, nope, you lost your weapon. No, you lost your weapon. Parry, 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 good night. He only picked up 1 kill in that entire sequence of parries, but he took every player's weapon.
Oh yeah, and I mean, look, here's the big thing too as well. It's really interesting to see so many players kind of trying to dogpile on Mike when he's got the safety net from the parry there, because once he goes into the riposte, everyone's like, okay, well, I can just let the blue go, but you can cancel that riposte animation with just a simple jump, and those jump parries are so effective. The hitbox is slightly bigger, it comes out just as fast as almost every parry in the game, and we see him do that not once but twice off the back of the riposte. He gets damage off of all of it, and those players are forced to just back off. They have to give up the weapon, they have to back away, because there's so many other players in the area that if they continue to try to take that fight after taking that riposte damage from the nunchucks, which is one of the biggest amounts of damage coming in from the nunchucks on the riposte, it's not going to be a good day for you. And we've got a quick question for those of you watching at home here on Twitch. Who won game number 1? Is it A, GG Shaw, B, AOW's Mike, C, Jess's TT25, or D, KLA's Fong? This should be a super easy question for you guys. If you get this wrong, I don't know what game you were watching.
It was actually it was actually E, J Team's Action, my guy.
Oh my goodness. Look, J Team's Action is a really good player, but unfortunately he didn't do a whole lot this game. I mean, AOW's Mike kind of blitzed him out of existence. He tried to get in with that uppercut combo on the katana there under the bridge side, but AOW's Mike was just able to slip away from it and completely flip the fight on him, man. It was such a clean fight for Mike too. Mike played his fights very, very well in terms of like his skill, being able to land those parries, being able to jump cancel the riposte into the parries on multiple different players. A couple of players even as well, not just that one instance came up, he would land a parry and somebody else would come throw a blue before he ever committed to the riposte, and you're just going to get double parried at that point. Like, there's no sense in letting a blue rip in the face of a player who just parried somebody, because all they have to do is click the parry again and it's a freebie for them. We saw multiple players do that to Mike, and Mike just more than happy to take every parry that he can get, pumps out a ton of damage this game, picks up a lot of eliminations. This is a great game 1 for all of these players, but GG Shaw really just played it better in terms of decision making. When he got to the final circle, the difference really between him and AOW's Mike was that Mike was making his presence known. He was throwing those bow shots, he would hit somebody and he would follow it up, he would chase. When we turn and look at GG Shaw, Shaw was throwing bow shots out, but if he hit somebody, he would let the rest of the lobby turn on that player to turn attention away from himself. And it's the smart play. If you make it into final circle and you've got 4 eliminations under your belt, you really don't need anything except better placement at that point to walk away the MVP. Not only is he able to find the best possible placement, he's able to find that last elimination in those final moments as well. Just super clean choices coming out from GG Shaw, and I hope he continues to perform like this all day.
Yeah, I really want to see him coming out and doing the exact same things that we saw him doing this last game, because it's going to be such a fun day if we do. These fights are amazing. He humbled Spider. Like, we don't see that happen very often. Humbling the man, the myth, the legend himself, WBG's Spider, is not a very easy task to do. And if he's able to do it again, the mental game that he's playing with Spider right now is going to be so tough. If Spider's, we've seen him perform under pressure, we've seen him perform in many different situations where he's had to do the same thing, but if his mental starts to deteriorate anymore and he starts to keep losing these fights to GG Shaw, keep losing these fights to other players playing and not changing up his playstyle, he's going to end up in a lot of trouble.
You know, the thing is, WBG Spider's gotten much, much better about letting his mental get the better of him. We've really only seen one instance in this sort of last season where another player really got under WBG Spider's skin, and that was JDG's Chu Zhang. And he killed Spider 3 times in a game. He chases him down after a bad decision to go into the realm of Yang a second time. He's got Yang depletion, and he literally just continues to grief him till he dies to that Yang depletion. And after that, Spider kind of crumbles a little bit in his last 2 games of the day. But that's the only instance we've really seen Spider kind of succumb to those sort of mental games this season, because he's gotten much better about it. So I would be surprised if this first game really had any effect on Spider's mental. Even looking at his face right now, he looks like he's locked in. He looks like he's in a good place. I'd be willing to bet he's just taking this first game as a warm-up game, and he's going to come back swinging here in game number 2, Seb.
Oh, for sure. This is definitely not the last we've seen of him. I was just going through all of those what ifs. As we're going to see a lot more Akos coming out into this game, as action is going to be on my main man, Tarka. We're going to see Yiran playing on that Faria now. We're going to see a few Justinas, not that many. Reki and Panaman back on that Justina, and Shuzhang on that Matari. He did pick Justina last game, so he is going to be switching around. Most of these players are switching heroes. I don't think anybody is playing the same hero that they played in the previous game. And it's going to be a lot more interesting. It's going to be very interesting to see how Akos is going to be able to switch up how these other players are going to be taking these fights here, because there's a lot less mobility to get out from the Mataris and the Justinas, whereas if you're playing on one of those heroes on Matari or Justina, you're able to either ult and dash out, you're able to teleport out. There's a lot more mobility, whereas Akos is more of a headstrong fighting character. As we're going to take a look at these spawns on the map, we are going to see a couple of these teams closer to that Imperial Village area up in the north. A couple players spawning around by the Puzzle and Plume Castle area, and then taking a look over to the west side, that west coast. It's not really a coast, but we've got them up by the lake and in that Yushan Ruins area. There's going to be a lot of players spawning in and around those gold zones as we're about to kick things off for game number 2.
Yeah, it's going to be very interesting to see how these players come in with these Akos picks. And this is something I very much expected to come in from these players. We were going to see some of these Akos heavy lobbies. He's very strong right now in solos. And a lot of these players favoring him here in the second match. A couple of players with some odd choices. J-Team Section going to be bringing in Tarka G. And, you know, a lot of players have said that Akos is really just a better Tarka. So interesting to see the Tarka pick coming out into this Akos heavy lobby. Ventus' Reki here going to take a lot of damage from WBG Spider off of that overhold there with the Katana, do quite a bit of damage. Reki going to get a little bit of a reset there off of the F, but Spider wants to keep this pressure up. He's at a little bit of a disadvantage in terms of shield, but he's already blitzed so much HP off of Reki. AOW's Mike comes in from the side though, looking for a massive third party. Catches them both with a charged vertical off of the longsword there, doing a ton of damage. Spider going to be forced to pop the F1 just to get Mike off. Reki is going to go down as AOW Mike finds the elimination there with the pistol from range. Spider looking to come back in. He's able to find a reset there onto the shield by picking up that Soul Bloom, but Spider going to get frozen out here, and Mike looking to find some distance so he can start to find a reset. It's got to be careful as we're going to see Spider come around the outside instead of through the middle. Mike was hoping that he was going to go through the middle, buy himself time to get 2 pots off instead of 1. That's not how it plays out. Spider keeping it up, but Mike keeping the theme of the parry up, catches a massive parry onto Spider, is going to use the F to take back control of the neutral. Spider going to be forced to pop the ultimate. AOW's Mike doesn't want to give up the chase, though he sees how low Spider is, but Spider in this ultimate is going to be very scary. Being able to do those tiger jump left clicks here is going to take complete control of the neutral. Mike has got to stall this fight out and try to keep Spider from resetting at the same time. He doesn't have a lot of pots for himself. He will get his armor fully reset here. Spider able to find a full reset as well as he continues to look for Mike so he can keep the pressure up. He's not able to find him just yet. Spider going to go ahead and opt to take the bounty, so he knows where Mike is, but Mike's going to come up from behind while Spider takes the bounty. Spider going to take just a little bit of damage there, but he's going to get quite a bit of damage off. Oh my goodness, Spider gets the icicle knocked onto his head. He's stunned and he's going to go down as Mike slides in and picks up the elimination from Carolyn's Fong. Oh my goodness. Spider has got to be so mad about what just happened there. Fong able to find the Dragon's Rush into the Nege's Might. Will turn around and pick up the elimination onto AOW's Mike though. Shaw trying to find a reset here after he picks up some armor from one of those bodies. Needs to teleport away. KLA's Fong waiting to see if he's going to teleport back. Shaw trying to find the uppercut onto J-Team's Action. Action with the staff though in a fairly strong situation. Shaw keeping it moving. Action. Panda Man shows up as well. We're going to see another icicle come down, but Shaw not going to fall victim to it like WBG Spider did. Panda Man looking to give chase into this fight as well. Shaw unfortunately getting caught out on the outside of that little piece of wood is going to cost him pretty heavily. He does find a massive parry into Riposte. He's going to send Panda Man absolutely flying. He's going to be forced to TP away here, and he knows he can't TP back. There's so many players hungry to pick up this elimination. Shaw's just got to keep things moving here. Fong is going to find him topside. He's going to be able to find at least one more teleport after popping the ultimate, but J-Team's Action finds the elimination with the pistol.
What a kill from J-Team's Action, coming in and stealing kills, and that's been the name of the game today, hey? We've seen so many players come through and take away kills from these other players. We saw it from AOW's Mike. We saw it happen to Wang Liang and WBG Spider early on here. He got 2 kills stolen from him, and it looks like J-Team's Action has now become the target of interest from KLA's Fang. Wang Liang taking a little bit of damage here from that scale rush into the grapple. We're going to see Action sending up a couple of pop shots. He's going to run around on this side. Wants to keep as much distance as possible. Still needs a little bit of better loot here because he only has that gray armor. It is not going to be a super helpful thing to have in these later circles, as well as WBG Spider only got that gray armor. They need a little bit more because it's just 2 to 3 hits with a blue to purple weapon, and especially with the gold, you take that out so fast. AOW Mike here, the gray dagger and blue armor here. He's got a little bit of better loot armor-wise, but he still is lacking in the weapon department. Here's Wang Liang holding charge in front of him. Action popping that F at the perfect time. They're able to get the fist off. Is going to be forced to pop the ultimate here as Wang Liang is running away, holding blue to just try and avoid that elbow from Action, and Action looks like he's going to go down. Tried to pop the ult, but Wang Liang said, no, not today. I'm just going to keep holding blue. You cannot hit me with that people's elbow. And it looks like KLA's Fang here trying to get the kill onto OUG's Panda Man. Fang looking for the scale rush, tries to go in with the chase on to the dagger, and he gets the parry here. Panda Man taking a lot of damage, forced to ult, is going to end up having both of them ulting here, and it looks like Panda Man is going to go down to KLA's Fang as we're going to see Shan Yu coming out with the V3, trapping KLA's Fang in this zone here. I haven't seen V3 come out very often, and it looks like Shan Yu is going to try and just get this priority here with the katana, dashing back and forth. The ult is going to be gone already here. We see KLA's Fang using a very great job of getting away here, not taking too much damage, but is going to start losing a lot of health here. So we're going to see the roar come through into the uppercut combo, but the terrain is going to grief it. KLA's Fang trying to run away, such low health, switches over to the dagger so that they can get a little bit better movement, just playing ring around the rosy. It looks like he might be able to get a pot off. He does get one singular pot. Saying you trying to find it, but it's not able to. KLA's Fang getting back to almost full health, and Xiang Yu is going to back off.
Oh my goodness, Fang there getting saved not once but 3 times by terrain here, where he's just juggled up into the air, and then the terrain either makes it so he doesn't take damage, or he's able to stand up a few frames early and roll out of the way here. KLA Fang has got to be swinging his sweet praises right now that the terrain interrupted all of those charged right clicks coming out of the katana here, because otherwise he would not be alive to see the rest of this lobby. Fong, though, in a very comfortable position for himself. He's got purple armor, purple dagger. This is exactly where Fong likes to be. He would never have any other setup.
Having that purple armor and a purple dagger, where lots of these players only have a advantage in one area. They'll either have like GS's T225 with legendary nunchucks right off the bat here, but only has blue armor. Having both purples in weapons and armor is a huge advantage to have, as we're going to see these pistol shots come off, and we're going to see the F1 come out already. Kai Bao here dealing a lot of damage onto T225. The ultimate is going to get popped right away here, as they're going to start jumping around, trying to hit each other with these claws and getting the damage off. But T225 is going to miss all 3 of these shots here, as Kai Bao said, now it's my turn. I'm going to hit you with 1. I'm going to miss the second one, but I'm going to try and get you with the third one. He hits it. He goes for those claws. He keeps just jumping around, and GT225 is getting super low here, is forced to take that scale rush up top, tries to regain priority into the fight, isn't going to be able to, and it looks like the switch over to the katana, and Wolves Kai Bao coming out on top here, getting that free purple and legendary weapon here, and he's going to get that Vermilion's Bird Might coming through to him. He has that purple armor on him now as well. This is what he's been waiting for, to come and capitalize. Winning that Realm of Yang is going to be super huge for him coming into this fight. He's going to be able, for the next 206 seconds, take as many fights as he wants without the fear of losing his life completely, as we're going to flip over. GG Shaw getting absolutely blitzed by Yiran here, forced to take that blue armor swap. Looks like he's going to try and get a singular pot off, as EWG's Yiran giving chase with the dagger. It looks like Shaw is going to be able to get away because of the third parties coming into this fight. GT225 needs to get a kill here, and it looks like he's going to be facing off against Kai Bao right away. T225 coming in with a huge parry, able to steal that gold weapon away already, and Kai Bao coming in with another huge parry, but we're going to see the ultimate come up from 225, and it looks like Kai Bao getting dangerously low here. GT225 is going to get popped into the uppercut combo, and he's going to go down. It looks like Kai Bao is going to come away with Wang Liang is going to come away with the kill. Kai Bao coming through, trying to make something happen with his ultimate as well, but Wang Liang said no, not today. He does have that revive, and EWG's Rebrand waiting in the wings for somebody to come and give him a fight. Now, it looks like he's not going to come in third party this, and never mind, I spoke a little bit too soon. We're going to see the F come out from both of them here. Wang Liang still has his F charge. He does also have that Vermilion's bird buff. He is not too worried. He does want to try and pick up some of these more weapons here, because he did lose his gold dual blades, and it looks like WBG Spider has been able to come around and pick them up. It looks like he's going to just try and TP out of there as fast as possible. He doesn't want to take the fight, but he is happy he got those weapons.
WBG Spider up here. So many players coming in here through the portals to jump into these fights. You know, very unfortunate for Wolves Kai Bao. He had the potential to pick up multiple eliminations there. Wang Liang was just able to take them away from him. He does have that Vermilion Bird's Might that he was able to pop, though, so he's still in the fight, but it's just unfortunate that all the mileage he was going to be able to get from it goes to Wang Liang, who's able to pick up those eliminations by coming in, popping the ult secondary here, returning to OC Zhang Yu, who's in a fight with JDG Xu Zhang, and Xu Zhang locked down into that V3 here, just absolutely getting blitzed through by the dual blades of OC Zhang Yu. Zhang Yu more than happy to be able to pick up that eliminations. XCG's Wang Liang on the receiving end of some pain here. He's got that ultimate. He's going to turn those Tiger Claws on the likes of EWG's Yiran and starts to follow it up with those jump left clicks, trying to lock Yiran down. Yiran, though, going to take control of the neutral. Oh my goodness, Ventus's Reki comes in and locks them both down with the freeze, and Reki will pick up the elimination on to Wang Liang. Wang Liang had just a couple seconds there. It looked like a Vermilion Bird Might, so he's still going to be in the game. 4 eliminations going strong. Unfortunately, that massive freeze that comes through from Reki going to keep him from picking anything else up while he has that safety net. AOW's Mike coming in, looking for the third party, trying to find some eliminations here. Of course, many of these players want to take these fights here, pop those ultimates, pick up some kills, because they do have that Firefly cage right there, so they're going to be able to get their ultimate back online fairly quickly after taking one of these fights. AEW's Mike, though, continuing to give chase here, looking to go in onto EWG's Yiran. Yiran just trying to give him the old slip here, will pop the bell, so Yiran knows where Mike is. Unfortunately, Mike going to back off just a little bit, doesn't want to take the fight there near the edge of the zone, turning to WBG Spider, who's got Kayleigh's Fang locked down here. Fong forced to pop the F here just to get a little bit of a reset. Spider able to catch just a little bit of damage off the scale rush, but not too much. We're going to see Fong miss not once, but twice with the ultimate as they try to lock down WBG Spider and create some distance to get away here. Unfortunately, Fong, with no charges left in the ultimate, is going to find themselves being grappled down by WBG Spider. Fong back over here to the tower, trying to use that dagger to create as much space as possible here. Spider, ironically, coming back where he found himself eliminated earlier in this match. No eliminations under his belt yet, looking to change that here. Kayleigh's Fong going to find a little bit of damage here onto GG Shaw. GG Shaw forced to stay inside, look for the reset. J-Team's Xjin, XCG's Wang Liang, WBG's Spider, all in the area looking to trade blows as we are on that tower watch here. Spider gonna take a hit here and get dropped down, gonna be forced to head outside. Oh my goodness, we're gonna see the rain shots coming in from downtown. Even though Spider's in the bush, continues to take shots here. Wang Liang looking for the shot, not able to find a second one there. Spider looks like he's gonna be able to find the full reset though. As we see KLA's Fallen come in, Spider gonna be forced to pop the F, knocks him off, goes topside here. He wants to get the full benefit of a maximum reset here. He doesn't want to leave anything behind. He's going to take this Realm of Yang, it looks like. Or no, he's actually not going to opt to take the second Realm of Yang, as we see EWG and Wolves and OC and Bao Da getting ready to go head-to-head here. Zhang Yu going head-to-head with Huang Fly.
Huang Fly and Xiang Yu is going to be an interesting fight. They do both have purple armor with blue weapons. Taking a look, it's going to be Xiang Yu on the dagger, Huang Fly on the nunchucks. And these weapons are valid to switch at any second, as we're going to see Huang Fly coming through with the nunchuck combo into the ground. We've seen him do this time and time again. Crazy combo coming through, and Xiang Yu popping that V3 here. We're going to see the F come through, but not too much happening, and Xiang Yu just getting bashed over and over again. Tries to dash out, but isn't going to be able to. Looks like they're able to get a pot off. Xiang Yu coming in, gaining prio, but stopping, not able to get the full thing through. Huang Fly trying to make something happen and regain priority in this fight, and Xiang Yu is going to go down to Bao Da's H Fly, using those nunchucks and the ACOS ult in tandem perfectly. And look at that, he's going to be able to get those golden nunchucks. That is going to be a huge help for him. He's able to deal so much more damage now. So we're going to flip over AOW Mike with only gray armor and a gray weapon. Looks like he's able to switch already to a blue dagger, picking up some better weapons, reskinning them right away on the fly. A little bit of a risky move, but you know, I like it. I like your style. You have to be you when you're fighting, otherwise you're not going to be comfortable. As we're going to see a huge Bane's Breath getting dropped onto this area. With all of these players, they are going to end up scattering pretty quickly. They are playing on the edge of it right now, as we are going back to our... It's almost every game now. Welcome to Tower Watch, ladies and gentlemen. I'm your host, Caster7. I'm joined alongside my main man, Runekeeper.
Oh my goodness, we love some Tower Watch here, as we see Ventus's Reki is actually the one up top on the Ballista, trying to get some shots off on these players who are trying to come topside. AOW's Mike pretty low here. He needs to be careful. If he goes topside, he could find himself eliminated with just one ballista shot here. WBG Spider taking quite a bit of damage here. No armor to his name. Trying to find some hits here with that greatsword, but unfortunately, he's actually going to find himself backstabbed here by GG Shaw. Going to be forced to pop the ultimate to stay alive here. Unfortunately, though, all he has is shield powders, and he's down to just 2. He can't get a full reset here if he wants to. He's got to find an elimination and find some pots if he wants that. The ballista coming down, though, going to burn quite a bit of damage. Spider hoping to pick up this elimination here onto AOW's Mike, but it's Mike who turns it around onto WBG Spider. Mike able to find a reset here from that Soul Bloom. Unfortunately, Mike, though, still with just the white armor here, he can't afford to armor swap into our boy's Spider's armor. He's got to keep things moving with all these players and giving chase. Oh my goodness, that could have been anyone's elimination there, with the ballista pumping damage from up above down onto that fight. That was a risky fight for both Mike and Spider, and unfortunately, Spider pays the price, as he's going to be eliminated here from this game with 0 points under his belt. We hear that ballista continuing to go off. Now we're going to see Wang Liang catching the scale rush onto AOW's Mike. Mike just looking to hold any one of these corners and find any kind of reset that it can. Huang Fly wanting to give chase, though, and now it's GG Shaw who's up top on the ballista, looking for anything he can get his hands on. He sees Wang Liang looking to approach. He's just going to throw that ballista shot out just to threaten the space here. Bao Da's Huang Fly all the way on the bot side. J-Team's Action looks to come topside, but the ballista scares him away. And Shaw, more than happy to just keep throwing these shots out, but he's got to be very careful, because every one of those shots, if he wants more bullets, he's going to have to use resources. He's going to have to burn those repair kits, and those are few and far between the later we get in these games. J-Team's Action locking down on AOW's Mike. Mike, again, having those white shields blitz through. No shields left. He's taking burn tick damage here as well. The grapple's going to come through. Wang Liang looking to make it happen as well. He's going to be forced to pop the ultimate here onto Zping. He does have bubble bubble available. He's going to need to save that if he wants to stay alive here, trying to find more of a reset. Unfortunately, nobody giving him time to do that. He's going to be forced to spend the bubble. AOW's Mike takes a huge bow shot and a ton of damage. Shaw going to take the ballista shot and get knocked from topside. Mike finally able to find a respite and get a little bit of reset here. Unfortunately, no ult, no bubble available, and still rocking white armor. AOW's Mike is in a difficult situation. Ventus's Reki finally looking to give up ballistic control from up top.
Ballistic control is looking like cloudy with a chance of hellfire raining from above as they're trying to hit Huangfly. There is the burn tick damage that's going to be going off, but no actual ballista shots are going to hit onto Huangfly here as he needs to get that reset off and heal as fast as possible. So we're going to see the dagger charge coming down, trying to use that charged RMB to deal some damage onto J-Team's action. It looks like they're just going to use that extra dagger movement with the dagger dashes to escape this area. The ballista is now fully out of the circle, so nobody is going to be trying to hold that as fast as we're seeing the meteor showers in this lake area. This is going to be difficult as AOW's Mike's health has just completely been minced. He is going to have to pop the pot, but he does have 6 left after this, trying to find some more resources, and it looks like he's going to get hit again. No, Mike taking so much damage, and as you know, all of his armor is going to be gone every single time. He's getting dangerously low. He cannot be playing in this asteroid field much longer. This is interesting. He does need to get that health back. He does have a lot of resources, but he just burned so much for so little, not able to come away with very much else. He tried to go for those gold troves, tried to see if there was anything else, and it looks like he's just picked up a little bit of a better armor now. He does have blue. He is hearing a couple players coming through and joining him, and we're back on tower watch as the Morris Blessing is going to be spawning towards that lower side of the lake as we're going to see Shaw and Xiangyu try and go for it, and it looks like Xiangyu is going to be able to come away with that gold armor, but nothing else from the box. Still on that blue dagger. It looks like somebody else took the cannon and somebody else took the jades here, as that purple nunchucks are also going to be doing a lot of damage on these players. OC Xiangyu holding on the top of this roof here, making sure he did get the gold cannon. Is going to stick with the pistol though at first. Action getting dangerously low here, and it looks like GG Shaw able to come away with a huge sniper shot with the bow and arrow, coming away with another kill up on the board for this game as OC Xiangyu keeping his distance, not wanting to engage too quickly into these fights. He is going to keep an eye on everyone, make sure he knows where everyone is, keep his spacing intact, and he switches over to that cannon so he can deal even more range damage.
Absolutely. And I mean, it's just huge for Shaw to finally get himself on the board this game as well, because AOW's Mike has been catching up so quickly to him, and Shaw hadn't been able to find the elimination just yet. So that one elimination puts him on the board, makes this positioning so much better for him. Even one elimination, when you get a high placement, matters so much more. But Shaw definitely needs to find some more eliminations for himself here. He's in a good situation, much better situation than he was game one in terms of gear, right? He has that purple armor. He's got himself a legendary weapon. He's got some decent resources, though they are starting to get a little low here. He's only got 2 shield pots. He needs to look for an elimination and see if he can find some pots onto one of those bodies without burning too many of them. Oh my goodness, AOW's Mike taking cannon shots left and right. The burn tick going down onto him. Mike forced to pop the ultimate and the bubble here. Oh my goodness, he goes so low. He's forced to burn absolutely everything. He goes inside, but many of these players looking to give chase. Wang Liang on the outside, still trying to find a way in to engage onto AOW's Mike. Mike will finally find the full reset, but it does cost him his ultimate in a crucial moment here. Those cannon shots paying dividends for the other players. Battle Huangfly looking to come topside. Scale rushes up, hot swaps to the bow, is unable to find the shot onto Mike. So Huangfly just going to be happy to hold the high ground here. AW's Mike looks to come back to topside, sees Huangfly and decides against it here in a very similar situation that he was in game one, right? He's got a couple of eliminations under his belt. He's got that blue armor and he's playing very aggressively. Unfortunately, that aggression cost him in game one. Let's see if he can make something happen with it here in game number 2. Huangfly more than happy to hold this high ground. He's got those legendary nunchucks, got that purple armor. Turn back here. This was such a great fight here between Wolves Kai Bao and EWG's Yiran. Kai Bao absolutely just takes control of this fight. He immediately turns around with the ultimate there, pops some huge damage onto Euron, waits for Euron to go ahead and pop into this. Finally, as soon as that ult goes down, he's just back into it here with the nunchucks, forces Euron to go ahead and burn the F, and Kai Bao has so much control of this situation. Not really anything EWG's Euron can do, given the fact that his ultimate's gone. He was forced to burn his F. Kai Bao plays that fight extremely well. We love to see our Wolves boys doing good here. Top 9 left remaining as Zone 5 gets ready to collapse onto Zone 6 in the next 20 seconds here. Kele's Fong looking to take the high ground here, but needs to be careful as the bow shots ring through. He does find a couple of cannon shots here onto OC Zhang Yu. Zhang Yu taking a little bit of burn tick here, is able to find a reset with the shield pot there, but those bow shots continue to rain in. The cannon shots keep coming in as well. Zhang Yu going to be forced to pop the F, and then a massive bow shot comes through. Zhang Yu going to lose most of that gold armor. As soon as he finds a pot, he's losing more yet again. He's able to get most of a reset off, but these players still have all eyes onto OC Zhang Yu. He's caught out in the middle here. He's taken a lot of damage, and they just continue to burn through his resources. This is not where you want to be if you're OC Zhang Yu. Yes, you're in the middle of the circle, but all these players have got to collapse onto you, and they're looking to take that high ground away from you as Zone 5 collapses onto Zone 6.
And when the zones get smaller and smaller, these fights become more and more imminent. We are seeing these players trying to hold on to their ultimates as long as possible. We might see a few come out in desperation quickly here, but Wang Liang with that Cavalry Bloom Soul Jade on the dual blades, it is a dangerous Soul Jade, being able to push players into the storm with a charged blue attack from dual blades, and it deals so much damage. And seeing it come out of nowhere, just somebody running up at you with dual blades and then running into you with those dual blades in the same, if you miss your parry, if you mess it up and you don't notice what is happening, 2 to 3 players can get scooped up into that, and it is not fun, I can tell you from personal experience. As we're seeing back on that tower watch, everybody is just hanging out in their own levels. They got their own floors to the hotel. They're just hanging out. Xiang Yu on top of the pillar of the rocks here. Huangfly just holding that last little bit, trying not to take any damage, just moving around as much as possible on that little tiny piece of tower that is left, so that they do not have to engage into these fights as quick as these other players will, because the low ground players are going to start to fight first here. As we're seeing AOW Mike already take some damage here, as he's going to try and reset, heal up some pots, use up a little bit more of his resources, as he's going to end up being forced now to exit this circle, and they're all going to be forced to converge on each other. Wang Liang waiting in the wings for Mike to show up out there. He's just running around with those dual blades. Everybody is just at a stalemate at this point. They're just not engaging, not shooting each other, and they're just waiting for this circle to get ready so they can get rowdy.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, AOW's mind fairly low last time we saw on those resources. So every one of those resources he's forced to burn through is a big deal for him, especially because he only has that blue armor right now. It's not a great place for Mike to be in. Kele's Fong, on the other hand, is just pummeling people with these cannons. Unfortunately, he does only have that single repair kit left. He does have a backup cannon in the pocket, so he still has quite a few shots here, but he needs to be careful with it. Taking a look here, Mike does only have the 2 shield pots and the 1 health pot. We're actually going to see that cannon come through the wall, do a little bit of damage to Mike, as well as put that burn tick on him. He's going to be forced to pop the F here, because there's no place for him to go to ground to look for a reset. Kele's Fong goes into the bottom side. It takes that little corner away from him, so Mike's got to sit topside, and he's pretty vulnerable here. Anybody can just look up with a bow here and land a massive shot onto AOW Mike, so he's got to be very careful about his positioning topside here. Luckily, GG Shaw and Wang Liang, who were in the prime position to take those shots, a little too worried about one another. Like you said, Wang Liang with that Soul Jade there for the dual blades, that is a very, very nasty Soul Jade that can let you just hold on to all types of area, and it's kind of hard to land that parry timing because you have to do it on prediction. You can't do it on reaction. AOW's Mike up top going to be forced to burn the F yet again. He's trying to use that F instead of burn resources, if at all humanly possible. But this is Zone 7. There's 4 seconds left, and then there's going to be no place left to go as Zone 7 now collapses onto the final zone. These players are going to be all forced together here. Top 9 players left remaining in the lobby. We're going to see who comes out on top here in game number 2. AOW's Mike being very quickly evicted from topside here. We're going to see grapples coming through, a scale rush doing a little bit of damage to Mike. Mike just trying to hold that topside space for as long as humanly possible. Zhang Yu trying to get some damage out. Oh my goodness! Zhang Yu just getting sent absolutely airborne, sent flying, gonna come in here with the F3 ult, looking to capture some of these players down, and it's gonna be Akko's ult. After Akko's ult, Zhang Yu goes down to Baodao's Huangfly. Huangfly on the inside, just trying to hold that space as much as possible here. Oh my goodness, the actual zone collapsing onto the hitbox of the corner of the tower. Nobody's safe, nobody can keep themselves alive. Kai Bao picks up an elimination, picks up 2 eliminations. Oh my goodness, I'm not even sure who came out on top. It all ends so fast. I think it might be AOW's Mike.
Oh my goodness. Ladies and gentlemen, I think we just witnessed one of the craziest ending circles in NBPL history right there. The way that they all just converge on each other, and all of a sudden you can just hear roar, roar, tiger, 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 tiger. Everybody converges on each other. Zhang Yu had that beautiful V3 but wasn't able to capitalize as Huangfly was able to take his life early. Nobody was trapped anymore in that circle, but so many people were taking zone tick and weren't able to get out and heal. The Soul Bloom Essence coming through, Huangfly able to come through with that crazy shot, and everybody just getting kill after kill. Wang Liang coming away with a few, AOW's Mike coming away with a few, GG Shaw coming away with a few, and we are going to find out our winner is actually going to be Kai Bao from Wolves.
Let's go! Sorry, you know I gotta get excited when my boy from Wolves takes a victory here. My boy Kai Bao locking it down, and I mean, his name was coming up like crazy in the kill feed. I thought it was kind of weird. We jumped to AOW's Mike. I was like, wait a minute. Kai Bao was picking up some mad kills in that final zone, and sure enough, those kills were more than enough to get him that first place MVP finish. I mean, like you said, what an absolute wild zone. Not only do we have like multiple Akos just popping every variation of that ult, but we also have the last little pillar coming down into the hitbox, like the corner of that tower, so nobody can actually stand in the safe zone and stop the zone tick. Everybody is just forced to take zone tick over the course of that entire fight because of where the little last pillar comes down and blocks them from being there. AOW's Mike's on the side. He's trying to make something happen. He just can't lock it in. And Zhang Yu, just before that fight gets kicked off, looks like he gets sent to Narnia. I was surprised he even got back into the zone with how far he got hit out. He comes in, he pops the V3, and he's desperate. He's just trying to find something. He actually goes inside around the corner, thinks he's safe, goes to start a pot, looks to his right, sees another player standing there, and is like, oh man, that player just turns and whacks him sideways up the face, picks up the elimination, and then all bets are off as that final circle just goes absolutely crazy, Seb.
Yeah, my brain wasn't able to process exactly what was going on in the final circle because there was so much going on in that final circle. Zhang Yu trying to hide in there, Huangfly coming in, hello there, and just takes all of his health away. Huangfly, I thought he had a really good chance because I saw him come in with the blue and he was so much higher health than everybody, and then all of a sudden just bam, dead, 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 dead. Everybody's just getting slain. Nobody was, not like one single person was getting kills. It was a huge feeding frenzy. Everybody was getting like 1 to 2 kills. Not one single person was capitalizing, but it looks like Wolves Kai Bao did capitalize the most on that opportunity. He was able to come through at the exact moment and the exact time needed, whereas we saw AOW Mike holding that high ground, trying to make something happen, but he was not fruitful in his endeavors. He was just trying and trying, but he wasn't able to come away with that many kills.
Yeah, I mean, this was an absolute crazy final zone. We don't often see 9 players left remaining in this final zone anymore either, and we had all 9 players up until zone 7 started collapsing. That's absolutely wild. There was like no space, and then the fact that the very final bastion of safety hits the corner of our tower there where nobody can really sit in it, everybody is forced to take the fight. We see, of course, Wolves Kai Bao, he immediately recognizes that situation. He says, I'm going to stop playing for safety, I need to just start looking for eliminations. He pops his ult and tries to catch as many people as he can in every single charge, and that's why we see his name come up in the kill feed. And then on top of that, because he's able to pump out out so many damage. He doesn't get all of those eliminations, but it makes his placement so much higher because there is no safety zone. There's no place people can go to avoid the tick. So once he does that huge damage with that Akos ult, it just continues to tick away onto those players, and it bought him that little bit of safety where he had slightly more HP than everybody else. He's able to get a good placement on top of his eliminations. Man, look at this, 6 eliminations. Yeah, he just goes absolutely wild in the final circle here. Decent placement, not as good as placement as I thought he got, but still, those 6 eliminations going wild. Wang Liang gets 5 eliminations, but he goes out a little bit too early, so he only gets the 7.5 here for his kill score. Fong just barely in front of him because he gets that second place finish, gets the 7.8, and AOW's Mike with a strong finish with 3 eliminations and a first place finish. He looks like he must have been able to buy just a little bit of safety by being up higher. He doesn't pick up any eliminations because of it, but he gets the placement, and that placement really helps the 3 kills he already has count for so much more. So he gets an 8.8, takes that second place finish. GG Shah, unfortunately, not as good as a performance as he has in game 1, but he picks up quite a few eliminations, gets some decent ranking points as well, and will take 5th place here. Unfortunately, WBG Spider, a big fat 0 for game number 2. That's 2 games in a row where WBG Spider finds himself eliminated in the middle of the pack.
And WBG Spider completely underperforming. Like I said, it looks like he did let that first loss get to him. He wasn't able to come away with too much there, as that huge parry we saw come out from KLA Fang was amazing coming through. Pandaman able to almost get away here, but KLA's Fang coming away with the kill. But yeah, we didn't see much from Spider. He tried to keep making stuff happen early game. Wasn't in early game, didn't go how he wanted at all, and then the late game he was trying to make happen, but he just wasn't able to stay alive. He was just such a target for all of these other players, and it looks like they just focused him till the ends of time here, as Xiang Yu coming through with that amazing kill that we saw here earlier. And this is how Wolves Kai Bao was able to stay on top of this chaos here, coming through, just picking up so many kills. Mike picking up a couple of kills as well, picking up all these soul blooms, and he was actually the last one alive. But Wolves' Kai Bao able to come through with a little bit more power than everybody else, and having all those kills and that placement is going to allow him to be right up at the top with this MVP. He had 13,000 damage with 6 kills, which is funny because we saw the last game, GG Shah had 30,000 damage, not 13, 30 with 5 kills. So he had more kills and less damage. So he's playing it a lot more with a smart intent in mind. He was able to use the ranged weapons to get a couple of kills. He was able to use more, like he had 7,000 damage done with melee weapons, and he had 13 total. So almost half of his damage was done with ranged weapons or skills and ultimates. He had 5,931 skills and ultimate.
Yeah, I mean, in that final moment there, you know, he's running that V1 version of the ultimate there. He catches out a good 4 or 5 people with that ultimate, does a ton of damage. They're in the zone. There's no place for them to go. If nobody touches them, he guarantees those kills. And when that ultimate does so much damage, much less when you catch 4 or 5 people in it, you're doing that amount of damage times 4 or 5, right? So a ton of damage coming out in that very last moment. He sets himself up in a good position, and he doesn't, you know, come out in the first place, so he doesn't get the maximum amount of placement points there. But it doesn't matter when you're able to pick up so many eliminations in those final moments, and that's what he was banking on, right? He walks backwards, so he's not in the middle of the group, so he can just target everybody with that ultimate when he's coming down from the side, because he gets caught out first, pops the ultimate, falls down, and goes, okay, that's it, that's the target. Everybody standing there lets the ultimate rip, and he knows that the positioning he's putting himself in, he's setting himself up to die. But if he can do a ton of damage to all of those players, it doesn't really matter at the end of the day, because he's able to pick up so many eliminations. It's very smart positioning from Wolves Kai Bao, and it's a smart play in general for him to just realize, hey, I'll go out a little bit earlier if I can pick up all of these eliminations, because those eliminations count for so much when you're that deep into the game. And just a great setup and play all the way around from Wolves Kai Bao. AOW's Mike, in the end, we saw him just grabbing soul blooms like mad, and it's Wolves Kai Bao who really sets up that situation for him, because Wolves goes down to the zone tick after he picks up all of those eliminations. So we just see AOW's Mike come up where he had that last little second of Bastion, where he's up above inside the little pillar of safety, drops down and is like, soul bloom, soul bloom, soul bloom. He's like, I just gotta make it to the top. AOW's Mike doing an excellent job of maximizing the points he can get given the number of eliminations he got. And I like this play out of AOW's Mike. It's a very quick adjustment, because in the last game, he was low resources, blue armor, and he was playing very, very aggressively, making himself a target. And because of that, he gets eliminated early. He finds himself in the exact same situation this game and goes, hey, I'm going to play a little bit more passively this game. I'm not going to make the same mistakes I made in game number 1. I'm going to make these kills count for as much as possible. And because of that, he's able to get that first place finish and a lot more points in game number 2. We've got a short video for you guys, though, before we come back and we lock in for game number 3. So don't go anywhere.
几时同我赛一场？
等你赢下复活赛，我就跟你赛一场。
常规赛？
不，总决赛。
我想清楚了，我要让全世人都知道，我凯豹不是豹将军，而是豹将军。
我想，是时候赛一场。
还不是时候。
为什么？
我研究过你的比赛，虽然你博弈很强，但是你运营不够，赛场瞬息万变，你每次着急就一定会出现失误，特别是你最后几场比赛，每次都调整不好心态，除非你能克服这个问题，否则你斗不过我。
你好，有什么需要我帮忙的吗？
帮不了我，我找复活赛的神。
复活赛的神，你什么意思？笑话我是吗？
昨晚我输给了一名常见伙伴，他习惯用冲拳这种接右锯，他的剑很快，我只看到他用的是一把少阳剑。
你知道他什么？
你是特工嘛？如果你查到他的话，麻烦跟他说一声。 不要跟别人比较，你要赢的是你自己。
吴志杰，职业 ID GST225，当年的捷杯世界亚军。辅助选手来这砍树，真是可惜了。
凭什么不让我砍树啊？
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the NARAKA BLADEPOINT Pro League Solos Finals Day 1. It's a mouthful, it's a lot to say, but we're here for it, we're ready to go, and we have just seen the first 2 games played We still got 4 more games to go today. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. I'm your host and caster Seb, and I am joined alongside one of the greats in NARAKA, one of the real OGs. You guys all know him. He's basically a household name in NARAKA at this point. I just got to keep giving this man his accolades. He's taught me everything I know. Mr. Rune Keeper. How are you doing, my man?
What's going on, Seb, brother? I'm doing most excellent. I mean, look, these first 2 games, absolutely immaculate. We love a good setup too, man. I mean, WBG Spider not doing great in his first 2 games opens up the field for some of these other players to start finding their footing, including AOW's Mike, GG Shaw. Wang Liang has a really big game this game as well. Of course, we also see Wolves Kai Bao coming in, having his first really good game we've seen in a while as well. Had a great ending circle, and that's classic Wolves Kai Bao, right? Kai Bao really has been the sort of end circle player. Not that he can't keep up with the greats, right? We saw at the end of season 2 last year, it was Kai Bao and WBG Spider kind of going back and forth that whole season. You know, Wolves would come in, Kai Bao would pick up an elimination on the Spider, Spider would run it back, pick up an elimination on him. They would go to Realm of Yang, Kai Bao would pick up the elimination, Spider would come back, knock him back out. It was just sort of this back and forth between these 2 players. So, you know, he can hang with these players in these sort of 1v1s, but realistically, where we've seen Wolves Kai Bao hit those big moments are in those final circles where he's able to find his pacing and his footing, and that's what he's struggled with most of the season, honestly, is finding himself in those situations. So it's nice to see that here in game number 2 of the day, he was able to set himself up for success the way he has been able to do in the past. And we've got a question for you guys. Who won game number 2 hero-wise? Was it A, Tim Mulk, B, Viper Knee, C, Wu Chen, or D, Akos? And I mean, of course, Wolves Kai Bao was playing them. We talked about how crazy the final circle was because there was so much of this hero in there. So if you guys can't get this one, I don't know what to tell you. There's no help I can give you in this one. That final circle was all this hero when we turned and looked around. But again, I mean, Wolves Kai Bao really, and again, I can't emphasize this enough. This is where he's able to shine, when he's able to set himself up for those final moments. He's just not been able to do it for most of the season, unfortunately. So nice to see him do it here. Do I think he's going to be able to do it more? I really, really hope so, but he hasn't shown me enough yet. I'm a big Wolves fan, right? I love my boys on Team Wolves, but Kai Bao really hasn't been bringing it this season as much as I feel like he's capable of doing. So he's going to have to show me he can do this multiple times before I jump all back on board with, Team Wolves. I love my Wolves, but Kai Bao, he's got a lot of work to put in. Hopefully this one's not a fluke. He's figured out how to set himself up for success. Time will tell as we get ready to head back in for game number 3. We're going to take a look at the standings thus far. EWG's Zeron all the way in the bottom, unfortunately. Zhang Yu, so far, not a great day, unfortunately. This is somebody I kind of picked as like a dark horse. He had a really good final bi-weekly, but unfortunately he's falling back into those same patterns where he's just not doing a whole lot. And that's super unfortunate because I want him to come in and pop off like he did during the last bi-weekly. He was a dominating force, and we're not seeing that come out of him. WB Spider's fallen all the way from first place to 10th place, though. So Spider really got to wake up coming into game number 3 here. GG Shaw just barely sitting at the top, tied with AOW's Mike with an 18.5. XCG's Wang Liang off the back of this last big game, going to be in that 3rd place with 15 points. Won't fly, 10.6 points thus far with a 12.6. And then, of course, Wolves Kai Bao had a really good game this last game, bringing himself up in that 5th place with 9.6 points total. We're getting ready to lock in for game number 3. Hero picks are going to be interesting. Of course, in solos here, you can only play a different hero every single game, except one hero. You can play one hero twice across all 6 games. I'm predicting we're going to see another Akos heavy lobby later tonight. That's going to be the hero a lot of these players really want to bring in and use for their 2nd pick. It's going to be interesting to see if that does happen. We saw every variation of that ultimate coming through from Akos. So really not a meta completely set for Akos thus far. I think we saw almost every single variation of the F coming through as well, right, Seb?
Yeah, we did see a couple different variations of the Akos F. We saw most of the times was the slam, but we did end up seeing that F3 come out when people were using V3. It seemed to be the more favored option when these players weren't using that V1 or 2, because the hit stun and the ability to just be able to get a complete combo off, it looks so tantalizing, but the way that these players are so good at saving their Fs and the amount of times and the amount of cooldown that these players are running, it is very difficult to get that true combo off without somebody using a combo breaker F in place, which is a bit difficult because Akos doesn't have a combo breaker for his F. He can't use any of his F abilities while under attack, so it's a little bit difficult to be choosing them, but they are all decent Fs. What do you recommend for a new player coming through trying to learn Akos versus what these pro players are using?
If you're going to be a new player coming through and picking up Akos and you've unlocked everything for him, my personal favorite's going to be the F1 V1. I really like that combo. It gives you a lot of strength, a lot of setup. And of course, after using the V1 ultimate, you can still hop around, jump, and use the claws. I think it's just a great way for a new player to really get into playing Akos. From what I saw today here in solos thus far, though, the F3 kind of being a little unfavorable. I think that ability much better in trios, because you can kind of lock down multiple people with that and allow your team to capitalize on it. Whereas in solos, you don't really have a team to come in and back you up. So you can lock those players down, but when you let go of it, they almost immediately can tap dodge. It's very hard to follow up off of that F3. And then, like you said, many of these other heroes having the ability to just pop their F and get away from it. So you almost don't get a lot of mileage out of that F3 version. So for me personally, it's gotta be the F1. It's just much easier to set up and hit people with. And if you're a new player, that's what it's all about. As we get ready to lock in for our third game of the day here, we're gonna see if more of that Akos comes through, or if we have some interesting picks. I know a lot of people have been expecting to see Viper come through. That F3 change where she just does so much damage with the F3. She knocks you airborne. The follow-up on it, absolutely massive. It has brought so much viability to Viper Ning, but still no Viper coming through. This is not a surprise, though. We're going to see a lot of Valda starting to come in here. And, you know, Valda was somebody who started finding their way into the meta. They saw some pretty decent buffs. The last patch, they saw a little bit of a nerf, but we're not on that patch just yet. So these players looking to take advantage of Valda while she is in that slightly buff state. But no surprise here, we're going to see a lot of these Akoses coming through. Zhang Yu from OC gonna be taking their second hero pick of the day right here with Akos back to back. Let's see if it pays off for him here in game number 3.
And I feel like Zhang Yu is, if he is ready to use up his double hero pick right away in game number 3, he knows what he's doing. He's totally prepared to come through and get as many kills on the board as possible. This is his last comfort pick where he's able to play a hero twice, and if he's ready to do it, he's ready to do it. But we're not going to be able to see him play Akos again, so he has to make the most out of this game. Taking a look at the spawns real quick, we're going to see a lot of players close to Eventide Temple, and then just to the east of that, WBG and KLA going to be spawning closer to that Firefly spawn area. This is dusk, so I do believe that there are Fireflies available, and in those gold zones just east of Celestia, we are going to be seeing J-Team, Ventus, and OUG spawning on that side, and then to the far east of the map, we're seeing Wolves spawning out what looks like to be in the water, but that can't be right here, as AOW's Mike and GG Shaw are going to be spawning on that same side. So it's going to be a battle of the powerhouses in game number 3 here, close to this side of the map, as AOW's mics. We're going to be able to see and hear all of these fans cheering for the players at the stadium. It's so nice that we're able to have an audience as well as an online audience. Having one in a physical location is super cool to see. It just adds to the atmosphere and the energy of these players. As EWG Zran already getting chased by Baoda's Huangfai. Huangfai pulling out the bow for a bit, but it is going to be pull sword versus longsword. Yiran has a weapon advantage here. He's a bit faster, but Huangfai does have that damage advantage. Huangfai already with that ultimate here coming through, trying to deal the damage with those cross slashes. He's able to get Yiran once, he gets him twice, tries to get him a third time here, just keeps dealing damage. Yiran forced to pop that F3 using those bubbles, is able to almost get him. But Yiran flipping up onto the roof, he did get an armor swap in that building here, trying to get a little bit more weapons. He's able to get the hits and gets the uppercut combo into the air, and Huangfly coming away with the first kill of the game up onto the board here. And it looks like we see Wang Liang taking a lot of damage. G225 here dealing a lot of damage to Wang Liang. He is forced to run out using that pull sword to get that extra movement and trying to get a pot off as fast as possible. He looks so calm and ready here for somebody who's about to die, and it looks like Panda Man getting absolutely blitzed by J-Team's action here, taking another longsword slash to the face, getting caught in the bubble. We're going to see the ultimate come out from both of them here. Panda Man throws one spear. He still has 3 left, and action is now the one getting low. He's going to get caught in it, and Panda Man coming through with a crazy Valda play, able to use that ultimate, trap him, the double charge from the katana. It's going to happen every time. It's inevitable. GG Shot taking a lot of damage. Wolf's Kai Bao here coming super aggressive, popping that ult, as we're going to see Shot taking a lot of damage. Not forced to pop the ult, it gets him in the grapple combo. Kai Bao getting dangerously low here. GG Shot still does have his ult, is going to pop the ult right away. We are going to see both of these damages coming out, and it looks like Kai Bao's just going to use his to get away. They are going to cancel and go for a quick reset here. Popping that bell really quickly just to get the location onto Kai Bao. Kai Bao able to get a pot off. It looks like they're going to go for a slight reset while they still have their ult charges left, and they want to see who can gain the prio first. We're going to see the F bounce come through. GG Shot able to avoid it here. Abel gets knocked back, and they're both at similar levels of health here, as Kai Bao had a little bit of a disadvantage, but he does have that weapon advantage. We're going to see the ult from Kai Bao go away first. The Shah is going to try and take priority, tries to go for that charge attack, does miss the tap dodge out of the way. Shah trying to go for that parry, is going to be unable to, but Kai Bao taking a lot of damage. Shah ends up going super low. They both parry, both miss here. We're going to see the clank come off, and Shah trying to get that double charge. And why was Kai Bao getting so low, but the F coming out, and the riposte shot, and Shah able to come away within a sliver of health, victorious in this fight. Oh my goodness.
GG Shah coming out on top there. You know, Kai Bao there playing it very well, is able to bait into the overhold finally, but then GG Shot returns the favor and baits him into an overhold of his own. And then of course we do see Kai Bao get very, very low. He turns his back and run. He's afraid of possibly losing to the 50-50 clank, and because of that, we see GG Shot able to just give chase, catch him around the corner with a tap dodge into the left click there. Oh my goodness, Fong here just gets sent absolutely flying, and then the weapon swap into the greatsword from AOW's Mike. There's no place for Fong to go, as Mike just blitzes through his health bar there with the weapon swap. AOW's Mike super happy about that. We're see Baodas Huangfly here going for the ultimate here, trying to throw these out. Unfortunately, the Valda V2 here though, while a little bit of a buff here for Valda, not able to cancel Huangfly out of the ultimate, so Huangfly just takes a little bit of damage here, and Reki is going to be forced to back off, take the armor swap back into the blue, and heal up. Both of them going to lose their ultimates and have to find another way to re-engage with one another. Just as T225 here giving chase to WBG Spider. Spider once again in a precarious situation. T225 though loses track of him, doesn't check the little room in the back. Spider able to just hide away there and look for the full reset, which he's able to get his hands on. Does a little bit of looting here. T225 finally able to find him here. Spider puts in work with the dagger though. T225 able to get some hits back in with the nunchucks. Able to get the trigger off there onto Spider, but Spider able to follow back up before T225 can find his own follow-up, and does a ton of damage. We're going to see T225 forced to take the armor swap here now as he's going into Spider. Will find that trigger yet again, but the question is does he have the meter to do it again? He probably does not, but Spider very, very low. T225 wanting to give chase here. Unfortunately, no armors left laying around for Spider to swap into. T225 still on the hunt here. Spider just trying to stay out of grapple position. T225 looking for him. Spider gonna use the scale rush to come topside, is able to finally find a grapple onto Spider, but Spider slips away yet again, using this dagger and all of the little rooms here inside of the temple to just create that distance he needs to keep this fight going. GG Shah gonna use that F1, but is sent flying by AOW's Mike. Realistically, no place for Shah to go here. He's just trying to create that speed, but Mike can just block him off from the edge of the zone. zone, and as soon as he goes to stop for pot, that's it. AOW's Mike just comes in and uses that jump left click there to capitalize on it. We turn back, and I'm not sure what happened to T225, but WBG Spider blitzes him out of his existence and is finally able to find himself on the board here in game number 3.
And it looks like we're going to flip over. We're going to see Wang Liang forced to pop the ult onto EWG's Yiran. Yiran also popping that ultimate, getting that extra health in this fight is going to be crucial for them. We're going to see the dual blades versus daggers here. And it looks like Wang Liang's going to get caught out, and he can go down, popping that F3 to get away as fast as possible. Yiran still giving so much chase. He is able to iframe and tap dodge out of that last shot coming through. Tries to go for the parry. Yiran getting punished on that. We're going to see him try and jump over those dual blades, dealing so much damage. Wang Liang going dangerously low. He needs to get out of here fast. Yiran still just dealing so much damage. He's going to see a huge third party come through, and it looks like Feng is going to be able to almost take Yiran down. Yiran forced to pop the pot right quickly here, otherwise he was going to go out very fast. With a sliver of health left, he's able to get that reset, and it looks like everybody is going to disperse because those revives are almost gone now, and I'm pretty sure they are gone, and this is no place to be taking fights. As we're going to flip over, Bao Da's Huang Fly always in that realm with Yang, always grinding, and Pandaman taking a 1-2-3 to the face by the full sword here, or the staff, sorry, where Pandaman forced to ult already. He's going to get comboed again. It looks like he's forced to pop that ult. He tries to get out of it, and it looks like he's going to be able to successfully. Pandaman on the back foot terribly, and Huang Fly is just a menace right now, using that ultimate to the perfect timing, and Pandaman going down. Huang Fly is the king of the realm of Yang. I don't care what anybody says, he wins every single one. We've seen him win both back-to-back every single time. He's getting those gold nunchucks. He's going again. He just needs to learn how to capitalize in that end circle, and he should be good. If all of these fights were realm of Yang, we'd be seeing Huang Fly on top.
Look, Huang Fly is an absolute monster when it comes to 1v1s, right? It's so good to see him back in the league participating here. It was a shame when we had to see him go. So happy he's back, as we turn now to XCG's Wang Liang and EWG's Yiran. Yiran trying to use that F3 to catch out Wang Liang. Wang Liang not falling for it, will continue to keep the pressure up, is able to find a reset. Yiran able to find a reset as well. Both players going to back away from the fight. WBG Spider here inside the no ult zone is Battles Huang Fly with, of course, that Vermilion Birds Might wanting to keep the pressure up onto Spider. Spider turns around, catches a couple of hits here with the nunchuck. Huang Fly trying to find a pot here, actually ends up walking into the meter dump from WBG Spider, and this could be bad for Huang Fly. The bow shot's coming in from the side as well. WBG Spider picks up the elimination, and unfortunately, Huang Fly going to be forced to use that Vermilion Bird's Might for no gain as he heads back to the Soul Altar. Wolves Kai Bao coming in onto WBG Spider, though, inside this no ult zone, more than happy to take this fight here, trying to win the fight here with the katana into the nunchucks, but this not really a great matchup for Wolves Kai Bao. The nunchucks able to just keep the capitalization on the neutral going strong. Spider moves outside, pops the ultimate, catches the backstab, and that's going to be it for Wolves Kai Bao here in game number 2. Now heading over to XCG's Wang Liang and OUG's Pandaman going head-to-head here. Wang Liang with that V2 up, looking to catch out onto Pandaman. Pandaman in a very similar situation as both of them go for the reset and look to move away from this engagement.
It looks like Wang Liang still playing pretty well, but it looks like we're seeing finally Spider getting back into his element, picking up 3 kills on the board already this game, and they've been 3 phenomenal kills. He's scraped tooth and nail at these kills, killed Huang Fly while in the buff, and it looks like J-Team's Action also did win the Realm of Yang. Still has 90 seconds on that Vermilion's bird buff, so we might see him take a fight pretty soon, and it looks like GG Shaw just giving chase to Wang Liang. Wang Liang not trying to engage in the fight, but turns around with a charged RMB, able to deal a lot of damage onto GG Shaw's purple armor. It looks like Wang Liang is going to try and get away. Misses the grapple. Misplay here. It looks like he's not going to be able to get the pot off. GG Shaw now on the advantage in the fight. He doesn't have his ult charge yet, but it is at 96. So GG Shaw also has the ability to have his ult a lot quicker than Wang Liang's going to have his. Gets the uppercut off. Tries to go for the charge, but we're going to see the F3 come out from Wang Liang. Wang Liang needs to get out of here and heal up that armor before he re-enters into this fight. We're going to see him scale rush into Shaw and then scale rush right back out again, saying, here's a little love tap. I'm not going to do too much. Please back off of me. GG Shaw running and chasing, relentlessly trying to pick this kill. He knows he can get it. He's so confident in his ability right now. He's confident in his armor. He knows that there's nobody else around. He doesn't want to run into other people's, and he wants to finish this fight off as fast as possible, trying not to let Wang Liang heal up and just giving so much chase. And it looks like Pandaman is going to eliminate Huangfly. Huangfly was doing so well. We're going to see the F1 come out from GG Shaw. Shaw trying to deal as much damage, but he's going to get caught in that charged LMB from the dagger, and it looks like Yiran is going to go out to Pandaman. Pandaman picking up a lot of kills here as Wang Liang taking a lot of damage. Forced to pop that F3 again, as we're going to see the Stamina Strike coming out from GG Shaw. Wang Liang getting dangerously low now. Needs to pop the pots, but GG Shaw just absolutely relentless in this chase here. Predicting the movement perfectly, as we're going to see KLA's Fang gonna come in and is gonna steal the kill. GG Shaw worked so hard to keep KLA's Fang able to get that Soul Bloom. I'm pretty sure that cured the Yang depletion that he had, and it looks like they are going to take a reset, and Wang Liang very upset about that fight.
Yeah, absolutely. As we turn now to J-Team's action, looking for a little bit of a reset as he continues to give chase to Oyuchi's Pandaman. Unfortunately, he misses the grapple. It gives Pandaman the chance to get 2 grapples off, trying to find a little bit of a reset here before Action is able to pressure onto them. Now in a very similar armor and health situation, Action goes for a pot as well. Does not want to be forced to take this fight on even footing. Unfortunately, Pandaman's going to be able to get the full reset here. And this is not a fight you want to take. Full HP Pandaman is absolutely scary when you're coming in. He does not have his ultimate, though. He's only at 15% charge here. J-Team's Action is still trying to give chase here. Thinks he's got a little bit of advantage, but Pandaman just knows how to keep things on the move here. Action just not able to create the distance he needs to get on it. We do see those Realm of Yangs come through. It looks like a couple of players here. T225 might opt to go into one. Zhang Yu might also opt to go into one. We are going to see T225 take one. Zhang Yu just hanging out here, not looking to go in. It looks like doesn't want to risk that second set of Realm of Yang, and this is pretty common for what we see coming through. WBG Spider, AOW Mike coming over here, trying to pressure onto the box here. Spider desperately trying to get his hands on that purple armor. Reki trying to go in and get it as well. Doesn't really care if his armor takes a little bit of hits here, because he can just armor swap into the purple armor from the box. Spider, unfortunately, not going to find the purple armor that he's looking for. KLA's Fang coming around, turning it around with the Dragon's Roar onto AOW's Mike as he lets a meter dump go, and Mike forced to burn the ultimate just to create distance to get away here after eating that Dragon's Roar to the face. And we're going to see WBG Spider wanting to pressure onto that, knowing that Mike's ult's going to run out soon. Spider just trying to keep the pressure up, trying to keep some damage onto Mike, but Mike gonna go full send down here into the ravine, trying to use the scale rushes. And finally, Zhang Yu finds himself inside the Realm of Yang here versus, of course, T225 here. T225 absolutely dominating the space here, but now we're gonna see that V3 come out. T225 gonna drop the pillar here. The scale rush comes in. Unfortunately, not enough damage able to get through. T225 gonna use the cannon shot here. Zhang Yu trying to find a reset while he's got T225 trapped down inside of his V3. Unfortunately, now he's got to wait out T225. He's got to try to continue to get these resets off here. Burn resources. T225 trying to use the cannon mode here to hit Zhang Yu out. He's able to find one. He's not able to find the second. He does find a little bit of damage on that third little cheeky one. Zhang Yu, though, able to find a pot off here. T225 coming in. 20 seconds left remaining inside this room again. Zhang Yu going to take a ton of damage there, but a massive parry comes out. T225 immediately follows up with the F there to get away from all of that damage. We're going to see the roar come through, the uppercut into the pulsar swap, and Zhang Yu comes out on top against all odds.
Zhang Yu, phenomenal comeback story we just saw there. Now he's picking himself up a nice legendary dagger, some purple dual blades, which he might not even take. He's like, you know what, I'm too good, I don't need these. We're gonna flip over WBG's Spider on this area of the map here. We are going to see him all alone. He is going to get an armor swap back into purple here. So he's got purple weapons, purple armor, 4 kills up on the board. This is the Spider that we know and love, and that we love to see, as we are going to see GST225 is going to be respawning pretty close. He could have a fight with Spider pretty soon. And it looks like they're going to be trying to put a bit more distance as GG Shaw might be coming up onto him as well, as KLA's Fang is going to run into OUG's Panda Man pretty soon. He's going to go for the shop, spend a little bit of money, get some weapons back. We're going to take a look at this replay as Panda Man is going to take out Iran here. And it looks like Iran dealing a lot of damage with those dual blades, but he's able to get him out into the circle with the uppercut combo, switching into the pull sword. Panda Man, okay, I see you doing it right. These weapon swap combos are just the most interesting thing to me, man. They're so cool. The way these players are able to just take this tech and just completely change the way that we see how to use these weapons. And they changed the game, as we're going to flip over now to AOW Mike running up and around over onto Eventide Temple. Looks like he's trying to get away from the action right now. He doesn't want too much of the smoke of these third parties, because it's always difficult once you get into a third party.
Yeah, absolutely. GG Shot looking to come top side as well. We are zone 3 collapsing onto zone 4. With only 8 players left alive. This is a much more fast-paced game in terms of elimination than our first 2 games have been, as these players look to open up the aggression. Of course, you're playing Akos here. You're playing on a Firefly map as well. We saw very early a lot of these players landing where the Fireflies were, looking to take some aggressive eliminations here on Akos, getting that ultimate up as soon as possible. So no surprises that we've seen just a little bit more aggression from this game than we did in the other 2. D225 here finally on a tear here. You know, our second place, our runner-up in the World Championship. A lot of eyes on T25, expecting him to have a good performance here during the bi-weekly final and continue to do so as the seasons go on this year, looking to lock down multiple people. Panda Man also having a much better season this time around, looking to get away as so many players give chase here. T225 actually finding himself on the receiving end of some of that pain, but all the eyes stay on Panda Man. So T225 able to find a little bit of a respite here. Needs to be careful though. Zhang Yu coming in from behind wants a piece of that as he tries to lock him down. Panda Man here going to be forced to pop the ultimate. This is a tough situation for Panda Man to be in. All eyes are on OUG's Panda Man. It's the last place you want to be given the situation. T225 going to be forced to drop the pillar and go ahead and mech up here, but a lot of players taking pop shots here at T225. He turns his face around and catches some more pistol shots in the face as well. Gonna catch this huge shot out. No, Zhang Yu actually able to tap dodge around the building and escape from a T225 though, getting most of a reset here, not taking too much damage. Is he gonna go ahead and pop onto the cannon, take some shots onto GG Shaw? Panda Man still on the run, unfortunately. He's already spent his ultimate. Don't know if his F's back available to him here. He's gonna go solo. There's no place for Panda Man to go here. The entire lobby has got him locked down, but it's gonna be GG Shaw who's able to slide in and pick up the elimination. Shaw looking to just go ahead and get away from this. More than happy to pick up the elimination, says you guys can have the scraps. I just want the points.
And the points he got indeed is GST225 switches to that dagger and jumps into the Banesmith, making a daring escape there. Narrowly dodging, but it looks like he's going to take a decent amount of damage from that Bane. He only has 1 shield pot left, so this could get interesting. He does have those 8 gray shields here, as Mike is going to switch over to those golden nunchucks. Still chasing GS's T225 here with the grapple chase. It looks like he's going to try and give tech chase with these nunchucks. Gets a couple shots in, so we're going to see the Fs both get popped here. GT225 is getting super low here as they're trying to come back. He is going in the circle, and that zone tick is not going to be friendly to him, as AOW Mike is just going to take a small reset and meet him around the other side of the circle. He stuns lock him inside the circle. GS's T225 is getting so low here. He's able to turn around, but the ultimate is going too much. Mike able to come through, cancel his ultimate, get his charge back, and keep fighting here. AOW Mike picking up his 3rd kill of the game, keeping him at the top of the leaderboard with 23.7 total points. So this is for all of the games played, not just this game so far. 23 points in a game at this point that'd be wild.
Would be absolutely wild. AOW's Mike though here has played so consistently today. He's always in these top situations, putting a lot of points on the board. This is exactly what you expect from AOW Mike though, is that level of consistency. And a good consistent day 1 can set you up for a massive day 2. Even if you don't have a huge pop-off game here today, as long as you've consistently put points up on the board, you are going to be very, very good coming into day number 2. And you can hopefully find your big pop-off games in that second day on top of the consistency. That is more than enough to walk away the champion here, because we talk about how important that consistency is in NARAKA. As we turn back to WBG Spider here with that fight into T225, apparently he was able to get that parry off onto T225 when we weren't looking, and that was absolutely massive. Huangfly here actually makes a mistake at the beginning of this fight. They don't show it here, but Spider let that complete meter dump rip, and Huangfly was not in it. He actually turns around the corner of the rock and walks into it, and because of that, he gets eliminated. Kai Bao, unfortunately here, just there's nothing he can do as soon as Spider steps outside the zone, pops the ult. That backstab secures that elimination. Again, the meter dump, these nunchucks are really putting in work for WBG Spider this game as he continues to catch players out with them left, right, and center. It's finally a good game for WBG Spider, and he has no intention of throwing it away. He's going to play safe here to the very end. We are zone 5, and we have a long time until we're on to zone 7 and collapsing in the end. With only 6 players left alive, things are about to slow down.
When Spider was fighting Wang Liang, or was it Xiang Yu in that no ult zone, we saw the ult get popped, and it looked like there was a little chance for the opposing player, but he stepped into that no ult zone ever so slightly, lost his ultimate charge completely, and then was just wide open for the attack from the backstab. As we're going to flip over now, KLA's Fang able to deal a lot of damage on the shot. And it looks like go for a reset here as he tries to go for that damage, ends up canceling his ult here just to try and get some space, get away. He does have Phantom Step, which does allow him to go pretty invisible. It's more of a translucent, clear, see-through, if you want to call it, for every time that he dashes. This is something that will help very quickly, and it helps all of these players stay hidden in these final circles. As we're getting in now, GG Shaw looks like he's just going to be trying to hold that high ground as much as possible. As this no ult zone is popped, he does have Soul Slash as well on his katana. This could be something that's going to deal a lot of damage to these other players. Just checking the bushes here. He sees WBG's Spider. He doesn't want to engage. Where everybody is at this stalemate point. There is only 6 players instead of 9, as we're going to see a huge Dragon's Roar on top of the building. Xiang Yu's shield getting completely decimated as Shaw coming in for the third party with a couple of shots. KLA's Fang wants to get that reset off, as well as Xiang Yu. Xiang Yu trying to hide. WBG Spider going for the parry, but the overhold from Xiang Yu. And we're going to see the F come out from Xiang Yu. Spider taking so much damage. Xiang Yu needs to get out of there because we're seeing Fang coming in on to the third party, but he's not able to hit it. Spider able to get a couple pots off as well. Xiang Yu getting a full reset here, as we're going to see AOW's Mike trying to join into the mix as well.
Yeah, Zhang Yu playing that really, really well. Spider taking a ton of damage from that. And Zhang Yu keeping the pressure up here, trying to lock him down. Unfortunately, you're seeing the Soul Slash come out from behind from GG Shaw, and then bang! Oh my god, followed up with the Dragon's Roar. There's no place for Zhang Yu to go here. He literally just catches 3 legendary Soul Jades back to back to back. It's like the whole lobby has it out for OC Zhang Yu. All of a sudden, he's forced to pop the V3 here just to create any sort of distance, but it's not going to be enough. He goes so low. The whole lobby keeps giving chase here. Poor Zhang Yu catches 1 legendary Soul Jade in the back, and then everybody else follows it up on him. He's down here. Here we go. He looks like he's going to be able to get at least a single pot off here, but the chase is going to be continued onto him. He's so low. There's no place for him to go. He comes topside. He almost gets that pot off, but JT's Action waiting in the wings. There's no place for him to go. He misses the F. Oh my goodness, Zhang Yu. That's going to be it as JT's Action picks it up. GG Shaw shows back up yet again with the Soul Slash. This time onto JT's Action, who's forced to pop the ultimate to get away, and that's gonna hurt Action pretty bad as we see an ult send him flying over the edge. J-Team's Action not in a good situation.
Not in the greatest situation at all, but he's going to try and use the ground, but he gets bumped into the whole meter. Now KLA's Fang absolutely decimating the health. We're going to see all the soldiers come out. Fang getting decimated himself. Now he's in the circle. The zone tick is almost too much, but he's going to get knocked into the zone. And it looks like he's almost at 1 health. He gets hit with 1 more shot, and he's going to go down in that zone tick here, but he's able to gain a little bit of health back from that ultimate here. Scale rushing up top, and it looks like he's taking so much tick. He gets so low here. If he takes 1 burn damage, he is going to go down. KLA's Fang scale rushing up to the top, and it looks like he might be able to get a pot off here, as we're seeing the other 3 heroes down at the bottom. KLA's Fang able to get a single pot off, but he is going to take some damage from AOW's Mike. Mike, and this is the big three. This is Shaw, Mike, and Spider, with KLA's Fang waiting in the wings here. He's going to get so low. He's able to get one pot off. They're letting him heal over and over again as WBG Spider trying to make something happen. Shaw coming in with a huge play coming from that Katana Jade here, and KLA's Fang holding on for dear life as WBG Spider looks like he's going to take a little bit of an exit in this fight. The Soul Slash is just so menacing, holding those areas, and it looks like he's going to try and heal, but Mike able to hit a shot off, and he's going so low. Who's going to get the kill? Who is it going to go to? KLA's Fang still in the air, 1 HP and a dream. This is something that we've seen time and time again, but Fang doing such a good job at avoiding all of these other players here, but AOW Mike able to come away with the kill, and Shaw trying to come through with that Soul Slash, able to get a lot of damage onto WBG Spider. Doesn't get caught in it the second time here. Spider going for that meter dump, gets effed into the air, tries to go onto that other side, almost gets knocked in the storm. Mike trying to grapple up high enough to meet Spider. Spider already in that ult, doesn't have any shield and won't have any space to pop shield here. And it looks like Shaw is going to be dropping almost all of his weapons here. He just needs those purple nunchucks and the Dragon's Roar here to win this fight. He's going to try and just run around. He was replacing those Jades. Holding that neutral with the Dragon's Roar is such a lethal thing. All of these two with the nunchucks, and G-Shaw is going to be able to connect here. AOW Mike forced to pop the ult. The Assassin's Lunge come out as well. AOW Mike knocking Shaw into the circle here, trying to go for that third grab. Mike getting super low. The Assassin's Lunge. Shaw able to take him out here, and it looks like GG Shaw's able to take one, and he's able to take two. Oh my goodness, ladies and gentlemen, GG Shaw. Assassin's Lunge on the gold dagger coming through with absolutely insane victory. Wow.
Oh my goodness, GG Shaw plays that so well in the end there. We watch him just time and time again play footsie with Mike there, just tap dodging around, trying to make sure he's in a situation where he can avoid that ultimate every single time. He also has the wherewithal to know that WBG Spider is up above. As soon as that ult comes through, he moves out of the way, he sets up the Assassin's Lunge, he's able to catch Spider and our boy AOW's Mike out with the Assassin Lunge, doing a ton of damage. It's locked down in the final circle. He comes in, he cleans up multiple eliminations. This is textbook coming through from GG Shaw, and I love to see this. The two titans from season 1 of the NBPL, WBG's Wang Liang and GG Shaw, both continuing to have phenomenal games today. Wang Liang, not a great game in game number 3 here, but his 2 other games, very good. GG Shaw consistently staying at the top. AOW's Mike also staying up there. WBG Spider finally finding his footing here in this game. Unfortunately, he does get caught out. He's forced to pop that ultimate and go airborne, and he spends all of those grapples, and he really doesn't have anything to bring to those final moments of the game when he comes back down from the sky. He's just trying to stay airborne for as long as he can. As soon as those grapples run out, that's kind of it for WBG Spider. And we see GG Shaw take control yet again here in game number 3, his second MVP of the night. What a huge game for GG Shaw.
It was an absolutely insane, incredible game. The way he was able to come out, I thought he was only going to be able to get one of those kills. He went so low so many times, and I just want to acknowledge the performance. The dipping, the dashing, the dodging. He was unguardable. He's like Giannis on the Bucks, man. Nobody can guard him. Nobody can get him. KLA's Fang. He was dipping and dodging, weaving, hitting those Euro steps with the dagger. He was just unkillable. 1 HP in a dream. I think he's the new CEO of it, man. Like, I swear, he was not going down without the longest fight possible, and that's exactly what he did. He did still go down, but he did get that extra placement.
Look, I mean, that's always the MO with KLA's Fang, right? If you look at Fong and he doesn't have a dagger in his inventory, something is wrong. We will see this man just absolutely drop everything and turn to that dagger with the absolute quickness. As soon as he goes low, he's like, look, I got to go back to my comfort zone. The rest of this, just go ahead and get out of my inventory. I'm duck dodgers over here. I'm dodging, dipping, and moving as fast as I possibly can across this map. Ain't nobody catching me till I'm ready to let him catch me. You know, he, like you said, he's able to get that one extra placement, and sometimes that's what it's all about, right? You find yourself in a situation where it's like, all right, hey, you're in an unmanageable situation. When you're KLA's Fang in that situation, the best thing you can do is fight for more placement or try to steal an extra elimination, get as many extra points as you can, because you know you're not taking it to the end. There's no place for you to stop and heal. These players play at such a level, they're not going to give you a moment to breathe. It's not going to happen. So he does what the pro player needs to do and finds every point that he can on the board. Unfortunately, like you said, there's no way for him to come out on top and survive that, so he does get eliminated. As we take a look at the scoreboard here, GG Shaw, 4 eliminations, first place finish, a 10.4. WBG Spider finally finding himself here with 4 eliminations in the second place finish, 9.4 points. AOW's Mike, 4 eliminations as well, third place finish, 8 points on the board. Titans all at the top here. GG Shaw, WBG Spider, AOW's Mike. The problem for Spider right now, this is just an okay game for him. He had 2 really poor games in game 1 and game 2, and he didn't even walk away the MVP in this game, whereas GG Shaw and AOW's Mike have played consistently all day long. They've been at the top of the pack every single game. WBG Spider still has a lot of work to do.
Oh, yeah. And he's always going to have work to do. And yeah, he did have those 2 bad first games. But we've seen Spider come back from so much worse. Hell, we've seen so many of these players come back from worse. So we're going to take a look quickly at those replays. Wongfly, absolute menace in the beginning. Pandaman as well, able to take out J-Team's Action here with a super crazy play, able to get him out and take him out of that ult here, as AOW's Mike coming through with a huge weapon swap on the KLA's Fang as well, able to dodge the F and then hit him with the chase on the staff. Quite an amazing play. Spider with the parry, always a classic play to see. We love seeing how Spider was able to swing back into things and pick up a lot of kills into this game. We saw him coming through doing a lot of damage with those nunchucks.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. Spider put in work with these nunchucks here. He's able to catch Wongfly in that one moment, and I'm not really sure what happened with Wongfly there. I don't know if he just kind of lost sight of Spider for a second, didn't realize that he was in the middle of that meter dump, but he just turns around and walks into it, and that's all she wrote for him. I mean, GG Shot here, look at this, that Assassin's Lunge, so strong from here, turns around, catches the other one out, is able to pick up both of those eliminations. I mean, Shaw really, like, he just knew everything that was going on. His awareness of that final fight, he knew where WBG Spider was at all times while he's trying to avoid the ult coming out from AOW's Mike. That awareness is realistically what brings him the win here. Absolute massive game here as well. Look at this. Most of his damage coming in from the katana. 12,000 of it. The dagger in the end just being set up for him to be able to play that fight so well. He swaps. He understands where he needs to be with what weapon. Picks up 16k, damage. 4 eliminations. First place finish. Huge game for GG Shaw yet again here in game number 3. And I mean, realistically, again, I love WBG Spider. He's really, really good. Unfortunately, this is the first game he's found any sort of footing in at all today, and it wasn't a big pop-off game. That's the problem with, these sort of feast or famine playstyles, which hasn't been WBG Spider's MO. He's been finding consistency during the NBPL, and then is able to also have pop-off games on top of that. So for him to come in and struggle to find anything thus far today, something is going on with WBG Spider. That or AOW's Mike and GG Shaw are just playing at a different level today. These guys have consistently been at the top of the pack. They've put up huge points every single game, regardless of whether they came out the MVP or not. Shaw, of course, this is his second MVP of the day, and even though the second game goes to Wolves Kai Bao, AOW Mike and GG Shaw still in those top sort of 4, still put up big points on the board. It's going to take a lot for Spider to play catch up today. We have 6 more games after this. Later, on the 27th, we'll be back for the 6 final games. But at the end of the day, you do not want to be the first seed player coming in and have dropped all the way down, to 5th or lower like WBG Spider has. It's not good for the mental. He needs to come into these next 3 games and really make something happen and remind people why he's the top seeded player here in our grand finals for the spring split.
Exactly. and we are going to be coming up with 3 more action-packed NARAKA BLADEPOINT Solos Finals games today. The Pro League is not over yet. We've only seen the first 3. We're going to see 3 more, and I'm so excited to see how these players are going to adjust, because we definitely saw a lot of these players falling behind. Spider exactly, and we are actually going to cut to a quick interview and get some explanations, because we need some answers.
Hey guys, this is Yeager and welcome to post-game interview. And now I'm standing here with 凯豹 and let him say hello to our audience. 好的，凯豹先和大家打招呼吧。
大家好，我是狼队凯豹。
欢迎鲍将军来到我们的赛后采访。先恭喜一下你啊，刚才第2把先拿下了一个 MVP。So first, I would like to say everyone is very pay attention because we would like to know at the game 3 what happens at the end of your journey. 那首先我们想说一下，在第3把当中，大家都特别关心当时最后一波和 Spider 的博弈到底发生什么情况了。
那一把其实，我是在风魔结界那个边上嘛，所以的话不小心，就是开了大以后不小心，可能是大招那个震了一下，把我震到里面去了，然后我就直接，相当于100%的大，然后直接就归零了，然后就被 Spider 开大收了。
Yeah, at that time, we are standing like just beside the Forbidden Cell. And it's like an accident, just I enter into the Forbidden Cell. That's when I was using the ultimate, and my ultimate just to 0. So I don't have the ultimate at that time. That's why I failed one-on-one fighting with the Spider at the end of the game. OK， 虽然是有一点点小可惜啊，但没关系，因为我看到凯豹今天整个状态，包括你的胡维，其实打的也是非常好。那么接下来也想用你这个热情的状态，我们去给观众朋友们进行一个抽奖，准备好了没有？
准备好了。
OK, let's move on to next part. Answer for treasure. So you guys can see a question on the screen, and if you know the answer, just type them in the chat box. After our player counting 3, 2, 1, we will take a screenshot, and the lucky guy will be whispered. So let's see today's question. How many kills did GG Sha get in Game 3? OK， 那我们今天的这个问题啊，就是沙在今天的第3把到底拿了多少个击败呢？先不用着急去公布答案啊，我们先想让凯豹评论一下，你觉得阿沙今天的表现怎么样？或者他整个赛季，你觉得他的成长主要体现在哪里呢？
其实阿沙的话，主要这赛季他其实也有很多那种就是低谷期嘛，因为他其实之前也是周决，就是经常倒数和我差不多嘛，然后或者是反正都是问题很大，但他打了就是复活赛的话，他最后属于是就是最后几把发力，然后可能就心态上面会有个转变，所以决赛的话打的我觉得比较放开吧，所以他第1把拿大分以后，后面相当于就越来越激进了，手感啊什么的都上来了，所以他今天的表现我觉得还是非常强的。
是的，今天看起来他的这个状态是非常好啊。So to be honest, 凯豹 thinks because Asha in the rapid cage, at the end of the rapid cage journey, he's like find out the status for himself, and also he is more familiar with the weapon he are using. And today, after the first game, he had very high scores and he had very good status today. That's why he can have very good status and performance in today's game. Okay, so I think our player is prepared, and let's start counting. 那我相信凯豹已经准备就绪要给大家发出福利了。接下来就进入倒计时。
3, 2, 1.
Screenshot. Okay, it's time for us to find out the correct answer. 那凯豹也请你公布一下正确答案到底是哪一个呢
？4B.
Yes, the correct answer is B, 4. Okay, so we just talked about the rapid cage, and from the rapid cage, I saw that several times, Kaibao, when you are having the high score and MVP, you are using the echoes. So I would like to know how you comment on this hero and why you are using the V1. 那我特别想问一下，因为我们刚才其实有聊到，这个复活赛到目前的一个总决赛，那我看到几次其实凯豹拿到 MVP 拿的都是胡维这个英雄，而且用的是 V1 的胡维，特别想问一下为什么？包括你自己对这个英雄的理解是怎么样的呢？
胡维这个版本的话，确实是单排的 T0级别，然后它的话 V1 主要厉害在于就是决赛圈 ，V2 的话呢，它厉害在于就是单挑能力以及比如说天人的话，大家都会用 V2。所以，但是 V2 的缺点就是像比赛的话有决赛圈，就是和 V1 的差距就实在是太大了。所以的话，我这边比赛还是，虽然我天人也是带的 V1，但是我觉得 比赛的话，还是唯一厉害一点。
好的 So to be honest, I think in the solo games nowadays, Echoes is the T0 hero in the solo game. And why I'm using the V1? Because I think V1 is more stable and have higher scores in the final circle in the matches. And actually, I think V2 is very strong in the ranking. However, I'm also using the V1 in the ranking, but I still think V1 is very strong in the matches. That's why I'm using the V1. OK， 好的，谢谢凯豹今天带来的一个分享，也再次恭喜你。今天其实看到胡威一个非常精彩的发挥，也希望接下来几把可以继续加油，好吗？OK, cheer up, 加油凯豹 cheer up, and thank you for today's interview, and we will take a break and be right back later.
Spider， 你一个人怎么跟我打？
这边这么多高手，随便挑一个。
就是他了。
你看我看，叫你了。
为什么是我？你自己看看，你会不会觉得你在照镜子？来，凯豹，我看你挺闲的，过来发牌。
哎，走走。
果然没看错你啊！一队凯豹先走。
这不随便拿捏，2个5。
这个跟牌看似简单，实际上是抓闪，并且拆他小连招，这是精髓啊！
人家打牌，你这装什么啊？好好看，好好学。
你会不会打？哪有人这么炸的？
这个赛季连周冠都没拿过的人，都靠边，都靠边，都靠边。
三瑞希厉害啊，让你拳前辈。
3个考拉风带匕首。
你不是只会玩太刀的吗？
老子鼻祖保送进总决，凭什么打不过他？
懂不懂4王的含金量啊？
一队 S 能打吗？
还有没有啊？搞快点，赶紧说。
4条线，我看你怎么打。
单排最强专武都拿出来了，你最大。
如果 A 中闪 A， 升龙勾手，浮空2A， 再来个百叶斩，割下该如何应对？
如果这么打，很容易失误的。
这么热闹，能凑我玩一个吗？
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the NARAKA BLADEPOINT Pro League. And of course, we're in our solo grand finals. We're 3 games deep of today's 6 games. I'm your host and your caster, the Runekeeper. Joining me today as my co-caster is the lovely Seb. Seb, how you feeling after our first 3 games, buddy?
I don't know what's going on. I'm going to be completely honest with you. These games have been so crazy, man. I'm so excited to see what's going to be happening in these next 3 games, to see if these players who are down in these lower spots are going to pull out all the stops, pull out all the magic, and make it work, or if they're going to keep regressing and falling back into this same pattern that we've been seeing all of these lower players, or not lower necessarily, but these players who are in the lower areas of the standings right now, are they going to keep falling back lower and lower, or are they going to persevere and push through and come out on top at the end of these 3 games?
Yeah, it's going to be very interesting to watch. And, you know, funnily enough, all eyes on WBG Spider like usual, but now all eyes are on WBG Spider because he's got some work to do. You know, his first 2 games, not where he wanted to be at all. This last game, his first game where he was able to find any kind of footing, and unfortunately he wasn't able to walk out on top. He kind of walks out with kind of like a middling score. He doesn't even hit the double digits, which is not like WBG Spider. When he starts having a good game, typically if he's having a good game, he takes it all the way, or he hits double digits. He's very close, you know, and our top 3 spots were very, very close in terms of points. That's actually kind of bad for WBG Spider, because the 2 other players that he's very close in points to had very good performances in games 1 and games number 2. They've been consistent all day. So this game doesn't really bring him that much closer to those 2 players because of how close the scoreline is between them. Realistically, he's in the same spot he was in after game number 2, except for the fact that he's got some points over some of these other players. But the 2 players he's really competing against here, still in that same exact situation he was at the end of game 2. So this game kind of works out to be a little bit of a net neutral in terms of playing catch up to those 2 players. So he's got to be feeling the heat right now. WBG Spider out here trying to cook, but he might be the Spider who ends up getting cooked this time.
The itsy bitsy spider falling down the water spout is what he's looking like right now, but he could turn into a tarantula. You know, he could start biting. He could start dealing out some venom. And what I've seen so far with WBG Spider right now is his early game. His early game right now is not on point. He's not picking up very many kills early game. He's not getting the greatest loot early game. And so he's ending up at a disadvantage when they go into these final circles. Whereas these other players who are picking up a lot of kills early game have already racked up a certain amount of points and they have this level of confidence. Spider's still down here. He's like, okay, I'm still trying to get things going. I'm still trying to get my first kill on the board. Yangs are spawning up and he's like, do I take them? Do I not? There's a lot of doubt that's probably running through his mind while he's trying to play that mid to end game. And that's why he keeps falling short of that title. Like, we did see him pick up a little bit early game last time, but those first 2 games, he didn't have a single kill early game.
Well, you know, that's kind of WBG Spider's MO. If things don't go the way he wants off of the early game, he tends to have a much slower performance if he has any sort of performance whatsoever. So this is kind of atypical of what you expect to see from WBG Spider when he has that slower start, is he just doesn't really do a whole lot. And it's because he's a very momentum-based player. Now, in the past, through this season, he's found a little bit more of a consistency, whereas like if he doesn't have a great game, he kind of plays for that late game where he'll pick up at least a couple of eliminations and still that top place finish in terms of ranking points. And that's helped him make those games where he does have good games count for so much more. But that's not what we're seeing here today. And it could just be the nerves. It could be maybe his first 2 games were just his bad games. Because let's be honest, if you're having 6 games in a day, there's almost always 1 bad game for a player. Out of 12 games, you can kind of afford to have 2 bad-ish games. Maybe he's got his 2 bad games out of the way, and the rest of the games we're going to see from him are more of that consistency / good games we've come to expect from WBG Spider. Only time will tell, and I'm gonna tell you right now, I wouldn't bet against him, Seb.
Honestly, right now, I'm starting to see betting against Spider is not a good thing, because I bet with Spider the first 2 times, dropped 20k points each time, lost all of it, then bet against him and lost all of it again. So now we're gonna be betting with Spider, dropping my remaining scraps of points, and just hopefully regaining all of my points by the end of the night. But that is not what you guys have come here to see. You've come here to see some crazy NARAKA action. We're seeing AOW's mic getting locked in here. You can hear the crowd cheering loud for everybody This crowd electrifies the room. As I've said before, even when there's no crowd, there's only the coaches. There's so much yelling, so much communication. These coaches are talking to them through their speakers. It's very loud in there. And the atmosphere, when you add in an audience and they're all screaming and cheering, the pressure gets really put on. And that is where you can see whether these players will crack under this pressure or they'll thrive. Because it's a fight or flight. You either fight, you flight, or you freeze. And lots of these players are seeming like they're starting to freeze up a little bit.
You know, that's something we talked about earlier in a couple of seasons. You know, these players who are coming in for the first time and, you know, you're on stage for the first time, there's a huge crowd, you've got to be able to focus on your game and not what's going on around you. And a lot of these players kind of struggled with that the first time they started coming in to the seasons and things, but almost every single player that's playing here in solos today can't really viably use that as an excuse. You know, they've been to the World Championship, they've been on the biggest stage that there is, they've been playing on the big stage for the last 2 months here in the NBPL. If there's any sort of those jitters going on for these players, something's wrong, right? They've been here, they've done this, they should be able to focus in, lock all of that out, and just focus on their game. The only thing that should be getting to them is themselves in their head, right? That's where these players, if they're going to find any sort of space where it's jitters or nerves, it's them getting to themselves or other players getting in their head. If they're letting the audience distract them in any way, shape, or form, they need to go back and do some more training, because these guys have been here for months on this stage doing it, and there's no excuse for it at this stage. As we lock in, we're taking a look at all the players before we head into game number 4. It's going to be interesting to see the hero picks here. I'm expecting to see a little bit more Valda this game, and potentially some Justina as well, as it is more style nighttime. And here we go. We're going to see those Justina picks come through. We're going to see, we're going to see the Valda picks come through. We're going to see one Justina coming through from AOW's Mike. We're going to see a couple more Akoses coming through. Wang Liang going to be playing Akos for a second time. Panda Man going to be locking on Akos. J-Team's Action. Ventus is Reki. Spider is going to be locking in that Valda. And this is an interesting pick, because in the past we've seen Spider do very, very well on Valda. So if I expect to see Spider pop off in a game, this is the game I expect to see it happen.
Yeah, and having Spider on Valda, where there are only two other Valdas in this lobby, it makes them a little bit more targetable. But these are three powerhouse players playing Valda, so they are going to be forces to be reckoned with, especially shaping up against the likes of Tarka and Zping and Matari. It's going to be interesting to see how these matchups are going to work in this current meta with this patch that we have playing Valda.
Well, you know, Valda in the best state she's been in this current patch, right? The changes to her V2, absolutely a buff for the hero. She hasn't seen the nerf that came out in the most recent patch, because we are one patch before the most recent patch right now. So while she's in her ult, she's got a pretty decent safety net at the moment. She is able to get in her bubble, saw a little bit of a buff before the most recent patch yet again. So kind of in the best state we've seen Valda in. And even before these buffs, we saw many, many players doing well on Valda here in the NBPL. So we should see that be even better this time around.
Taking a look at our spawns, we did see a lot of players close to those outskirts of Celestia. Nobody's really spawning close in to these main named zones right now. We're going to see a couple players near the outskirts of these gold zones running in and around, trying to get as much loot as possible. As is tradition, we are following GG's Shaws. We're going to flip right back over to AOW Mike, taking a huge hit from the Staff. Staff is one of the dangerous weapons right now in this meta. Staff is just so hard to fight against. The parry timing, the ability to be able to just absolutely mince the health from the teammate, as we're seeing from the slam here into the scale rush. JDG's Chuzhong here making an incredible play, trying to go for the uppercut, but AOW Mike knows how to get out there. The ankle breaker with the dagger. Getting the armor swap back onto blue armor as well is going to be super helpful for him. He does open up another blue armor ready for a swap if needed. And we're going to see Yiran still giving chase onto AOW Mike as Chuzhong did end up picking up some purple armor as well into this fight. Mike not wanting any piece of Yiran right now. Looks like he's going to try and go for some charge, holding that neutral area, and he's able to get that charged LMB off onto Yiran. Yiran's going to back off right now as we're going to see some pistol shots come out. Mike taking a decent amount of damage here. He is going to try and run around. He knows where that armor is. It looks like he is trying to go for that armor swap. He does get it right away, trying to go for that heals. We're going to flip over WBG Spider, already with purple nunchucks, trying to fight against Shang Yu. There is a third party in here as it is J-Team's action trying to come around and fight with those dual blades as well, and he's going to get the 1-2 off. The F3 gets popped from WBG Spider, tries to make his way out of that area. He doesn't want to get hit by J-Team's action and get cornered up, because once you get cornered up by those dual blades, it's going to be very difficult for you to be able to actually make a play. As we're going to flip over AOW's Mike, getting his full health back with Justina here on that F freeze here. He's going to be able to get that armor back and reset into this fight as Yiran still trying to come on strong with the Great Katana, dealing a lot of damage to Mike. Mike trying to go for that hard charge, get that hyper armor, lets the 1.0 go, and ends up getting grappled into Yiran, almost hitting that combo off here. As we're going to see him go for the 1-2, switching to the musket here, and AOW Mike with a huge parry coming through. We're going to see the ultimate pop out from Yiran. Mike already got that cooldown, gets one heal off, but the backstab is going to be super detrimental here. So we're going to see the charge come off. It is a little bit harder to see the charge. Almost gets that combo off, and it looks like Mike is going to bring the combo the other way here. And Mike, even in the ult, Yiran not able to take out Mike, as we're going to see the huge third party from the Assassin's Lunge coming from Feng. Mike getting super low here. Feng trying to give chase with that gray dagger in hand. We're going to see the armor swap coming from Mike. Mike able to get a charged 1.0 off on to Feng. Feng looks like he's going to take the reset here pretty quickly. AOW's Mike also able to get that full armor swap reset here, and it looks like he's going to try and re-enter the fight or just keep his distance so that he doesn't have to re-engage with KLA's Feng right quickly. As we're going to see Spider getting dangerously low here, pops the F3. J-Team's action is just giving chase with these dual blades here. He's able to get him once, tries to get him a second time here. He is going to fall. We're going to see Spider go for that armor swap onto the gray armor, bringing it back around and turning the tables on this fight. He gets the charged LMB. We're going to see the ult get popped from action here. He needs to get out of this zone because we're seeing the third party from OC Xiang Yu come through, as JT's action doing a great job of tracking WBG Spider. Spider trying to go for the pot. He's not able to get it. The cooldown on the F3 was able to save him there, though he did have that combo breaker, and it looks like he is going to try and go for a heal, but he is getting spotted by Xiang Yu. Doesn't get the heal off. Spider able to get another charged LMB off, but he is getting dangerously low. Goes up into the sky here. Still has 8 seconds left in his cooldown. He is going to be able to get one pot off. Tries to go for the second one here. He does know exactly where both of these players are. Back at full gray armor. Is at a bit of a disadvantage with the gray armor instead of the blue, as we're going to see Baodas Huangfly also joining into the fight.
Yeah, taking a look here, this is turning into quite the cluster. So many third parties coming through. Exjin gonna armor swap into a white here just to keep himself healed up. Not an ideal situation for Exjin, as he burned his ultimate there, but wasn't able to lock down Spider. Speaking of which, Spider coming back with a little bit of payback here onto J-Team's Exjin, is able to just come in clean and just completely blitz through the HP bar there on Exjin, pick up the elimination. Zhang Yu caught out by those same nunchucks right now, and Spider with full meter has got quite a few options available to him. He can use that trigger if he needs to take control of the neutral. Huangfly coming through, though, doing quite a bit of damage. It gets caught in the bubble, but keeps the chase up. Spider with the ultimate, though, in a much better situation than he was before while he was being chased by Action. Just trying to keep things alive here, using that dagger for the movement. He's got the nunchucks and the dagger both in the back pocket there, waiting to swap at a moment's notice so he can keep things alive. He can get those scale rushes off. He's going to come down now and look to pressure on OC Zhang Yu, catches Zhang Yu into the uppercut with those nunchucks. A favored combo of WBG Spider here. Huangfly gonna catch him in the charge, left click of the dagger. Spider just using those bubbles to create the distance, goes for the pop, but Huangfly gonna come through the window on the top side, catches Spider and does a ton of damage here. Spider trying to go top side, wants to use that zone to his advantage, wants to use this building while he can. Tries to get a pot off here, will find an armor pot off, but now Zhang Yu's got him locked down in the zone. zone, using that staff, takes control of the neutral, tries to get chased, walks into the bubble, but Huangfly able to find the uppercut. There it is. He's going to pick up the elimination onto WBG Spider. OC Zhangyu with the uppercut, walks into yet another bubble, this time from Huangfly. Huangfly keeping the action going here. Needs to back away though. WBG Spider actually reses into the zone, wants to come back to his body and find all of that loot that he had. This is a risky play from WBG Spider. J-Team's action, Huangfly and Zhang Yu all waiting in the wings, and Spider can't stay in that zone too long. We're going to see J-Team's action come back and finally find an elimination here as he picks one up on about us Huangfly. And there we go. We're going to see Zhang Yu into the zone, no armor, extremely low. We're going to see a quick teleport coming in from Zhang Yu. Action continuing the chase though, does not want to give this up. Goes up, sees the TP, comes out. Needs to be careful though, because Zhang Yu is long gone and he can teleport a long distance back here. There's not really any hope of J-Team's action being able to catch up to Zhang Yu at this point. Zhang Yu, though, that timer on the teleport back gonna be gone as we head into our Realm of Yang. We're gonna see T225 going head to head with Wolves Kai Bao.
That initial sequence where Spider was just completely taking control of the fight. And I wanted to mention, he's using V1 in this meta. V1 Valda was questionable in solos at first, but now that V2 was just such a better option, most people didn't use the V1. He's the only person who's been who's going to be using V1 this game, so it's going to be very interesting to see how he's going to be able to beat the other Valdas using his ultimate. I don't know if it was a misclick or something, but using V1, I can't wait to see what strategy is going to come up with here as we're seeing two Tarkas in their ults, both slamming and hitting each other with those people's elbow, and it looks like Kai Bao is taking a lot of damage, and GS's T225 coming through and able to snake the kill out from underneath Wolves Kai Bao, able to take him down. He's going to get that Vermilion's Bird Knife, and then he gets a golden staff. Absolute powerhouse coming through. If T225 keeps up this pressure, he's going to be going crazy throughout the rest of this game.
Yeah, huge gains here for T225 as he's able to get the purple arm and that golden staff. And unfortunately for Wolves Kai Bao, he just couldn't take control of the neutral. Both of them popped their ultimate, and whoever was able to take control of the neutral the last time there was just going to win that fight. Unfortunately, Wolves Kai Bao was forced to pop his F before we saw T225 have to pop his F in that, and that is a death sentence in the Tarka v Tarka matchup. Wang Liang, though, able to avoid most of those bubbles as he's able to come through and put huge damage onto Huangfly. He does eat a bubble at the very end, but Huangfly not able to capitalize it. Wang Liang able to get a parry. We're going to see the ult come through here from Huangfly as he tries to come in and lock down Wang Liang. Wang Liang tries to use the F1 to buy that gold focus, but before he can get it off, we're going to see Huangfly catch him out there with the spear, coming back through, looking to lock down Huangfly while he can. He needs to be careful. He needs to get the setup with the V here before Huangfly is able to catch him out with the spear. Unfortunately, Huangfly is going to have no ultimate here. Kai Bao going to be heavy chasing this kill here because he needs to pick up that Soul Bloom essence from this fight to get rid of that Yang depletion very, very quickly. Huangfly very, very low. The bubbles come down. Kai Bao forced to go over the bubbles. Huangfly on the other side. Kai Bao coming in. He needs to get this Soul Bloom. He's got to take control of this. He pops the ult so that he's able to pick it up here. Doesn't regret the decision. That buys him back into the game, and Wang Liang's ult going to run out here. So now Kai Bao able to take control of this fight here versus Wang Liang. He's still got his ultimate running here. He just needs to grab control of that neutral one more time here into Wang Liang. Wang Liang just trying to keep it moving. We're going to see the jump right click connect, but we're going to see Wang Liang in the blue focus only take the damage, not the hit stun, so he's still going to keep it moving here. Kai Bao just needs a single hit here to lock this down, and Wang Liang doing everything he can to hold on here with the dagger. We're going to see them trade F for F. Wang Liang, though, on fire. No chance to stop and pop a heal here. He is literally down to 1 tick of HP as we see Kai Bao continue to give chase. Wang Liang has got to find a way to create some distance from this fight so he can get a heal off, or that is going to be it for Wang Liang. The grapple comes through. No range shots coming through from Kai Bao here, but he will find the grapple into the left click, and that's going to be another elimination for Wolves Kai Bao as he sends back Wang Liang to the lobby.
Amazing chase from Kai Bao and sticking with it, the perseverance to come away with that kill, going all range, not all melee, not trying to go for the range shots, just playing it back to the basics and mechanics. As we're going to see Yiran facing off against Pandaman. Pandaman with the golden longsword right now. He also has that Vermilion's Birdmite. He doesn't want Yiran to get the heal off, but it looks like he's going to be able to go for the heal. The overhold, the double charge on that gold longsword is going to be a lot of damage taken as they're going to clank a couple times mid-air here. He's trying to go for that combo. He gets the chase off, and we're going to see him try and go for that full staff combo here. He's sending some pop shots, and Yiran's getting super low. He's trying to run away with the staff here, but he's unable to escape Pandaman. Pandaman trying to come through and deal just one last hit of damage as Ventus's Reki has gotten some chase onto the shark, and it looks like Yiran is going to be able to end up leaving. They do still have eyes on him. They're trying to follow him around, sending some pop shots off with the pistol, and it looks like OUG's Pandaman is going to be able to get the kill here. Coming through, Reki able to steal the Goldblum message from Pandaman here. It looks like both of these ults are going to get popped here. Reki trying to go for the grab is unable to hit it. Pandaman needs to heal up here. It looks like he's not going to be able to get the pot off. Reki hot on his trail. Still has one grab left. It looks like both of these players are using the exact same ult. Reki trying to go for that slam with the claws is unable to hit it, and it looks like Wolves Kaibao is also going to be entering this fight. We're going to see Pandaman coming through with a huge play, but it looks like Reki's able to come through with the weapon swap, and Pandaman is going to go down to Wolves Kaibao. Kaibao coming through with the kill steal here as Reki left doing all the work but not reaping the rewards. Reki trying to make something happen on this side. OC Sangyu able to come away with that golden longsword as KLA's Fang is going to go down to AOW's Mike on off camera here, as we are going to see the second Realm of Yang is beginning to spawn. AOW's Mike trying to run away from G225. He's scared of that golden staff, and look at how much damage is done. All of his shield already gone. He finds an armor swap in the middle of nowhere here. Mike, the little cheeky armor swap from the bush. I guess he knew where it was. He knew where to hide it. Looks like he's going to try and come back around. JDG's Chuzhong ending up in the crossfire of this fight. Mike is going to end up using his F, getting that little bit of reset, getting that shield back so he does not have to re-enter the fight here. Looks like he's going to try and go back up. Dagger v dagger on Chuzhong here. Chuzhong trying to make something happen with that charged attack. He is going to get the charged LMB off, but we are going to see Mike coming back with a quick 1-2. Both baiting the charged LMB. They are trying to make something happen. JDG's Chuzhong doesn't have Assassin's Lunge, but Mike does here, as we are going to see him hit the Assassin's Lunge a second time in a row. And it looks like he has forced to pop into the mech here. Chuzhong dangerously low. Very, very low HP. If Chuzhong's able to get this pot off, he is going to be able to be a little bit more safe. Ventus's Reki is going to go down to OC Xiang Yu. AOW's Mike worked so hard, almost got the kill. Hit the Assassin's Lunge confirmed twice, but was not able to end up reaping the rewards of his fight. All this hard work, and that's what keeps on happening here. As we see AOW's Mike popping that F for as long as possible, just so he doesn't have to stay in. Able to tap dodge very nicely out of these shots, as he's going to end up coming out of the mech. Chuzhong hot on the run. Mike hot in pursuit. We're seeing Chuzhong also with the Assassin's Lunge here, able to deal a decent amount of damage. Chuzhong trying to make something happen with the dagger as Mike is switching over to the katana, and it looks like it was a little bit of a miss by here because Mike is getting dangerously low. Chuzhong running away. Mike able to get another armor swap. Oh my goodness, he's leaving armors everywhere. Trying to go for the freeze. Mike back in this play. Everybody's going crazy and out here. Oh my goodness. The F coming out from Chuzhong. Chuzhong trying to run away now. No shields left. No way to heal them other than pots. Mike getting hit, but he's going to pop that F. He's going to get some shield back. Not letting Chuzhong heal. Hits two huge musket shots, pistol shots, sorry. Hits a third one here, as we're going to see Chuzhong trying to run away. The third party of Xiang Yu is in the distance. He's going to get that gray armor swap. Xiang Yu now entering onto this fight. We're going to see him try and pop the pot, but it looks like he's able to almost get the charge off, trying to flip back over to that pistol. Chuzhong so lucky to be alive right now. AOW Mike almost ending his life for a second time here. Tries to go for the parry, misses it here. He's going to be able to catch him up there. Doesn't go for the full Assassin's Lunge. Mike gonna get hit with it. No, see Xiang Yu coming in, trying to go for that double charge, and it looks like JDG Chuzhong getting dangerously low here. The ultimate is going to get popped, and he's going to be able to get away again. Xiang Yu getting comboing AOW's Mike in the corner. Mike dangerously low now. It looks like Xiang Yu's going to be able to get... Mike is gonna go down! down. Oh, she's Shan Yu picking up the kill. And Xu Zhang able to get away from the brink of death. He is lucky to be alive, and he's going to come up on Shang Yu again. Hit him with it, but the ult from Shang Yu is coming out too fast. And it looks like they're going to try and go for a reset, but no. Xu Zhang coming in fast. And now Shang Yu trying to get away for the reset. Oh my
goodness. Look, AOW Mike sets this fight up so well. He's got multiple purple armors hidden, able to make those armor swaps time and time again. But this is something we talked about before. You can't overcommit to fights during this stage of the game. The longer you fight, the heavier the risk of running into a third party is. And that's exactly what we see happen to AOW's Mike. He well overcommits to the fight. He uses every single armor swap he has set up, which is quite a few. And then because of that, he continues the chase to allow Xu Zhang to get a second ultimate off in that fight. Finds himself falling victim to a third party. Mike just has nothing left in the tank at that point. He takes a ton of damage as he gets caught off guard by the third party. And then because of that, he's got nothing to follow it up as both of those players just turn their focus onto him because he's so low. And it's so unfortunate for AOW's Mike. You could tell how bad he wanted that elimination, but sometimes you have got to let those kills go, or exactly what we see happen to AOW's Mike there happens every single time. That overcommitment will come back to bite you. Turning now to WBG Spider going head-to-head here with the our boy J-Team's Action. Action using that F1, and then of course we see the F3 coming out from Spider as well. Both of these players here just trading shots. We see Action head back into the no-hold zone. He doesn't really want to take this fight right now. We're in top 6, and it's only zone 3. The aggression has been absolutely insane here in game number 4. These players eliminating people left, right, and center. And Spider in a good place. Wolves, Kai Bao once again having a good game here. Kai Bao really cleaning up so many eliminations early on in this game, and he's top 6 right now. He just needs to hold on to his placement here, get as high as he can in these final 6 standings, and he's going to find himself skyrocketing even higher up that leaderboard with this game. As he's taking a look here, he sees T225 not wanting to overcommit because, again, it's zone 3 collapsing onto zone 4. There is so much time left in this game. 9 minutes and only 6 players left alive. Kai Bao has no reason to risk overcommitting to any single fight right now. He's gonna see a player here. Look, he just goes and it threatens the space. He's not even hard engaging onto the fight. Kai Bao playing is very, very smart right now. He doesn't need to risk overcommitting to these fights and finding himself falling victim to a third party when he's got 4 eliminations and he's top 6 already. WBG Spider here, 1 elimination under his belt. He needs to put in some work though. Spider is in a place where he needs to risk it. If he wants to walk away the MVP this game and finally find an MVP for the day, he needs to pick up quite a few eliminations in a first place finish. And the longer the game goes on, the less eliminations are going to be available for him. Unfortunately, he misses the scale rush up into the building onto the chase for Zhang Yu. Zhang Yu just going to hide in the building here and needs to be very careful because this is not his Bane's Breath that is going down. We're going to see WBG Spider kind of threatening, looks to come in here, knows Zhang Yu's in the corner, just letting Zhang Yu know, hey, I know where you are. Don't think you're safe where you're hiding here. The only thing keeping you safe right now is somebody else's Bane's Breath. Or, well, it's not somebody else's Bane's Breath, but just a natural Bane's Breath. So none of these players can really go in and do anything about it. Zhang Yu just more than happy to chill out. Spider with some huge damage onto JDG's Xu Zhang. Xu Zhang forced to pop the F here as Spider gives chase. And again, this is what I'm talking about. Spider can't afford to play this game passively. He doesn't have enough eliminations if he wants to walk away the MVP here. He goes very low. Him and Xu Zhang going to trade range shots here. And this puts Spider in quite the bad situation. If one of those Bane's Breath were to drop on top of him here, it would spell absolute disaster for him. But him and Xu Zhang both going to take the full reset here. Spider going to find the bow shot onto Xu Zhang. Xu Zhang going to come in and find some hits here with that dagger and then into the musket shot as well. Both of them going about 50-50. It looks like Xu Zhang has the armor pierce on that musket there, so a lot of damage going through to Spider's HP bar there. Very, very strong plays from Chu Zhang. That armor pierce being such a good soul jade here in the NBPL. We've seen that, as well as slow shot really coming through for many of these players time and time again. Spider and Chu Zhang still going at it here. Spider catching some huge damage onto Chu Zhang with the staff. Chu Zhang just looking to find a space to get a reset here. So many players waiting in the wings as the zone is collapsing down onto zone 5 here. It looks like Chu Zhang will be able to find that full reset. Nobody wants to overcommit to a fight at this stage of the game.
Well, yeah, you overcommit to a fight, and like you've said it 100 times before, you become the bait, you become the chum for all of these powerhouse players that you could call sharks in my little analogy metaphor that I've got going on here, as GST225 is absolutely stacked. He's got 2 gold attack jades, he's got another gold jade, a couple purple jades, some gold weapons, some purple weapons, some gold armor, full alt, and OC Xiang Yu with that gold jade for the staff. This is going to be one that's going to be super crucial, because if you get caught in that gold focus, there's no parrying that. You're done. You're going to get hit with a lot of damage, and OC Xiang Yu could use it very well, or he could get parried right off the bat, and it could be very detrimental to how he plays this. As we're going to flip over and see WBG Spider, T225, and JDG's Xu Zhang in this sort of area by the no alt zone with J-Team's X-Shin, trying to just play positional right now. Spider bringing out that full staff combo so that he can just hold that ground, make sure nobody comes near him. We're seeing these range shots, and we're hearing them get sent back and forth across the map. And this is where Spider's ult is going to be the one that comes the most in handy here. He also has jabbing, we just saw coming out here, holding that angle again with that charge attack from the staff, and then using the movement to get around and move as fast as possible. Taking that low ground spot, looks like he's going to be holding that instead of holding up high. He does have a golden katana as well. This could be a huge helper, as well as OC Xiang Yu bringing out that golden jade for the staff as well. Holding that angle. Everybody knows he's got it now, because everyone can see him throwing it, as Wolves Kai Bao still in this game as well. We do have 6 players left on the board with 4 minutes and 38 seconds to go. Circle 5 is closing onto Circle 6 right now, as Kai Bao charging up that full sword. That is a dangerous weapon when in the hands of any of these players, and we all know the pole sword hurts, man. The pole sword. Oh, and he's got the overcomer. Oh my goodness, we're seeing a little bit of horse action coming around from Kai Bao. One of the best jades in the game, in my opinion.
Like, Overcomer is very, very interesting. It's very, very easy to be parried when you're using that Overcomer, because every single stage of it is parryable. But if you can catch a player off here in the end game and just send them flying into that final zone, it's absolutely massive. Zhang Yu, though, really set up very strong right now. That Merciless Havoc's going to allow him to buy so much space. If he's able to connect onto anybody with that Merciless Havoc will absolutely send you a bonkers distance in terms of how far you can just get sent flying into the zone, and then it'll also lock you down in the zone where you can't just, you have to like face check it, right? You have to run into it if somebody has it, because you've got to get out of these final zone ticks, because zone 6 here hurts a lot, and we're going to be zone 7 in the next 50 seconds. So none of these players can afford to be in that zone for long, and if you've got to run it face down through Zhang Yu's Merciless Havoc, there's no way you're getting back into that zone alive. And we see all these players, look, he has more space than anybody else. Nobody wants to deal with that Merciless Havoc whatsoever. He can just go up on that pole, hold the space, move when he needs to. WBG Spider goes so low here, and J-Team's actually more than happy to just capitalize it, unfortunately. Or no, was that Spider who goes out?
Spider went out. Action came away with the kill.
Yeah, absolutely crazy to see WBG Spider just go out like that with almost no fight whatsoever. That's not typical of Spider when he gets into these final zones, but unfortunately, it is typical to see Spider when he plays low and slow like this, when he doesn't get those early eliminations, to not have a great game. We're going to see J-Team's Action continuing to make use of that ult where he can. He's going to find another grab, this time on to OC Zhang Yu, and Zhang Yu flying. Now Action, though, so very low. He's going to be the attention of everybody in this lobby. The grapple comes through. Kaibao looks to try to clean it up. We're going to see J-Team pick up the parry. Kaibao looking to pick up the damage. And oh my goodness, there it is. Wolves Kaibao with his 5th elimination picks up J-Team's action. And Kaibao really coming alive yet again here in game number 4. You know, he gets eliminated early last game. Says, nah, I'm coming back. I'm coming in loud and proud this game. And sure he does. He picks up 4 early eliminations. And now here we are in the final moments of the game. And he's looking to pick up more. Top 4 players here, 5 eliminations under his belt. All he's got to do is make maybe 1 more placement, and he will easily be walking away our MVP for the game. Zhang Yu so low, and Kaibao looking to not only take placement, but pick up another elimination here. He sees how low Zhang Yu is. He's going to come in with the armor comer. Does a ton of damage. Zhang Yu, fortunately, able to use that teleport to keep from getting knocked in the zone too heavily by it, has got to teleport back. Everybody in the lobby trying to pick up this elimination. Kaibao swapping the bow, trying to make the shots, isn't able to connect. Zhang Yu will go down as Wolves Kaibao does find the bow shot. He goes to 6 eliminations, and now in the top 3, Kaibao takes control of this lobby even more. Now it's just JDG's 2 Zhang going head-to-head here with T225. Both of them too busy paying attention to each other. Kaibao can easily find some setup here. He needs to find 1 hit here onto 2 Zhang. He's not quite able to find it just yet. 2 Zhang gonna go airborne, turning his attention over T225. He wants to pick up the elimination, but no! Kaibao picks it up! Oh my goodness, T225 here in the ultimate. Kaibao, no hardly any ult charge left here, trying not to give the neutral up to T225. T225, though, with the armor advantage here, will find quite a bit of damage. Finds that neutral advantage. Kaibao, no place to go. Unfortunately, he does get eliminated, but he takes the 2nd place finish with 7 eliminations. Wolves Kaibao walks away with his 2nd MVP of the night.
Oh my god, Kaibao lit on absolute fire, hit them with the da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da, and then he just came right in, started absolutely decimating the health bars and sending all of these players back to the lobby with that purple pole sword. The punishment on those kills, he was able to get the kill in the mech. He wasn't able to get that last one, and you can tell he's happy, but he's like, oh, I really wish I would have hit that one. But now he's put a substantial gap between him and these other contenders for that 1st place, and it is looking really good for him.
Oh my goodness, Wolves Kaibao, man, this is so great for him. He's had such a rough season. He had a rough time at Worlds. He's really been trying to find his footing back, and today he's been able to do it. His 2nd MVP of the day. And look, I'm gonna tell you, if you're gonna find yourselves back in the running, if you want to find yourselves really performing well, today's the day to do it. Coming in here to the grand finals is the time and place to make it happen. I'm gonna have to get my Wolves jersey back up off the wall and just fly my flag high here for my Wolves boys. You know, I told myself today I wasn't gonna sing Wolves praises because I didn't want to curse him, but apparently you can't curse Wolves Kaibao today because he's absolutely coming out, knocking it out of the park. I love to see it happening. Our boy Wolves Kaibao picking up his 2nd MVP of the day. Absolutely huge for him. Can't wait to see him do it again, Seb.
Oh, I am 100% excited to see him do that again. And this was like, do you remember season 1 repechage or rep change when Kaibao was like on the bottom of the leaderboard? He was like an 11th, no contender for finals, and then he came in and popped off and showed everybody that he was the boss.
Oh yeah, that final game where he picked up like he picked up so many eliminations. I can't remember how many kills it was, but it was basically the whole lobby. He like lobbied absolutely everybody in the final game, climbed his way all the way back up into the last qualifying spot for Worlds, and it was insane to watch him do. And you know, I've been a Wolves fan for a long time, but that moment is something I will always remember. I had the pleasure of being here to cast that, and it was just so great to watch because he was on a different plane, man. He was coming in. People would see him coming from across the map and were like, you look at Joe Schmo to the left of me because I don't want none. Take that smoke somewhere else. And he took that smoke to the entire lobby. That Revenge was absolutely insane. So it's nice to see him coming back, making a little bit of a return to form today. This was a great game from him. I was super worried after game number 2. You get to that final circle, and realistically, he picked up all of those eliminations in that final circle off of his ultimate in game number 2. I was very worried that that was just going to be a fluke, that, you know, Kai Bao just found himself in a good situation. This game proves that it was otherwise. He picks up 7 eliminations, a 2nd place finish, a 14.2 game score, if I'm not mistaken, the most points put on the board in a single game today. Wolves Kai Bao coming out, putting in the work. AOW's Mike also finding some decent space, still up here in the top with a 6.2 for eliminations. Unfortunately, WBG Spider a 2.4. GG Shah nowhere to be seen this game. While we were watching all these other players take fights, all of a sudden GG Shah just disappears from the leaderboard. We never got to talk about it. We never saw who eliminated him. He just kind of walked away silent here in game number 4. So GG Shah needs to come back in game number 5 and find that consistency again. Fortunately, this is his only bad game thus far, and typically players are all going to have at least one bad game every day, so hopefully it's his only one today, Seb.
Well, yeah, you're never going to be 100% perfect here. So we saw that nice kill coming up from AOW Mike. You're never going to be 100% perfect in a game. It's impossible, right? So you have to start picking and choosing your battles, right? Do you want to play terribly all 3 of the games? No. But if you want to have one game where you don't perform as well, you have to shake it off and let it go, because it is going to be fine. It is not the end of the world for GG Shah. He is going to be able to come back. Now, the problem is if he falls into a pattern. If he keeps on doing this and won't stop doing this, then it gets to the part where you're like, okay, we need a little bit of time to rethink our strategy and calm down here while we figure all of these things out. As we see GS's T225 taking away that 8th kill from Wolves' Kai Bao, but I'm pretty sure he's not that mad about it. Taking a look at this MVP screen now, see the least amount of damage that we've seen so far today, but the most amount of kills. So we're seeing that more players are getting the kills off of these third parties and dealing less damage, and the players that are dealing the most damage are getting less amount of kills, dealing 4,482 damage with the staff, 3,060 with the bow, and then the rest of it mostly skills and ultimates. He stayed pretty close with most of just his staff, bow, skills, and ultimates, and then at the end he was using that pull sword with the overcomer, and he did have that heavy sword sap to help him out as well.
Hey, here's the thing realistically, right? At the end of the day, it's about who picks up the kill, not who puts in the work, right? Exactly. And that's what we were talking about with AOW's Mike when he gets eliminated in this game. He puts in so much work in that fight versus JDG's Chu Zhang, but he overextends. He overstays his welcome till the third party comes in. Not only does it cost him the kill onto Chu Zhang, but it costs him his life as well, as he finds himself third partied because he overstayed for way too long. He doesn't see the third party coming, and it's like as soon as he gets picked up, it's a full carousel coming in from that legendary longsword. It's so much damage, and he's got nothing left in the tank. He doesn't have an ultimate, he doesn't have an ability. He's forced to go outside and take both JDG's Chu Zhang mech as well as that legendary longsword chasing him up, and he's just got nothing left to give, finds himself eliminated. And that's where you have to be. You have to look at yourself and go, hey, I know I've put in so much work towards this elimination, but I need to back off of it, because you'll see time and time again. We actually watched Chu Zhang turn around and do the same thing. He overcommits to a fight. Who shows up but Wolves Kai Bao? Wolves Kai Bao literally slides in, pokes for the final hit on the kill and goes, okay, thanks, bye, woof, and he's gone. He just picks up that elimination, and Chu Zhang's like, where the heck did he come from? Like, what happened? Did somebody get the number of the truck that just hit that player? Because it weren't me. And I mean, you gotta love to see it. Kai Bao comes in, he plays efficiently. Super happy to see him do well for a 2nd game in a row. It's his 6th MVP of the season. That means he's picked up 2 of his 6 MVPs here in the grand finals for the season. You can tell he's been practicing, he's been putting in the work, and it is paying off for him today.
Yeah, hey Kai Bao, you wanna hook me up with your coach's number, man? I'm trying to get into the NBPL. You gotta get me set up, because Kai Bao's performance was absolutely amazing. And here's another question for some treasures, ladies and gentlemen. Who is leading the scoreboard now? And this one I'm actually not too sure about. These questions are starting to get a little bit harder. But is it A, GG Shaw, B, AOW's Mike, C, WBG Spider, or D, Wolves Kai Bao? Now we can rule out one of them right away because we know that they haven't been having the best day. But, you know, who knows? I'm actually not 100% sure. So we're going to leave it up to you guys. You guys are going to let us know in the chat, and I will be corrected later on.
Yeah, you know, we're getting ready to lock in for game number 5. This is an important momentum shift as well, because it's the last game of Hollow Roth. I'm expecting to see some Z-Pings come out. I'm expecting, if we see Takeda today at all, this is the game where we see Takeda. We don't typically see Takeda off of the Hollow Roth map, so it's the last game of Hollow Roth. If we're going to see him, we probably see him here today on this particular map. I'm expecting to probably see some more Mataris. She's also pretty favored here on Hollow Roth, so some of those players who haven't had the opportunity to play Matari yet, I would assume that they're going to bring Matari out here on this particular map. I think we've seen most of our double heroes coming through. We might have a few left for a couple of players. We might see some more Akos coming through. He's been pretty heavily picked and double picked, so there might be 1 or 2 players who still have Akos available. This would be a good map for them to bring him in as well. As we take a look at the standings here, Zhang Yu slowly climbing his way up the leaderboard, not having the strongest of day, but he started all the way at the bottom. So any forward momentum, if he can get into that top 10, he gets placement points towards Worlds, and honestly, that's what it's all about, especially if you come in at the bottom of the pack. So him steadily climbing, it's a good place for Zhang Yu to be. He hasn't had the best performance today, but it's better than nothing. AOW's Mike currently sitting in the top here with 32.7, because again, GG Shaw ended up going out quite early here during this game, but Wolves Kai Bao with his second MVP of the day climbs all the way up to 3rd place, a 25.6 game score, and Wolves Kai Bao came in today pretty low in the standings, so he's got to be really happy about this performance. 2 more games to go. Spider following down a position. He was in 4th place. Wang Liang able to climb up just a little bit higher than him, about a 1.2 point difference. So, you know, Spider's still in it, but he's not having the day one he was hoping to have whatsoever. We're 4 games deep, and he hasn't been able to find an MVP yet. That's very rare for WBG Spider. So he's got to find something in these last 2 games if he wants to come into day 2 in a comfortable position whatsoever.
Yeah, and I'm honestly starting to lose faith, man. I don't know if we're gonna see it.
Okay, the only reason I'm not losing faith is 1, it is WBG Spider, and 2, typically if Spider has a bad day, he pops off in his last couple of games is where he finds himself popping off, if he does when he has a less than good day. So we are heading into the final 2 games. We could see history continue to repeat itself, and he finds himself, you know, popping off in these sort of final 2 games. You know, again, it's really anybody here for our grand finals for the spring split. You know, these players came in mostly equal ground for absolutely everybody, and they are tearing it up out there today. We've seen GG Shaw climb up to the leaderboard. We've seen Wolves Kai Bao climb up to the leaderboard. AOW's Mike currently sitting in that 1st place position. Mike just playing very consistently today, and that consistency is what it's all about here. Unfortunately, Spider not having the day that he wants it. Even Wang Liang outperforming Spider just a little bit today. Spider really not the day he wants to have for himself, but it is still anybody's game realistically. I mean, even Panda Man not that far behind the pack in terms of the sort of 7th to 4th place position. You know, he's realistically only 1.7 points behind Wang Liang. That's not a lot of points to be behind. And again, Panda Man really starting to come awake this season. I think anybody towards this top 8 could very easily walk away our champion, Seb.
Okay, but 4.7 points. That's still at least 4 kills or top 3.
No, 1.7 points.
Oh, 1.7 points. This is closer than ever.
Yeah. That range between 7th and 4th place, very, very tight. All within less than 2 points for those 4 players. And they're not super far behind some of the players above them, realistically. They're like 7 points or something like that. So they're realistically, just today, about 7 or 8 points behind. And they still have 6 more games to play after today. So anybody in this top 8 range, it's still their game.
Okay, but when you say that as well, it's like they're saying, okay, if they get a lot of points, but the only problem with that is the top players have to also get no points, and they have to get points for them to be able to climb up even faster.
I mean, you're not wrong. It's a tall order to do, but we've seen it happen. Just look at today as example. WBG Spider came in at the top of the leaderboard, right? He's had games where he's not had good points. So anybody can have those games where they don't have good points. All these players realistically need is one good game to drastically change the top of this leaderboard, right? GG Shaw was at the very top of the leaderboard. He just had a 0-point game, and he allowed other players to bypass him because of that. These points shift so drastically. 7 points seems like a decent lead, seems like a big boy lead. It's really not. We've seen players absolutely pop off. We've seen players pick up 10 eliminations in a first place finish, which is, 14 points at the end of the day. There's so much that can go wrong for all these players at the top. It is still anybody's game, very realistically. As we get ready to lock in for game number 5, again, this game is going to be taking place on Hollow Rock. It's going to be interesting to see what picks come through. I'm willing to bet if we see Takeda at all, it's on this map. No Takeda. We are going to see a Viper come through. We've seen Iran do this before. That F3, very strong. Wang Liang, I still don't agree with this pick. We've seen him do it a couple times throughout the season where he locks in this Wu Chen pick here, and he just kind of does nothing on it. This is not the game he needs to be coming in and having his bad game on. Given that there's only one game left today, I really don't agree with the Wu Chen pick coming in. We are going to see at least one Matari coming through. This is kind of a much more mixed bag than I was expecting to see on this Hollow Rock map. Maybe some of these players trying to hold off that final pick for the final game of the day. Spider here going to be finally bringing in that Ziping Yang. No surprise, Spider loves to play Ziping on this map. I would have been kind of disappointed if we didn't see him bring it out here for the final Hollow Rock map of the game.
And yeah, Spider on Ziping, when the Ziping meta was hard, that's where Spider was going off with that Ziping meta. And so now that we're seeing him bringing it in when it's less of a meta, but it's still a super strong and playable character. And it looks like we are going to be seeing a lot of spawns by that Plume Castle area. So this is going to be a pretty big bloodbath pretty early, as we're seeing a couple other players spawning on closer to that western side of the map. Nobody really playing up in that northern side by the Imperial Village. We've got 1 to 2 players on that Yushan Ruins and the Frozen Lake area.
Yeah, Wolves Kai Bao here and OC Zhang Yu looking to go head-to-head here, trying to solve puzzle. This is such a risky gambit for the players involved here, because not only do you have to guarantee you win the fight off the rip here, but the potential for third party while you're trying to solve that puzzle, very, very high. We very rarely see this pay off for the players involved. We're going to see Zhang Yu down below already looking to get some loot and potentially find out the solution to that puzzle. We see Wolves Kai Bao topside going ahead and looting up and getting ready for that potential fight to come through. AOW's Mike here doing a little bit of looting himself here, finally able to find some blue armor here, so he's going to be able to turn around and take that fight if he wants to. Wang Liang, Chu Zhang, and WBG Spider all in the same place. Spider not wanting to take the early fight too much here. He already took a little bit of damage, but doesn't have the resources to really take a prolonged fight. He will find himself into JDG Chu Zhang here with that charge left click. The F1 coming in. Chu Zhang looking to catch him out in that charge left click yet again. Spider already forced to pop the bubble here. doing a little bit of healing here, able to get away because of the bubble. No grapple is going to lock him down. Spider just kind of waiting, seeing if anybody's going to follow this up. Doesn't look like they're going to be. Nope, Wang Liang's going to come through the door here. That Wu Chen pick we talked about. Wang Liang just absolutely putting the schmooze onto Spider, catching the uppercut there off of the staff into the weapon swap for the greatsword. Spider going to be forced to pop the bubble yet again. That bubble cooldown so short, and WBG Spider knows how to utilize it very, very well. Wang Liang, again, on that Wu Chen pick, still looking to make something happen here as we turn our attention to OUG's Panda Man. Kelly's Fang, he actually overholds here on the katana, catches a ton off of that on to our boy Fang here. Fang just trying to get away at all costs. But we're going to see some rain shots coming in as well. Panda Man really in a bad situation. If one of those rain shots connects, that's going to be it for Panda Man. Fang, though, stuck out in the zone. Panda Man can't pressure him here, though, because of how low he is. A single tick is going to be all it takes here. Panda Man catches the elbow. He steps into the zone. Oh, my goodness, his foot's in it. It's during the downtime, though. The tick doesn't go up. He's just got to find this hit onto Fang. One more clank and he goes down. He's got to find something here. Unfortunately, he's not able to find it as Fang comes through with the scale rush and picks up the elimination. What a close fight between these two titans.
Oh my god, that took my breath away. I was so scared there. This Mike coming in for this huge third party doesn't get the best opportunity in these shots as Yiran is going to take a decent amount of damage, but we're going to see the ultimate come out right away and focusing on him, but Yiran is going to go down. T225 dealing a lot of damage with that pull sword onto Mike. Mike getting super low, but he does have the better movement as we're going to see the Justina ult gets popped from T225, but Mike already disappeared here as T225 hot in pursuit, though. We are seeing him get pretty close. Mike trying to break some ankles here as we are going to see him actually go down. T225 coming away with his second kill in the match, and we're going to flip over. GG Shaw, no kills up onto the board, going up against Ventus's Reki here. Tries to go for the jump LMB here, does not succeed as Shaw trying to run away, gets the charged LMB into the, tries to go into the uppercut, but doesn't get it. Reki here going for a bit of a reset. Same with Shaw. They both want to get their shields back and retake into this fight. The gray pull sword, he is at a bit of a disadvantage as we already see the dreadful whale come out from Ventus's Reki here, where he's got a pull sword, or a staff, sorry, where he was making that noise. We're going to see Shaw trying to go for the charge. He's going to get hit by that pillar from the Feria ult, as we're going to see the clank come off. GG Shot playing very good positional game, but he's going to get parried. And then Reki here capitalizing on that. We're going to see GG Shot popping the ult quickly to get out of this scenario. He doesn't want to re-engage into this fight. He needs to hit that reset. So it looks like they're both going to take the reset. Reki's still in the ultimate, and there isn't very many people close to them. So this fight could be a very long 1v1. So we're going to see the heals come up. Shaw taking a lot of damage from that cannon. And he's going to take one more. We're going to see the damage come out from Shaw's ultimate as well. Tries to go for those 3 charges, but it looks like that ult is going to be ending up running out soon on both sides here. Looks like the mech's going to drop first as Shaw tries to get in with those claws, but he's not able to, as we're going to see a huge Assassin's Lunge play come out from Ventus's Reki, and Shaw trying to run away. We're going to see the hold charge come through. He's able to tap dodge out of it. Shaw able to try and make through. He's going to get caught in that charged LMB here as Shaw trying to run away, but he's going to get caught. Shaw with the huge parry and the punish onto Reki, hitting him into the air, into the charged RMB, and Shaw coming away with the kill.
What a clean fight here for GG Shot. Even though he falls victim to the Assassin's Lunge, he's just able to turn it around and find a clean kill there. Now turning over to JDG's Chu Zhang. Chu Zhang in the ult here, looking to lock down WBG. Spider needs to play this very carefully. He does have one more charge left on the ult. He's going to grab Spider up with it. Will it be enough damage? He's going to come in with the jump claw. He finds the elimination. Chu Zhang needs to get out of here, or needs to be eliminated quickly, because zone 1 is collapsing, and we're going to see those resurrections go away very, very soon. Chu Zhang still with the white armor. Too many players around for him to try to turn around and find that armor and swap into it. Gale's Fang will find the elimination onto J-Team's action. Luckily, Chu Zhang still has a little bit of time on that ultimate. He's able to hop around and keep things going. Comes in, finds Fong. Fong taking a ton of damage, but rain shots coming in from everywhere. Chu Zhang needs to be careful. Those eliminations going to go away very, very quickly. He He needs to make the decision whether he's going to die or try to stay alive here. Very, very soon, he's going to catch a full meter dump onto EWG's Yuron, but we're going to see Fong coming in with the scale rush from behind, and Chu Zhang, there's no time left for him to use that resurrection. It is now do or die for Chu Zhang because he has waited too long. He's tried to stay alive here against all odds, and these players are hungry on his heels. I can't help but feel like this is a player mistake from Chu Zhang. He picked up the elimination onto Spider. Now he's just going to hold out a little too long. This is it. There we go. Those resurrections are about to be off the table. They are no longer there, and as soon as they go away, he goes down. I said it. I can't believe Chu Zhang does it to himself. He could have just been eliminated, went and got resurrected, had his 2 eliminations under his belt, and re-geared back up, but instead he stands here and he takes the fight and lets himself get burnt out till his resurrection goes away. Why would you do that to yourself? Chu Zhang, come on, man.
I don't know. It was obviously a misplay, but we're going to take a look now at GG Shaw going against OC Xiangyu in the zone here. So we're going to see the parry, tries to go for it, forced to pop that F, gets punished for parrying a little bit too early there, throws off the 1.0 from the vertical on the longsword and is able to get it off here. But we're going to see the F3 come up from Xiangyu into the combo here, into the weapon swap, and GG Shaw taking so much damage, able to dodge out of it here as we're going to see him bringing him into the full carousel, into the grapple combo, getting him into a sliver of health, but OC Xiangyu able to pop the ult here. We're going to see the damage buff come through from that ultimate, and he's not going to be able to get caught in that Valda bubble yet, as we're going to see he's got a few spears left, and GG Shaw getting dangerously low, as well as OC Xiangyu, and it looks like OC's Xiangyu coming away with the victory on that one here. GG Shaw is going to be going down, as we are going to see XCG's Wang Liang also picking up that Vermilion's Bird buff.
Turning now to J-Team's action here. The bubble is coming down. Reki giving chase. Action does still have the ultimate here, but needs to be very, very careful. Reki gonna go ahead and pop the F just to try and get away here. Doesn't want to let Action get any sort of setup on him. Action will find the scale rush into the uppercut with the follow-up jump uppercut coming in. Reki pops the pillar, doesn't catch Action with it, and Action able to just juggle him away from the pillar and pick up the elimination. Oh my goodness, I wish we could get a run back on that. J-Team's Action just absolutely outplays him.
As we're gonna flip over.
Wild play.
It was absolutely crazy here. As we're gonna see GG Shaw catching Panda Man out in the open, trying to go for a charge attack in mid-air, but is unable to connect. And it looks like KLA's Fang is also going to be going down permanently here. GG Shaw playing very well in this positional era here. He's going to try and go for a bit of an attack here, and he's able to get almost full carousel off as he hits his F2, trying to get those ones off. He's not able to hit the 2 into the uppercut, but it looks like he was able to get a little bit of damage onto Panda Man. So Panda Man on the run now, as GG Shaw is giving chase. It looks like they're going to be playing back again with the tower watch without the meteors raining down this time. But GG Shaw, Panda Man chasing each other here. It looks like GG Shaw is going to get stunned, but nobody is around to capitalize on that. Almost getting taken out of the game. The nerves on that man right now is Panda Man so low and so lucky to be alive right now. He is still getting chased by 2 players. Tries to go for the armor swap, but doesn't get it here. And it looks like he might get super low. Pops the F, gets the fist, but Xiangyu says no, not today. I'm going to take the kill. And GG Shaw, even working so hard for that kill, doesn't get it. Looks like he's going to be able to go through for the double charge. He gets the overhold. Xiangyu able, trying to come back with that gold bow, the gold nunchucks, and hits him with the bow as well. Shaw needs to get a bit of healing off as we're going to see the F3 come out from Xiangyu into the full carousel uppercut combo here. Misses due to terrain from that charged attack. GG Shaw needs to heal up, otherwise he's going to be in a lot of trouble. Xiangyu able to get a heal off here, popping those fireflies that he sees on the butterflies that he's seeing. He's going into that gold focus, so he's not able to get caught out by the spears here, trying to hold it for as long as possible. Xiangyu trying to predict exactly where he's going to go, and he needs to get out of there fast. J-Team's Action now on the rebuttal here, as Xiangyu is going to try and hit him into that uppercut combo, but it looks like he almost hits him in there, but it looks like Action is going to be able to come out with it, and he hits him into the freeze, but it doesn't matter. Xiangyu does have that Vermilion's Bird Might here. Action picking up his 2nd kill of the game.
Oh my goodness, the action just coming in. GG Shah's got to feel so bad right now. He's put in work, so much work on multiple eliminations here and not been able to pick up either of them. J-Team's action coming in, capitalizing on the second one. Shah just trying to find his way back in. He's not that far from first place, but he's got to be able to capitalize onto some of these kills. OC Zhang Yu gonna come back in, loot up on some of these bodies. He just respawns right there. GG Shah, unfortunately, only has a minute left here to find himself one of those soul blooms before the Yang depletion kills him, and he's not been able to find a good fight for himself here. He keeps finding himself getting picked up with these third parties picking up the elimination. Shah here on the receiving end of Oshi Zhang Yu, these nunchucks and J-Team's action both focusing on him. Shah really can't find a break here. He's got 35 seconds left. He needs to pop this and immediately get back into the fight. He's going to have to do something crazy here if he wants to find an elimination, if he wants to get back into this game. He will get a parry here. Absolutely massive. He needs to make sure he's the one who gets that soul bloom. It doesn't look like he's going to get his hands on it. J-Team action keeps it from happening. He finds a parry onto action. Action uses the F3 to try to get away. Uses the uppercut combo here to go in onto him. 9 seconds. He just needs to not die for 6 more seconds. Shah with the overhold will find it. Action with the ultimate. The parry comes through, and that's going to be it as J-Team's action says nighty night to GG Shah.
Oh my god, he was so close, and action absolutely ruined his hopes and dreams. Action did it in the greatest style possible. He got desperate, started throwing those blues, ended up getting the parry off, almost came away with it, working so hard, but alas, no cigar, wasn't able to come through with the kill, wasn't able to get the soul bloom, or he got the kill, he just wasn't able to get the soul bloom. And J-Team's action playing it super smart, even though it was a very unfortunate play to see.
Absolutely. As we head into the realm of Yang here, we see XCG's Wang Liang going head-to-head with EWG's Yiran. Going to be a very interesting fight. Wu Chen doesn't really bring a lot to the realm of Yang here. Yiran also with that ultimate coming and doing a ton of damage, keeping the silence up there. We're going to see the swapperoo come in from Wang Liang, so Wang Liang's going to get the opportunity to get a full carousel here, but no! Yiran able to follow it up with the F. Wang Liang loses their best opportunity to make something happen, and Yiran so in control of this. Wang Liang, however, will find the scale into the full carousel and gets the charged vertical off of the longsword against all odds. Wang Liang comes out on top.
What? That was the most incredible thing I've seen all day. Wang Liang coming back from 1 HP in a dream as we're going to see T225 getting a huge parry. Kai Bao capitalizing right in the start of this Realm of Yang fight, and right off the bat we've got two of the most amazing fights I think I've seen all day. This Realm of Yang is going absolutely crazy. T225 scale rushing up top, and he's going to get caught in Kai Bao's blue attack here. So we're going to see the ultimate come out from Kai Bao and T225 here, as we're going to see the scale rush up top here. Trying to get that freeze on him is going to be what his goal here, as T225 does have that attack buff, and it looks like WBG Spider is going to go out here. J-Team's action is going to pick up another kill onto the board as we're seeing these spears get thrown. Kai Bao's missing, and he's going to get a freeze onto Kai Bao. Kai Bao taking a lot of damage here, and he could come back from 1 HP to dream. Kai Bao trying to not get frozen here. He's able to get the combo off onto T225, taking away all of his shield. Oh, with the weapon swap, and he's going through. T225 gets the freeze off. He needs to get a heal as fast as possible. He doesn't get it. Tries to go for the parry, isn't able to. We're going to see him get the combo. Tries to go for the lift. He's not able to, and he gets it with the forward snap combo, and no way. T225 goes down. Kai Bao from the brink of death. I have no idea what's going on. This is the most insane Realm of Yang fights I've ever seen. Oh my god, Rune.
I'm screaming, what a game! Oh my god, I love NARAKA BLADEPOINT so much. These fights are absolutely insane. First, GG Shah setting up 3 eliminations, not able to get his soul bloom. J-Team's action absolutely popping off this game against all odds. Wang Liang turning that fight around on nothing but raw skill alone. Lulz Kai Bao able to flip the script even after getting frozen, comes out on top. Oh my god, J-Team's action as well, leading the pack with 4 eliminations as we turn here to see what happens with action onto WBG Spider. He catches the full meter dump, follows it up. We're going to see another player coming around. Yiron trying to clean it up, but Action able to just lock them down. Look at his Action completely stacked right now as well. Turning over to EWG's Yiron, giving chase here to Bao Dao's Huangfly. XCG's Wang Liang also in the mix, trying to make something happen. Oh, what a crazy game of NARAKA. We are blessed to be here watching these absolutely insane fights take place. Only in the NBPL would you see things like this. Oh, Huangfly trying to move across here with the dagger, make a little bit of space. Nobody sees him, goes into the zone. He's going to use the teleport here, looks for the armor swap, unfortunately doesn't find it, goes extremely low, trying to find even a single pot here, is able to get one, but gets sent flying into the zone. Zone 3, the tick damage doing a lot of work here onto Huangfly. Oh my goodness, that Viper F3 coming in doing like 500 damage, and T225 able to capitalize on it, now trying to trade blows with J-Team's Action.
As we're taking a look over here, J-Team's Action getting the trigger off, not sending headers. We're going to see a huge play coming from T225 into the uppercut combo. J-Team's Action is going to force T225 to pop that F ability, but we do see that he has Soul Slash and a purple katana. This could be dangerous later on in the game here. Z-Ran is ending up giving chase to T225. T225 has become the target right now. He does only have blue armor, so this is making him more of a vulnerable target for his opponents to come and shark this kill away. And it looks like Wang Liang trying to just vibe out in the corner. T225's messing around with him, sending these pistol shots off at him, giving some chase, and it looks like he's ready to fight, man. He's got 1 minute and 53 seconds left on his Yang depletion. If he doesn't get a kill soon, he is going to be in a lot of trouble. Wang Liang holding blue, just making sure that T225 doesn't come very close to him because he wants to keep as much distance as possible. T225 needs to be aggressive, but Wang Liang's chilling, man. He doesn't need to enter in any of these fights. And being the only Wu Chen, he's the most targetable person in the lobby right now at about, and we're going to see a huge parry come out. T225 panic throwing that F here as we're going to see him getting back to full health, using that F ability to just regain as much health as possible, sending those shots off again onto Wang Liang, trying to follow him up the tree here. It looks like they're going to clank off, and he's trying to deal as much damage as possible, falling down. Those Wu Chen swords are going to deal a lot of damage to the durability of his weapons if he's not careful here. So he's going to pop his ult. He only has 1 minute and 6 seconds left. We're going to see the Tai Chi Rift switch, but T225 sort of manages to get out of it here, as Wang Liang looks like he had a switch way out, and it looks like he's going into the storm, running away from the rest of these players. He does not want to engage. He doesn't need to. He wants to take his kills and take them to the very end, as he's going to try and re-enter this circle here with very little health left and only 1 health pot. So this might be a little bit difficult for him, as he's not going that fast. This could be very tight here, as we're going to see him almost get killed in the storm. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. I don't think he realizes how close he just came.
Oh, what a game 5, man. This is such an incredible game. T225 here, mere seconds away from being eliminated. He needs to find a Soul Bloom Essence like nobody's business. He's trying to just walk it out. He finds a massive parry onto Yiron. This could be what he's looking for. He needs to clean this up right now. He's got 5 seconds. He's going to be forced to pop the F though, and he's going to go down to Yang depletion, and it's going to be EWG's Yiron who cleans up the elimination, but Wolves Kai Bao looking to come in and possibly clean something up onto Yiron. Yiron takes a ton of damage, isn't able to get the Soul Bloom, and is forced to back away and find his own reset. We're down to our top 5 as Zone 4 gets ready to collapse onto Zone 5 with 18 seconds left remaining alive. A Bane's Breath rolling through here, as well as some of these weather conditions. Mike looking to make a swap here, going to swap that spear and turn it into a staff. Mike with legendary armor, that legendary dagger and a purple staff, really set up for success here, but unfortunately no eliminations under his belt yet, so he's got to find something because there's only 4 players left for him to kill.
This is going to be a tricky one for Mike. He is going to get those placement points, but he really needs to get up in those standings with the kill points. If he can pick off 1 or 2 of the players and then try and hold for that ending circle and try and pick up as many kills as he can in that ending circle, getting those last 3 players, he might be able to come away with some extra points. But right now it's looking very, very difficult for him to do anything of the sort, as all of these players are absolutely stacked. He does have the best armor, but lots of these players have got some good weapons, man. Wang Liang We see that gold staff and that gold longsword, which is going to be very dangerous. We're seeing all of these players with all these different jades, all of these expensive gold weapons that are going to be very difficult to fight against, and they are very punishing, as we're going to see Wang Liang just running away here from Action. Action taking a couple pop shots at Wang Liang with the pistol, dealing a decent amount of damage, but not too much to cause for a reset yet. And it looks like they might start a little bit of melee fighting here. Wang Liang taking a little bit more damage than he really wanted to here. Gets back to full health pretty easily, but J-Team's actually coming in with a huge parry, taking away all of his shield here, and this is where the Sharks get deep. Kaibao starting to chase as well. Wang Liang starting to let off a couple blues here. He gets up into the top of the tree, but he's going to end up getting sharked here, going super low. Wang Liang getting in a lot of trouble. He does have 2 kills up on the board, but he doesn't want to go out here, taking a lot more pop shots here, trying to run away, using that Tai Chi Rift switch to just get out of there as fast as possible. Able to run away pretty far, but the whole lobby is after him. Pops his F ability so he can just stay up in the air for a little bit longer, using those blades to just prevent anything that would happen to him from a melee standpoint here, trying to just stun lock these players here as he does go down, as AOW's Mike is going to pick up his first kill with the pistol here coming through. And that's what we were saying, AOW Mike picking up a kill, then he's going to come through and rinse the rest of the lobby, is if all goes according to plan.
Yeah, this is huge for AOW's Mike. Even one elimination in top 4, those ranking points make so much more difference when you have even a single kill under your belt. Mike finding himself climbing up in that percentage chance of winning. A 12.6 is much better than the percentage he was at before. Wolves Kaibao in a very similar situation with one elimination under his belt. Needs to find something if he wants to walk away the winner of the lobby here. But Wolves Kaibao's been playing very good today, so it's going to be interesting to see how these final fights go out, especially because now we have this blizzard rolling through, so we're going to see players, their ultimate starting to tick down, starting with Yiran here. You can see that ultimate charge going down. I don't see a lot of these little fire pits inside this final zone, so these players going to be forced to take these fights without their ultimates. That said, Yiran running that F3 might actually find themselves in quite a strong position if nobody else has their ultimates. That F3 knocking somebody up, able to extend combos and doing as much damage as a Tarka fireball, and point blank just being able to let that rip is going to be a strong advantage for the likes of EWG's Yiran. If these other players haven't been able to get their hands on to a fire pit, and it looks like most of these players are seeing that ultimate charge tick down, so nobody's going to really want to engage in any sort of fight here. We're going to see a lot of these range shots coming out. J-Team's Action going low, and it looks like the fight is going to break out. These players don't have a choice. When you've got a player this low, you've got to come in and dog it down, regardless of whether you've got your ultimate or not. And we see Action, who is our leader in the pack right now, going very low. Kaibao forced to take a repair here, misses an opportunity to turn some damage onto J-Team's Action. Action looks like he's going to be able to get that full reset, but his ultimate continues to tick down here. Nobody has the buff. Nobody has ultimates available for themselves here. J-Team's Action will see Yiran hiding behind the wooden fence here, is going to move away, doesn't want to be on the receiving end of that scale rush. These 4 players trying to figure out how they're going to engage and what they're going to do, because they're going to be heading into this final circle with no ultimate, and there's nothing they can do about it as this blizzard just continues to tick away. All of them are going to be at 0% ult charge, and it's going to be a tall order for them to find that ultimate before the end of this match, if they're even able to find a single one through damage or whatever means it might be. EWG's Yiran on the backside over here. Finally, the blizzard goes away. The ults are going to start ticking back up, and these players need to try to start playing that range game. Yiran going to be the first one to find some hits here onto J-Team's Action, getting some of that ultimate charge under the belt. Action going very low. All these players looking to capitalize in. Unfortunately, Yiran misses that F3, and that is a huge impact for Yiran, because that's 500 damage and an ability absolutely gone when they don't have an ultimate. Yiran just trying to tap as much damage as as they can here. They want to get that ultimate off. They really want to find it before the end of this match so that they can get some huge damage out onto these other players. Yiran, though, looks to be the one who's going to go down here as he's caught out by everybody else. No place to go. Wolves Kai Bao will find that elimination, but now Kai Bao going to be the target of the lobby as he's got no armor under his belt here. He does have the Soul Slash, but it's going to get parried here by AOW's Mike, who sends him into the zone. Mike picks up the elimination there, and now it's Mike versus Action. Action is still running low on HP here. He hasn't been able to find a reset. He was trying to capitalize on that kill on it to avoid Wolves Kai Bao, and this could be it. Mike still at full health, still has the ultimate. That pillar could be the decision maker here. There it is. The pillar sends Action into the zone. No place to go. He just needs to pick up one hit, and that's going to be it as AOW's Mike comes out on top in game number 5.
AOW Mike coming out with that final kill, but it's still going to be my boy and my team, J-Team's Action, coming out with the most amount of kills and is still going to come away with that first place and win the lobby. So excited. He absolutely popped off the way he was able to isolate his 1v1s and just play some good old-fashioned NARAKA. Take away all the ultimates, take away the abilities, the circle ends fast, and he was able to come in and do it. Good job to AOW Mike, though, at the end for coming and picking up some extra points up onto the board because he didn't have a single kill in that early game. So picking up 3 at that end game was really great for him to be able to keep that consistency that you were talking about all the way through.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely insane for J-Team's Action here. I mean, we watched him absolutely come out on top of fights where he had no business winning those fights, right? We saw him getting chased at one point over by the frozen lake there, and he just is able to not only tap dodge away from the stun of the pillar coming out from the ferry in the lobby, but then able to follow up with a scale rush, knocking them away, catches the uppercut off the back of the scale rush, and then is able to follow up with a crouch jump cancel into another aerial with that spear, continuing to create distance away from the pillar, and Feria just desperately trying to get back to their ultimate, and against all odds, J-Team's Action absolutely walks through them. We turn back to them at one point, and they're just blitzing through WBG Spider with a pair of nunchucks. Like, Spider gets absolutely rinsed in that fight. He takes the meter dump, goes over the edge, and he just slides back in, and Action, there's 3 other players trying to pick up that elimination on Spider, and Action just comes in and goes bop bop, sends him to the Shadow Realm and says, nah, that's my elimination. You can go ahead and get out of here. And I mean, just what a crazy lobby in general from Wolves Kai Bao, making that incredible comeback inside of the Realm of Yang, the follow-up fight in the Realm of Yang as well, and then coming into the ending here, we saw Wang Liang. He must have heard me talking about how bad that Wu Chen pick was for him, because he was really trying to show us something with Wu Chen. He made nothing happen with Wu Chen's abilities. Let's get that straight. The 2 eliminations he picks up are after he's burnt his entire kit and he's behind in a fight and he just wins on raw skill, because it's how good of a player Wang Liang is. But in the end, he almost kills himself. He takes this weird wide turn out into the zone, and then he realizes, oh my God, I already have zone heal cut and I'm nowhere near the edge of the zone. He pops that one pot and he's booking it. He's trying so hard, and he barely, he like gets his pinky toe inside the zone before that zone tick kills him. And he sits in a bush and he's just breathing. He's like, oh God, I'm still alive. And then in the end, unfortunately, he's not really able to do anything. You know, he takes a couple of shots. He's forced to burn his F. He's forced to burn his ultimate. And he's got nothing left in the barrel, right? That ultimate doesn't even buy him any sort of safety, because he literally just teleports into another player who's waiting with the blue for him. So he's forced to pop the F to clank the blue to get away. His whole kit's burned. And I mean, man, the fact that he was able to win that Realm of Yang just off of raw skill alone says so much about Wang Liang as a player, because Wu Chen just was not the pick. But if this is his bad game, right? If he took a bad hero into this game expecting not to have a great game, this is a pretty good bad game to have for Wang Liang. As we take a look at the leaderboard here with a 2nd place finish and 4 eliminations, our 1st place winner here at MVP is going to be J-Team's Action, and such a strong game. AOW's Mike yet again in the top. This is what I'm talking about. That consistency for Mike, absolutely nutty. And even Wolves Kai Bao, he picks up 2 eliminations, picks up a 3rd place finish here, picks up 5 points. Wolves Kai Bao continues to climb that leaderboard. Unfortunately, WBG Spider and our boy GG Shah much lower in that leaderboard as they slowly fall behind.
And yeah, they're keeping on falling back into that rut. And hopefully, you said maybe Spider might have a great game later on. And Panda Man as well, they're not showing exactly what we can see from them, as well as Shaw. Hopefully, we can see them pick it up in that last game. But man, X-Shin made me proud. AOW's Mike as well, picking up those 3 kills at the end. I was happy that that happened. And Wolves' Kai Bao coming out, not coming to play, coming to take over these lobbies. And he's still showing consistency. Even though he only had 2 kills, he was still showing some great consistency. We're seeing Xiang Yu here. Wolves Kai Bao going out pretty early with a crazy uppercut combo into that. And then when we see with GG Shaw's parry, Shaw was off, but he was just a little bit off, and he didn't get to play into that late game there. And Xu Zhang getting away from this kill and almost getting that kill onto Spider here, absolutely amazing.
Well, no, he does get the kill onto Spider, but he plays himself after this. Look at how low he is. There's like 5 people there dogging him down, and he's like 20 seconds away from Resurrections going away, and he still has Resurrection. He's got white armor, and there's 5 players around him with like purple and blue armor all chasing him. Why doesn't he just die and take the Resurrection? That's as insane as this game is, I'm not gonna let Xu Zhang get away. Like, there's no excuse for him doing that to himself. If I'm Xu Zhang's coach, I'm looking at it and I'm like, dude, you've got to understand the situation you're in. You've got to be able to look at the timer while you're trying to escape these fights and just accept the fact, hey, it's better for me to go back to Soul Altar and get to live than it is for me to try to keep this loot and die.
Yeah.
Right? Like, you have to make that decision. We're taking a look here at our MVP. It's his 11th MVP of the season, 24,000 damage, 4 eliminations. J-Team's X-Shin walking away with a huge game on Valda here today. Love to see it. Absolutely mad lad here. Coming out 5k damage from the nunchucks, 3.4k from the dagger, another 3k from the spear. J-Team's X-Shin says, I don't care what weapon you put in my hand. I'm going to take the fight and I'm going to win it anyway.
And he still won it anyway, and it was absolutely crazy the way that he did it. Ladies and gentlemen, we're 5 games in already. Can you believe that? The time has been going by so fast. And honestly, I'm not too sure if it's like an NARAKA thing, but I think I might need a doctor because like my heart has stopped so many times and skipped beats. I don't physically think that I'm okay. But more or less, we have 1 more game today, and then we've got 6 more on Saturday. So don't worry, this isn't the last you're going to see of these solos, guys. And of course, we got next season and all that. Don't even worry. We're going to keep you stocked up with NARAKA for forever. Well, you're never going to get rid of us. It's going to be Rune and Seb 100 years.
Look, we've got all kinds of things planned during the off season. We're going to be here bringing you NARAKA every single weekend. You know, we would not rather be any other place, especially, oh my God, game 5 today. What was that game? You know, I can give Xu Zhang all that I want for that game, but the plays that these players pulled out, Seb, this was an absolute wild game. The craziness, that final circle too, we could not have asked for a better final circle. The blizzard coming through, nobody can pick up the buff, so we got a final circle that's like a no ult final circle. These players are just forced to take the fight that they're given and just go at it. I mean, I love it. I love a good final circle like that. It comes out is absolutely crazy. It's a good time, man. These games today have been insane. I only hope our 6th game today is just as crazy. And man, how are they going to top these for the last 6 games in the grand finals? Pretty crazy. But we've got a short video for you guys, and then we're going to come back and we're going to lock right in for our 6th and final game of the day.
I'm only sorry it didn't hurt more. Day, Calamity Rising.
我觉得从一开始首先来说嘛，它的意义是对我这边是非常重要的。就是首先嘛，就是我一开始这是我复出的第一次比较算是大赛嘛，然后肯定是意义比较重的。二是因为这次总决赛的关注度很高，然后我也觉得就是这次总决赛嘛，我也得拿下嘛，反正然后就觉得它的意义很大，然后包括为此也是就是一直在练啊，包括怎么样的一直在努力，然后就是为了这次总决赛嘛。这次的话按常来说就是这样的努力就肯定是势在必得嘛。但是俱乐部跟我说，就是如果这次再夺不了冠的话，可能就找个班上了，就要送我进场上班，就去体验一下上班的生活了。
Some nice words from AOW's Mike as we're going to be heading into our last game of the night. Ladies and gentlemen, I know it's sad. I know it sucks because we just had some gut-wrenching, heart-pounding, mind-throbbing action that was just insane. And now we're about to hop into our very last game. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the NARAKA BLADEPOINT Pro League. I'm your host and caster Seb, and I am joined alongside the father of NARAKA, the Rune Father, Rune Keeper, whatever you want to call him. I like to call him Rune Daddy.
Look, man, I'm not even sad we're heading into Game 6, man. That last game today has just been a roller coaster, man. And, you know, as crazy cool as roller coasters are, at some point, you're like, man, I need to take a break. I got to get off this ride, let my heart kind of rest back down in my chest. If Game 6 is anything like Game 5, when we're done, I'm gonna be ready to catch a break. Not because I ever want the NARAKA to stop, because I'm physically just gonna be like, bro, my heart about to come out of my chest, because these games have been insane. Oh my goodness. Oh, poor Zhang Yu, by the way. Look at this. He's so close to breaking into that top 10. So close. He just needs to find a little bit more. He's got 6 games after today, but man, it would be nice to already be in that top 10 heading into the last day here in the grand finals for the spring play. AOW's Mike still up top, 41.5. GG Shaw barely holding on to that second place with a 31.8 because Wolves Kai Bao coming up on his heels in third place, a 30.6. Man, I don't think anybody expected this out of Wolves Kai Bao coming in. You know, we talked about a lot of players, you and me, Seb, before we started today. And I don't think either of us mentioned Wolves Kai Bao. And I love Team Wolves. That's my team. You know what I'm saying?
Well, the one thing you said to me is like, I'm not going to mention Kai Bao because I don't want to curse him.
Right? Yeah.
Only thing you said.
I feel like I've caster cursed him so many times. But we've got a quick question for you guys. Which hero did XCG's Wang Liang choose in game number 5? Is it A, Yuashan, B, Viperding, C, Matari, or D, Wu Chen? I ragged on the boy for this pick, so I hope you're able to get this one right. Make sure you go ahead and lock your answers in, and then make sure you take a look at your DMs, because one of you who guesses this right will be receiving a DM here on Twitch, and that's going to have some goodies in it for you. You don't want to miss out on those treasures. They have all kinds of crazy good stuff in them. But man, we're getting ready to lock in for our 6th and final game, and man, if it's anything like game 5, I'm gonna lose my head, Seb.
Man, I want a DM from NARAKA. That'd be kind of cool. In all seriousness, though, ladies and gentlemen, this game number 6 is like, I'm getting tired for these players. I'm getting anxious for these players. I'm giving myself real life medical conditions for these players because they are stressing me out so much. I'm so invested in this. I'm so excited to see who is going to come away victorious on day 1. This is game number 6. We're about to hop in. All these players are locked in, dialed in. The audience is ready to go. Mike, AOW Mike, he's got a lot to prove, man. Wolves and Kai Bao and Shaw are the ones that are super close. Mike is already kind of clear on the top of the league. Unless Shaw and Kai Bao pop off. But that point is so fluid. They're going to be really close to being able to switch around with each other. So, what I want to see here is I want to see Spider get back. He's in that top 7 spot right now. But I want to see him get back up a little bit higher. I want to see X-Shin have another pop-off game. And then I think Wang Liang is going to do amazing. And I'm calling it right now. It's going to be all Takedas.
I feel like if we were going to see a lot of Takedas, we would have seen it in the last game. I feel like Takeda's very much fallen out of favor in terms of solos. I could be wrong, though. We could see some Takedas come out, even a lot of Takedas come out in game number 6. Time will tell as we get ready to lock in those hero picks. But, I mean, realistically, Takeda struggled even before Akos was in the meta, right? He struggled even more when Fairy Ashe showed up into the meta as well. Realistically, he kind of existed as this counter pick to Z-Ping for a while, right? He was very good before Z-Ping was in the meta. As soon as we hit, season 2, he started to heavily kind of fall out of favor. We saw players picking him into the Z-Ping lobbies, and even then, he just wasn't really able to overcome the amount of healing and escape Z-Ping had into a lot of those lobbies. And as more heroes have been added to the game, he's fallen more and more out of favor. I don't see too many people picking him up and playing him unless they're just super comfortable on the hero and are like, okay, hey, it's my last game, I've got to pick something, let me pick something that I'm comfortable on. But you look at people like WBG Spider, I expect to see Spider probably play something like Z-Ping. He hasn't played a double hero pick. So anyone he's played today, realistically, he could play again. I don't see why he would play 6 different heroes when he can play his favorite hero twice, right? It just doesn't really make any sense for him to lock in that Takeda pick at this point. And I feel like that's pretty similar for a lot of these players. Though a lot of players have locked in their second Akos pick already, because we had Akos in game 2, and then game 3 was like, all right, a lot of repeat Akos coming out. These hero picks, though, for game 6, going to be very, very interesting to see, and we're about to see them very soon because we are locking in for our 6th and final game of the day, and it promises to be absolutely insane. These games have only gotten more aggressive and more crazy all day long. There's one game left today before these guys get a 24-hour break, and then they come back for 6 more games on the 27th. You don't want to miss it. We also have the showcase for the new hero on the 27th. It's where you're going to want to be. No surprises here. Not a lot of Takedas coming through. Spider going to be taking that Akos pick a second time around this time. We see Zhang Yu locking in the Justina, Kai Bao, Wong Fly also into those Justina picks. Exjin going to be taking into that Matari pick. GG Shaw going to be the one playing Viper Ning alongside XCG's Wang Liang. And we're going to see Pandaman, T225, and Fong locking in those Fairy Ashe picks. These have been very interesting. I feel like Fairy Ashe very, very good in the final, that final circle moment, that ult really coming in clutch. But besides that, she kind of lost her potency in that early to mid game set.
Yeah, I've sort of been seeing that happening in the early to mid game, but the sheer ability to just be able to like, okay, I'm popping this down and I'm getting out of this fight right now. I'm gonna completely heal up inside a 2-ton mech with swarms on my hands and a cannon on my face. The sheer power and fear that it invokes in these other players, and the ability to just throw down the pillar as well and knock people off their balance, is such a versatile tool. And then her kit is just goated, man. Her kit, it's unrivaled by other heroes, and the way that these pro players are able to swing it, and of course they make it the best that it possibly can be. Taking a look at these hero spawns, we're going to see a couple players on that East Coast side over here down in New York. We're going to see them by Eventide Temple in those gold zones, close to the Fireflies areas and that little cave on that side, as we're also going to see a bunch of players in Celestra, as it is a gold zone. We're going to see J Teams Action, EWGZ Ran, and a couple more, and the rest are going to be scattered around the northwest corner of the map. As we're going to take a look now, the winner of our last game, AOW's Mike, who got first place in our last game. J Team's Action was the one who actually won the game, as we're going to flip over. Already BG's Spider getting griefed by Terrain with that longsword, missing that shot, and he is going to pick up a purple katana right off the bat. This is going to be super helpful for him. He doesn't have any armor at the moment, but AOW's Mike as well already picking up a purple longsword and blue armor. This is going to give him a huge advantage against Oshi Xiangyu, who doesn't have as much armor, but we're gonna see a huge uppercut combo. He is gonna drop it here. Mike trying to do the same, gets the 1.0 charge off, but Oshi Xiangyu coming in with the charge, gaining priority really fast on the AOW's Mike, trying to bring him around for the full carousel, but Mike flipping it around, and the 1.0 to the face. Xiangyu is going to go down, as we're going to see EWG's round getting weapon swapped here, trying to flip it back around as KLA Fang trying to make something happen. He does get a parry off, and he ran super low, is going to go down to OUG's Panda Man. We're going to see WBG's Spider popping that F from ACOS to be able to just clear the room, knock everybody on their feet here, as we're going to see WBG's Spider getting saved by Terrain there. Almost got hit by the 1.0, but Spider was able to get away. The Terrain helping him there, scale rushing on top of the building to go for a heal here, as JDG's Chuzhang and OUG's Pandaman hot in pursuit. Spider not able to get the heal off, is going to end up scale rushing back around, still breaking the ankles of these other players here, trying to go in and out of the building, able to get another pot off very fast. Tries to go for the second one here, and it looks like everybody is going to be going for the reset instead of sharking right away. Spider not able to get the pot off, but he's able to pop that F and get out of there as fast as possible. He does not want any part of this fight right away.
Yeah, Spider not really in the best place mentally, and this is the thing, is Spider's gotten much better about his mental, but after 5 pretty poor games for him today, he's not going to be in a good mental place, and losing early right now with the purple armor would just absolutely put him in the dumps. It's not a place he wants to be. He really needs to try to find some eliminations early and find that momentum that he's known for and try to carry it throughout the rest of the game. Panda Man already in his ultimate here, not really in a great place to be trying to chase these kills onto the likes of GG Shaw here. Needs to find some time to go ahead and go for a reset. Shaw just going to come in, completely avoids that, use that Assassin's Lunge to pump out a ton of damage, and Panda Man actually regretting his decision to try to chase there. He had the reset from the mech. He tries to go in and get greedy, tries to find value out of the mech, and because of that, he finds himself so low. J-Team's Action comes in, does a ton of damage. We're going to see GG Shaw slide in, pick up that elimination. WBG Spider also finds an elimination during this. Shaw into the carousel here with the follow-up there, the teleport away, as we see KLA's Fong coming in from the side. Shaw more than happy to just go ahead and break away from this, as Fong buys Shaw a little bit of distance here. Shaw more than happy to take his elimination and get away. Fong here now trying to turn on to Action. Action trying to catch him with that charged vertical off of that longsword there, and Fong more than happy to just get away from here. Doesn't really want to take that fight with a white dagger in hand, as we turn now to Ventus's Reki. AOW's Mike coming in, pumping out some big damage onto Reki. Reki trying to find some charge left clicks there with the spear. Sorry, not with the spear, but with the staff. Will find them, finds the uppercut. No weapon swap coming out from Reki, though. Even though he finds the uppercut and he has that huge pole sword in his back pocket, he doesn't swap in and take the extra damage that he could onto Mike. I don't know if he was afraid that maybe the train would stop it, or he just wasn't comfortable going for it there. Mike here going to push him back into the zone, using an ultimate. Reki gonna find a couple of hits with his own ultimate onto Mike. Mike very, very low, taking a lot of damage here from the zone, going extremely low onto his armor as well. Reki really at a massive advantage here, is able to catch Mike out. Mike with 1 HP in a dream, he finds an armor swap, but it doesn't matter. The zone tick is gonna be enough to let Ventus's Reki come out on top here. He's able to pick up the elimination onto AOW's Mike.
And we're gonna see as well JDG's Chu Zhang going down completely without a single kill in the game, and that's gonna be it for him today completely. He's already used his resurrection. Yiran is going to be able to come away and pick up that kill. That is his first kill of the game, as we're seeing only these players only have like 1 or 2 kills each at this point right now. Wang Liang going for a reset here. Doesn't want to fight KLA Fang with full health. We have seen Fang. He does have that gray dagger in hand. That is his signature here, as we're seeing J-Team's Action getting the almost full carousel combo into the Phoenix Blast, but doesn't hit it right away. GG Shaw is going to try and go for a reset as well, as we're going to see him try and send some bow shots his way. GG Shaw doesn't get the pot off, ends up moving, goes for the pot again. He is now fully reset, and it looks like J-Team's Action is just waiting for him to get out of that area. He did hit him with a full carousel, and then the terrain griefed him a little bit there. He tried to get him into the Phoenix Blast, but he was unsuccessful, as we're going to see him coming up close onto GG Shaw. KLA's Fang is also still in the vicinity, as they're going to see this fight start to happen again. Getting that full uppercut combo through, as GG Shaw is going to be dealing a lot of damage to Action. Action forced to run away. We see GG Shaw already with Assassin's Lunge again. I don't know where they're finding these Assassin's Lunges, man. I swear, I've seen at least 2 to 3 in every single game, and I can't find any in my games.
But, you know, the big thing here is we've seen this shift in the meta where these players are actively just spending all of their Dark Tide coins looking for those rerolls, especially in solos, right? Some of these Soul Jades really have been making the difference for a lot of these players. We have, of course, Raven calls them the Soul Jades of Destinies, these Soul Jades that really do matter so much in these fights and the final moments of the game. Things of course, like the Assassin's Lunge, things like the Nunchuck's Dragon Roar, and of course Merciless Havoc as well, just able to buy you so much space and protection that nothing else in the game can. So that's why we see this shift in the meta, where these players have just been spending so much money early on looking for the Soul Jades that they know are going to come out on top for them. As we see here, Ventus's Reki ready to go head to head here with OC's Zhang Yu. Zhang Yu able to catch a little bit of a bow shot, but unfortunately we're going to see Reki able to deflect it there at the last second. Zhang Yu though will catch the carousel coming in here, catches a huge bit of damage, tries to swap into the bow for the follow-up, doesn't quite find the bow shot that he's looking for. Zhang Yu looking to come in here, goes for it again, will find the carousel, but we're going to see the F come out. They trade F. Zhang Yu able to get away, the staff creating a lot of distance there, but Reki not able to find the capitalization that they're looking for. Zhang Yu will get knocked out of the air though, and we're going to see Reki again almost caught in the carousel. The freeze comes out, a huge bow shot, but Reki with that ult threatening the space. Zhang Yu not wanting to go back in and risk it there is why he takes the bow shot for the damage. Reki though will find a full reset. Well, unfortunately, Zhang Yu cancels his pot before coming out. Massive parry coming in from Reki. No place for Zhang Yu to go. Is forced to pop the F. It's not the F1. There's no healing coming through whatsoever. And Oshi's Zhang Yu comes out on top.
What a play from Ventus's Reki here. Able to take down OC's Zhang Yu, getting all that loot from the box. We always love to see it. As we're going to come up against J-Team's Action here, we're going to see him go dangerously low, but he's able to get out of there using his ultimate very well here. Back in that fight with GG Shaw, he is incredibly low. If he doesn't get out of here fast and get a reset, as we're seeing GT225 also coming and joining in on this fight here. Looks like he wants to get some action going, because he's going to pop the bell, see where everybody is, make sure that everybody is going to be good and vibing before he sees where everyone else is. OC Zhang Yu is pulling up as well into this area of Celestra, as we're going to check a little replay here as WBG's Spider going against Kaibao, hitting with a crazy double grapple combo with the Akos ultimate combined here. It looks like they're going over We're gonna see the freeze come, but the grab comes first. Kaibao taking a lot of damage, getting slammed to the ground. Those claws just do so much damage, and they're so hard to counter, man. He's trying to tap dodge backwards, but he's just so persistent with it. WBG Spider able to deal so much damage with that Assassin's Lunge as well on that purple dagger, dealing so much onto AOW's Mike. Mike taking a lot of damage right now, trying to run away. Spider with that Vermilion's bird buff, so he is able to go and take all of these fights without any consequence here. Mike getting super low, forced to pop the ult and run out of here as fast as possible, but Wang Liang hot on the chase here, looking like he's able to get away though, and it looks like Wang Liang still hot in chase. Spider and Yiran all joining in on the hunt of AOW Mike. Wang Liang hot on his tail, so close, but it looks like Mike might be able to get away, gets the armor swap, decides to break ankles and goes to the other direction. The whole lobby is following him at this point right now, and they are just trying to get away. Ult is almost up, so it might be a little bit more difficult for them to keep chase and keep going on to AOW's Mike. He's going to scale rush up into the building, play the building to the best of his ability. He's going to be able to get one heal pot off, but now look at this. This is almost the entire lobby, all in this one pagoda at Celestra.
Yeah, absolutely. Mike here knows what he's doing, though. We see players all the time here head towards this temple here at the top of Celestra because you are able to break so many ankles. Like Celestra, there's so much space you can do. Think, what is happening to Mike? He just stood still there for a second. Oh my goodness, that could have been it for Mike. But he's able to come in here. He's able to lose these other players. Mike hiding under the stairs. That little screen that hasn't been broken yet, actually hiding AOW's Mike. You see T225 actually go down to the longsword slash here from EWG's Yiran Shah. Gonna be forced to pop the ultimate here, and the bubble going so low. Unfortunately, no safety net left here for Shah. The ult ticking down, giving him a little bit of healing here, but Shah, though, in a bad place as the bubble immediately gets popped off of him as he was forced to pop both the bubble and the ult to get any sort of healing to stay alive in the end there. EWG's Yiran just trying to get out of here. Is more than happy with the elimination he picked up. He sees AOW's Mike. He's going to give chase here. As soon as he gets that pot off, he sees Mike get away, so he's just going to go ahead and back away. XCG's Wang Liang on the back foot here as GG Shah breaks some feet here. Wang Liang gets caught on terrain, but so does Ventus's Reki. Trying to get away, the ult here popping, still giving him healing as long as he can go. He's just trying to get away here. He's able to start getting an armor swap, or sorry, an armor pot off here. Will get the full reset here. GG Shah still trying to give a chase. Ventus is Reki looking for players, and this is what Celestra is known for. These players breaking each other's ankles, keeping anybody from picking up these eliminations.
They're snapping ankles like they're people who've never skated on ice before, and they're trying to ice skate. Like the ankles are going left, right, center, and they're just snapping right off like dry spaghetti. I swear, nobody's been caught out yet too badly by it. There were a couple of eliminations, like GS's T225, Wolves' Kaibao did end up going down in that scrap, OC Shangyu as well, but those were just some bad third parties. People got a bit too greedy, people started following, and then they started to go down. J-Team's Action, AOW's Mike, GG Shah, Wang Liang, Reki, Spider, Yiran, and Feng are all still in this game. This is going to be an interesting one since there's 9 players left and the Realm of Yangs are just starting to spawn now. All of these players want to get in here, and it looks like Spider is going to be challenging for this, and they are going to go in. Spider taking a little bit of damage here, so he's going to be forced to pot, which is just a little bit of a nuisance. It's not necessarily the worst thing in the world for him. He does have to burn 1 pot for that little tiny amount, though, as they're just going to be slow walking by each other, trying to act all macho, and then they're ready for this fight. You see Reki has that smile on his face, and that's what we do it for, the love of the game, ladies and gentlemen. WBG Spider coming in with the charged LMG twice in a row. He's almost able to hit it, and he hits a huge parry onto Reki. Reki forced to pop the ultimate already, so we're going to see Spider ended up popping the ult as well as Reki trying to make something happen. Looks like they're going to go for a bit of the reset here as he's trying to come through with that golden full sword to deal as much damage as possible. Pops the F, but to no avail. It didn't help much, but he tries to go for the grab, doesn't get it here. Goes for the clank, dashes backwards, and Spider taking so much damage. He's going to end up going for the grab onto Reki and hitting him the other way as well. They're both maybe trying to hit with the exact same thing, and it's so difficult for both of them. And it looks like Spider's going to go down, and Ventus is Reki winning the Realm of Yang against WBG Spider. Clip it, send it to his girlfriend. She is going to be happy.
Oh my goodness, Ventus's Reki just plays that so well. He's able to use his Tiger Claws to constantly reposition. He's able to bait Spider to the backside of the pillar, but just plays off that he's trying to pot there, and as soon as Spider starts to break in close, he cancels the pot, jumps up, catches Spider out, keeps Spider locked down as much as possible. Spider forced to pop the V to try to make anything happen. He's able to get at least one of the grapples off, but it's not enough damage for him to come back out on top. Reki uses the F to just shove him away there, and then is able to find control of the neutral yet again, and there's nothing really that WBG Spider can do in that situation when another Akos takes control of that neutral from you here. Ventus's Reki, Kaylee's Fong, WBG's Spider, EWG's Yuron. Just an absolute cluster going on here. All of these guys in a massive throwdown here, and look at this. We're gonna see it time and time again. I talked about it. Everybody coming to this temple trying to break ankles. There's so many places they can go and look to hide here, and that's why they all come to this temple. When they're low like this, Fong has no choice but to try to just slip away, find a little tiny corner, get a reset off, and that's exactly what we see him doing here. Wang Liang, Reki going head to head. Spider here looking to find anybody. Spider needs to find an elimination here if he wants to get back in the game, because he does have that Yang depletion. And oh my goodness, Kaylee's Fong getting shoved into the zone here. So many players looking to pick up on this elimination. Fang able to come topside out the back, is going to go into the zone to look for the reset. Oh my goodness, he cancels that pot on the last tick. Fong almost kills himself here because he waits a little too long and then also cancels the pot a little too early. Oh my goodness, Fong though will be able to find that shop, find some more pots, finds the full reset that he's looking for here. WBG Spider not happy. 2 minutes and 20 seconds left on that Yang depletion. He's got to find somebody to pick up an elimination on, and he's got to be the one to pick up that Soul Bloom. And the time just continues to tick down. Spider does not like to die to Yang depletion. It is his least favorite place to be in all of NARAKA Blade Point. And we've seen it time and time again. Chu Zhang did him absolute dirty, just completely, you know, griefed him to death one game. EWG's Yuron turning onto Spider. Spider gonna pop the ult. Spider knows he's got to make something happen here. He's got 1 minute and 46 seconds. Yuron with the ult as well, though. Unfortunately, GG Shah also with ult. Spider forced to go ahead and pop up yet again here. The bow shot comes through. He's not able to get the pot off. Now he's gonna waste even more time. He will find one pot here. Not a whole lot for WBG Spider. His ult and his time ticking down here. He's got to get in and make something happen in this fight if he wants to stay in the game. He's down to 1 minute and 22 seconds. 60 seconds already burned off the clock. His ult not going to last too much longer. He doesn't even get to try to grapple onto somebody. He's got his F. No ult left, though, and this is going to be a very unfortunate situation for him. He's got to find an elimination. GG Shah coming in with the Assassin's Lunge, though, doing a ton of damage. WBG Spider going low. There's no place for him to go. WBG Spider getting picked up by GG Shah.
GG Shah coming in with an absolutely crazy kill there. He was trying so hard to get a kill. He got so many people so close, but no one actually died except for him, which was very unfortunate to see, as we're also seeing that Wolves Kai Bao is also eliminated from this game. Spider did go down, as our last 8 players are coming in, as Circle 3 is closing on to Circle 4. AOW Mike spending a little bit of cash, doing a little bit of last minute shopping with his 1,057 credits that he's got. Dark Tide coins in the bank here. AOW Mike, blue dagger, purple armor. He's got a good scenario that he's in right now, as we're seeing all of these other players trying to enter, and he has that Assault Smolder Soul Jade, which can deal burn damage, and that is a crucial Soul Jade to have. If you have the Assault Smolder and you can deal burn damage to somebody when you're just grapple checking them and trying to just CC them, get on them, it helps so much. It might not seem like much at first, but when they're so low and they go into the storm and they're taking storm damage and then they're taking burn damage, it is going to add up eventually. As we're taking a look, Ventus's Reki here, playing with the space between him and GG Shah and KLA's Fang. He needs to find a way to pick up a couple more kills onto the board if he wants to place higher as well. These players now all fighting it out for the box. Action dealing a lot of damage onto AOW's Mike here with that Phoenix Blast from the longsword here. We're going to see Mike trying to use that F, but it looks like it didn't affect action too much here. So we're going to see Mike forced to pop that ultimate here, gets the armor swap quickly, runs away and hits that scale rush. He's able to get out of there almost as fast as he got into that fight. Hopping into the storm and going around, looks like he's going to be able to get a pot off on the inside here before he re-enters this fight.
Yeah, he's got himself a nice little corner here. Tries to burn the ultimate, is able to finally deactivate it. He's got to start it up and cancel it. He's in a pretty decent spot here. You can just let these other players do the thing. And this is Mike's in such a good lead right now. He just wants to play until late game at this point. A couple of players trying to throw some cheeky little fire damage onto him there. He does eat some of that fire damage. He doesn't want to burn resources. He's kind of short on the health pots here, as it is zone 4 getting collapsed onto zone 5. Those pots are going to be hard to come by. You can see here KLA's Fong not having a lot of pots here. He's got a couple of health pots, but only a couple of armor powders under his belt here. Fong actually going to find himself in quite the middle of the melee, as almost every player in the lobby shows up to see Fong on the box. Fong not able to find anything really left in the box. Of course, no armor pots left behind. Those are going to be one of the first things players pick up here. J-Team's action taking quite a bit of range damage here from these players, forced to go through the zone as well. Going to take a little bit of zone tick. Not too terribly much damage, as it is only zone 4 at the moment. J-Team's action, though, now going to take quite a bit of pistol damage coming through. The bounty onto Action's head. Oh my goodness, we're going to see it come through there with the Soul Jade on the dual blade, just absolutely blitzing through J-Team's health bar here. Action, no place to go, is forced to pop the teleport into teleport here. The ult running, he's got to find any sort of chance to reset here, but the players keep coming. Action here has able to get away. That corner has been deadly for Action all game. Thankfully, he was able to get away from it, but he's still on the run here as the entire lobby tries to pressure onto him. He goes through the backside of the health, breaks a couple of ankles, is able to find an armor swap, but that armor quickly shredded by XCG's Wang Liang, and there it is. Wang Liang picks up his second elimination of the game, will pick up the elimination onto J-Team's Action, and it all started with Wang Liang's dual blades, as he's able to find the elimination with those same dual blades.
And those dualies are just absolutely insane. The golden dual blades with the chase, they hurt so much and they hit from so far away. They're not that big of blades now. Like, they shouldn't be able to reach that far. How long are Akos's arms, man? I swear. AOW Mike here, trying to just hide out. He's taken some burn damage here. He needs to heal that up, and KLA's Fang has a similar idea. It looks like they might be getting pretty close to each other. Mike doesn't know that Fang's here. Fang thinks he hears someone, so it looks like he's about to head out, still with a gray dagger in hand at this last circle here. It is circle 5, about to close onto circle number 6. Having a gray dagger at this stage is a little bit of a detriment, where everybody else has gold weapons. Even a blue weapon would be better than just having a gray dagger, man. What do you think, Room?
Yeah, look, I could have words about Fang running around with a gray dagger all day. Chat knows my feelings on that, so we're gonna avoid that question like the plague here, as we are down to our last 7 players left alive in game 6. Zone 5 is collapsing down onto zone 6 as we speak, and man, it's tight right now. Ventus's Reki, though, finally finds himself having a good game here in this 6th and final game. He's got 4 eliminations under his belt. He's on a hero we know he's comfortable with. He's got a good setup going into these final games. The only problem Reki really has right now is he's kind of short on resources, but as long as he plays smart, he's going to do pretty good for himself with those 4 eliminations under his belt. AOW's Mike playing a lot more passively this game, but he knows he's got a pretty decent lead coming into this game, so he's just trying to do the thing. And I've just cursed Ventus's Reki, as now he finds himself the target of every single cannon, musket, and bow in the lobby. He's actually been able to find some more resources, I'm not sure where, but he's still just the absolute target of everybody here. He's trying to turn that aggression onto anybody else. He's using this ultimate here to just look to lock players down, get them low, but man, I feel so bad for Reki right now. There's no place to go as KLA's Fang picks up the elimination. That's going to be it for Ventus's Recce here in game number 6. Mike desperately trying to pick up that elimination, not able to find it though, because Fong just able to pick it up with the bow from downtown. And here we are, your last 6 players left remaining alive. GG Shaw with the most kills here in the lobby, 3 eliminations under their belt. Shaw not having the greatest of games his last 2 games, so this is a game he desperately needs to find some more ground in. Top 6, 3 eliminations, great place to be in. Question is can he clutch out the lobby?
And I think he does have what it takes to clutch out the lobby. I'm rooting for GG Shaw, man. I think GG Shaw can pull it together and pull up enough points to be able to come away with the victory and with the day. All he's got to do is just start grinding and start putting some people back into the lobby. That's all he's got to do. OUG's Panda Man holding the top of this tree line area. He's using his grapples to just stay airborne and keep the high ground so that nobody else can control it. He's got all control of that. We're going to see the armor swap come through. And AOW's Mike back at full armor. KLA's Fang trying to heal up as much as possible before having to re-engage into these fights. Pulls out the gold pull sword. Ends up having to burn the F ability there. Tries to go back and heal again, but all of these shots are coming out. And OUG's Panda Man getting dangerously low here into the zone. Boosts himself up as far as possible, but he is low as if he is going to kill himself in the storm. No! Panda Man, what are you doing? Panda Man going into the storm with barely a sliver of HP, and EWG's Yiran is going to be the one to come away with the kills. We're going to see a huge parry from Wang Liang, and then the Phoenix Blast coming in from GG Shaw, absolutely mincing away all of these other players' health here, as we're going to see GG Shaw just using that to control as much space as possible. Shaw in his ultimate is going to get shot by Yiran, then booted into the storm. GG Shaw is going extremely low here. Yiran grabbing him a second time. Shaw getting very dangerously low, popping that ultimate to be able to gain a bunch of health back. So we're going to see he's going to get parried, and XCG's Wang Liang is going to take out GG's Shaw. He is out of the game. Same with Ventus's Recce. Yiran, Fang, and Mike are going to be our last 3, as well as Wang Liang. Okay, AOW's Mike, you're trying to make something happen with that golden longsword. He's going to try and go for the reset here while these other 2 players are grappling above them. Fang and Mike control this lower ground area. They don't want to engage in fights. Nobody really wants to engage in anything, but Mike still has some ultimate charge, so it looks like he's going to try and go and get some shots off on the Wang Liang, burn a little bit more util here, but he's going to get knocked into the storm by the F1 here, and we're going to see it happen again, but everybody gets missed by Mike's F1, and we're going to see him try and charge up, see if he can get more than one player here. He's going to be able to get a whole bunch, and Yiran is going to end up going down to KLA's Fang. KLA's Fang getting into the ultimate, and this is done for Mike here. Mike is looking very upset right now outside of the circle. KLA's Fang just holding it very well. Wang Liang up at the top. Mike taking so much damage. Fang able to come away with the kill onto KLA, and then Wang Liang coming away with the victory in game number 6. What an amazing play. Wow.
Absolutely crazy final circle here. Unfortunate for AOW's Mike there. He's able to hit multiple people with the Tiger form there in the end, but then he gets that elimination taken away from him, and then he's just forced out into the zone. There's no place for him to go when we see the Faria ult come through. And then of course there's a Zping who's at full health, who's able to pop ult and bubble. You just can't beat that level of healing, even with AOW's Mike on the Zping as well as the Faria, just trying to lock down Wang Liang in the end there. So much healing coming through from the ultimate there. Wang Liang is able to come out with that first place in placement points here. We're gonna see who our MVP is, because this is a very, very tight final game. It's gonna be interesting to see who actually walked away with the most score here, because man, this final circle got very tight, a lot of kills, very close game. And man, EWG's Yiran, very unfortunate here, because they had a fairly good game here in game 6. They had a fairly good game in game 5, but never quite able to come out on top. Very unfortunate for Yiran. Hopefully they'll be able to find that MVP that they're looking for, but it is Wang Liang, who does come out on top. That first place finish, the eliminations he was able to get under his belt. No real surprise here that Wang Liang ends up being the MVP. Those placement points being so much when the eliminations in the lobby are so little. But I mean, nice to see Wang Liang finally walk away with an MVP today. He's been playing his heart out. He's been consistently towards the top end of the lobby. So he's got to be very happy about this. But man, AOW's mic today, just so much consistency. GG Shah had some really good moments. Unfortunately, his game 4 and 5 were not the games he was looking for. WBG Spider, though, oh my goodness, he has so much work to put in. Today was not his day, Seb.
No, it definitely wasn't. And you could totally tell in his demeanor. You said the first thing that you said about him. We were watching him, and I was like, oh, he's sleeping. And you go, oh, he's okay to sleep. He's going to be good. I knew something was off with those. He better wake up. And it looks like he didn't wake up the entire day of playing. He had a couple games where, he got a little bit out of the full force sleep and was like napping a little bit. But then we didn't see his full potential come out in any of these games. And it's unfortunate to see, because when he pops off, it is the most insane thing ever.
When WBG Spider is able to find that space, but here's the thing, is the longer the league is here, they start to learn players' quirks, right? Players know that if you're able to throw Spider off in the early game, he struggles to have a big pop-off game. He doesn't struggle to make it to late game most times if he's not able to find that early game lead that he's looking for, but he struggles to pop off. And the more games that he struggles to pop off in, the more it affects his mental. WBG Spider has gotten much better with letting his mental affect his gameplay, but the longer he goes with that sort of drought, the longer he has these sort of no-point games where he's just dragging it out to the end, that really still is able to affect his mental. And you see it in this last game, right? Ventus's Reki really kind of runs circles around him inside of the realm of Yang, and is just able to come out on top. And that's not typical for WBG Spider, but it's that sort of mental wearing down, that erosion that happens to Spider when he doesn't have a good day, where he starts to just struggle more and more. So hopefully he's able to bring it back during our last day of finals here. But GG Shah, WBG Spider rounding out 5th and 6th. XCG's Wang Liang, 3 eliminations, the first place finish at 8.8. KLA's Fong, though, 3 eliminations to the second place finish with a 7.8. And Ventus's Reki, even though he goes out much earlier, those 4 eliminations he's able to put under the belt, buys him 3rd place with a 6.2. It's just not the big game he really needed to carry him deep into that sort of top 7 placement, Seb.
Yeah. And obviously, he's not going to get into that top 7 yet, but it's great to see that some of these players are picking up and having a little bit more of an above average game than they usually have, which is nice to look at. And obviously, when you have your players that you want to see perform well underperforming, it's always unfortunate. But then when you see them start to pick things up, there's a little bit of faith for, oh, maybe next time that we're going to see some crazy plays coming out from them, hopefully in the next day, because we still have 6 more games to go. Obviously, we're not going to be doing those today, because that would be insanely wild, having them play 12 games in one sitting. I mean, I do that all the time. But 12 competitive games against these types of players, you don't want to be doing that. Especially, yeah.
I would say absolutely not. No, 12 games would be wild, especially because there's no time to reset then, right? Could you imagine being WBG Spider having to go play 6 more games after this? It would be the worst case scenario for a player like WBG Spider. But we got to give our shining moment here to XCG's Wang Liang, who finally able to find his MVP today. His 13th MVP of the season, 16,000 damage and 3 eliminations, of course, with that first place finish. A ton of damage. Look at this, 6.6k coming in from the cannon for him here. The dual blades, of course, picking up 5.6k. And I mean, Wang Liang really able to find some strong eliminations there off the back of that Cavalry Bloom. He sets up the elimination onto J-Team's Action. Action goes running, gets chased all the way around the map, turns back around into Wang Liang, and there's Wang Liang waiting with the Cavalry Bloom. He was able to catch Action with it to begin with, and able to secure the elimination with it as well. Very strong game here from XCG's Wang Liang. Love to see it happen. Love to see the upsets coming through. This is one of the things I love about NARAKA BLADEPOINT is the fact that these tournaments always go super tight. It always comes down to like the last game and like the last couple of kills of the last game. There's never sort of this like we're going into the last game like, yeah, we already know who's going to be the champion. I don't think we've ever seen that here in the Pro League. It's always super tight and to the very end. So you love to see some of these players coming up from the bottom. And I mean, we got to talk about Wolves Kaibao in 3rd place, right? He's had a crazy day. He didn't have the game he wanted to have here in this sort of final space, right? So he might be knocked down to 4th place, still ahead of players like WBG Spider, Wolves Kaibao. Didn't expect to see it come out of him today. Again, he popped off in game number 2, was able to, you know, come out on top with the MVP. And I really kind of looked at Wolves Kaibao when that happened and was like, I don't want to say anything because I feel like it's a fluke, right? Because he got most of those kills with that big ult in the end where he just shoves 4 people backwards and they all die to the zone after that. And I'm like, you know, he set himself up, his positioning was good, but was that really Wolves Kaibao or was that just luck? And then he comes back in game number 4 and, you know, 7 eliminations, 1st place finish, absolutely huge game for Wolves Kaibao there, or sorry, 2nd place finish because he didn't pick up the last kill. But I mean, realistically, he killed enough, he killed more than half the lobby, right? Like,
yeah, and he's
huge
still got
game.
1st place in the standings that actually matter.
He picked up 2 MVPs today. Didn't expect to see it coming out of Wolves Kaibao. So super proud to see it happening. As we take a look at the overall standings, unfortunately, Zhang Yu has dropped lower because Ventus's Reki had a really good game, was able to climb up past him into that 11th position, and Zhang Yu just didn't have a good 6th game. Unfortunately, OUG's Pandaman, another player who didn't have that good 6th game. No surprises here. AOW's Mike still in 1st place. He had almost a 10-point lead going into the final game. GG Shaw in 2nd place with 37.5. Wang Liang moves up past Wolves Kaibao because Wolves Kaibao had a bad game 6, unfortunately. So Wang Liang just barely able to edge out Kaibao. WBG Spider, who was our 1st seed in the day, dropping all the way to 7th place, Seb.
Wow, that is a huge detriment to his score. He only got 19.9 points, whereas AOW Mike racked up 41 points. He didn't even hit the 20s. He was still in the teens, which is, that's not Spider. Like, we've designed emotes after this man in the game. Like, he's a legend, amazing at the game, and you could totally tell that there was something off with his gameplay.
Spider comes in and he's gotten better about the mental. I cannot stress this enough that he's gotten much better about it, right? He has 2 off games to begin with, which is not a good setup for his mental. He comes into game number 3, has a really good game number 3, but isn't able to walk away with the MVP. I don't know why he lets that get to him because it was still a fairly decent game for him, but he comes back games 4 and 5 and continues to have bad games, and it just absolutely lets it destroy his mental for the rest of the day. Hopefully it doesn't happen after that in our next day. But before we end things here today, we're going to throw things over to Jaeger for a final interview. So Jaeger, take it away.
Hey guys, this is Jaeger and welcome to post-game interview. And now I'm standing here with Mike and let him say hello to our audience. Hello, 麦麦，先和大家打招呼吧。
Hello， 大家好，我是AOW麦克。
欢迎麦麦来到我们的赛后采访。So first, because it seems like you really change your style in the matches. Because at the before, I always saw that you are very aggressive in the matches, but today you're very stable and would like to operate to the end of the game, especially in the game 6. And I would like to know why. 那首先，其实麦麦今天让我非常值得注意到的就是我感觉你整个比赛的节奏，自己的这个风格是有所变化的。那之前麦麦呢，可能整体会比较激进，但今天主要是在一个运营上面，特别是第6把，真的是稳稳的运营到了决赛圈。这个变化是为什么？
因为我之前想了一下嘛，就是我觉得一个人要是一直打架的话，他肯定会出问题有一天。但是然后我就去更改自己的打法，包括去打排位训练啊什么的，然后就把自己就锻炼一下嘛，然后对自己远程又有了很大的信心，然后就可以相信自己就是 在运营的同时，并且能拿自己的远程去拿到几个击败分。
好的 So to be honest, I think before that, my style is not fit to the matches. So I train a lot in the training mode and in the ranking, and I just changed my style to like operate in the game. And I think now I'm more like good at using the ranged weapon, and also I have confidence using the ranged weapon, and also can get the killing score at that time. So that's why I just changed my style, and I think it's more safe right now and can let me have more score in the matches. OK， 好的，谢谢麦麦的一个分享。那接下来，我相信大家也期待已久，我们就进入一个抽奖环节。OK，let's move on to next part, answer for treasure. So you guys can see a question on the screen, and if you know the answer, just type them in the chat box. After our player counting 3, 2, 1, we will take a screenshot, and the lucky guy will be whispered. OK, so let's see today's question. Who is the second leading the scoreboard now? 那今天的问题呢，就是目前为止在总积分上面谁是第2名呢？那在公布正确答案之前啊，我首先有个问题想要问一下麦，我先来英文跟大家说一说。So I would like to ask Mike a question before we find out the correct answer. Is so far how you feeling about today's matches? 那你今天其实6场打下来，对于整体的这个节奏，自己怎么评价我们这次总决？
我觉得它是有点瞬息万变在里面，就是它又快又慢嘛。然后你要说快的话就是3、4两把，然后慢的话就是1、2两把嘛，就大伙打得都非常谨慎，但是有时候又能就是也能放得开去杀起来，然后就这个比较瞬息万变，就得去考验一个人的适应跟临场反应能力了。
哎，是的，今天也是非常考验各位单排选手的一天啊。So in my opinion, I think today's matches is really like changed in a sudden. It seems like in the game 3 or 4 it's really fast, and in game 1 and 2 it's really slow, and all the speed is changed just in a sudden, and I think it's really want everyone to pay attention to the speed, and also it's the time to train like the solo player who is the best in the game. OK, I think our player is prepared, and let's start counting. 那我觉得 Mike 已经准备好要给我们的观众朋友们送出福利了，对吧？那我们准备进入倒计时。
3, 2, 1.
Screenshot. OK, it's time for us to find out the correct answer. 那也有请麦麦给我们公布一下正确答案到底是哪个
A. 鸡鸡杀。
Yes, the correct answer today is A. 鸡鸡杀。Okay, so from today's matches, it's really like excellent and very interesting. And in the game 6, at the end of the game, I saw they're still in the final circle. We still have the Ziping and also Furia and Echoes in the solo game. So I would like to know how you comment on this hero's ability and what you think the strengths of this hero. 那我特别想问一下，其实，在最后一把，我们看到，在一个决赛圈的运营当中，其实很巧的是，我们在场上剩下的正好就是殷子平、沈妙和胡维。其实有2位都是被我们评为非常强的在决赛圈的一个战场英雄。自己怎么看这几个英雄强度上面？
我觉得话就是胡维是小于沈妙的，因为沈妙的优先级最高嘛。就是为什么他是优先级最高呢？就是沈妙的话，就是他的。就以最后一把举例子，就是考拉风被我虎扑做到2段，但是它还没有什么实质性的作用，因为它是一个神庙，它可以上机甲，然后去打状态，包括也是去蹭血量什么的嘛。就我觉得神庙的优先级肯定是最高的。
好，感谢麦麦的一个分享啊。So I think Furia is better than Echoes because just for example, like Game 6, we think that we can from the result we can saw that Furia is stronger.OK， 好的，谢谢麦麦今天一个分享，也再次恭喜你，目前是总榜第1，接下来也要继续努力加油。OK, thank you, Mike, for today's interview, and we will get back to our casters.
Jaeger, thank you for such a lovely interview. Very much appreciate the insight from AOW's Mike, and as always, a great interview from Jaeger as well. Man, Seb, what a day. What an incredible day of NARAKA. You know, Game 6, not quite as heated as Game 5, but Game 5 today was some of the most insane action I've seen in NARAKA in a long time. And I feel like every time we get to one of these grand finals, I say this and I'm like, how are they going to top this next season? And the next season they just come in and go absolutely insane, and we see moments we never think we're going to see. These guys always bring the heat, they bring the action every single season. And this is only our first 6 games of our grand finals here for the spring split. These guys really bring in the heat, Seb.
Yeah, and that's what NARAKA does the best. They are the best game for doing this, is because there's so much untapped potential that not even these pro players have reached these levels yet. And so they are always climbing to new heights and breaking the skill ceiling that's already there and putting it way higher up into the sky. And that's why we keep on seeing more and more plays. They keep topping everything that they do the season before, because there's more stuff added into the game. There's more things that they can do. There's more combos that they've figured out and that they can create using F abilities, using ultimates. ACOS is a huge, amazing example of that. Before ACOS, there were a certain amount of combos, and now after ACOS, it's crazy what everybody can do.
I mean, look, ACOS has brought a lot to the meta here. I know a lot of people are ready for some nerfs to come through as well, because he definitely brings so much with that ultimate. But we saw players today still able to play around it. You know, AAW's Mike was talking about he still thinks Fariache is even better than ACOS, especially at clutching out those final circles. And I mean, I think there's an argument to be made in both directions. I mean, you look at a player like, you know, Wolves Kaibao today, who was able to send like 5 people flying into the zone, and then they died to the zone tick, and he picks up like 4 kills like that in the final circle. And you got to look at that and be like, man, ACOS kind of strong in final circles. But then you also have Fariache, who comes in the final game and is able to clutch it out as well because of being able to pop the ultimate and, you know, last through it. And you know, we could talk about it all day, but I think these guys just play at such a skill level. They're able to pilot just about any hero and make it happen. I mean, look at Wang Liang in game number 5. I talked a lot of smack about him playing Wu Chen, and while Wu Chen's kit doesn't really do anything for him in that game, he's just such a good player. Yeah, he's such a good player. He goes, it doesn't really matter, because like the few times we saw him pop his ultimate, he was just using it to run away. We got to see him swap into the combo once, and Fariache just instantly pops her F and goes, okay, I'm not going to let you like full combo carousel me out of your ultimate. I'm just going to spend my F to cancel yours out. And he's just like, well, I just guess I got to be the better player, and still comes out on top inside the realm of Yang somehow against all odds. And I mean, you know, when you're that good as a player, sometimes it doesn't really matter what hero you play. Obviously, you want to take the pick that gives you the best possible opportunity for winning the game. You want to eke out every little % of advantage that you can get. But sometimes you're forced to with the current meta where, you know, you have to play 5 different heroes, and then you can play 1 hero twice in your 6 solo games. Sometimes you may have to play a hero you're not very comfortable on, and you just have to accept, hey, this is going to be my worst game of the day. I need to eke out a couple of points so that it's not an absolutely terrible game, and make the most of all the other games that I play. And we see some people adopting that strategy. And when you're able to play as well as these players do, that's a viable strategy to play. But unfortunately, from us, we don't get to play any more games today. All 6 of our games are played. It's been a wild day. I'm ready for a break after that. That was some absolutely wild NARAKA. I don't know if my heart could take any more. Seb, thanks for being here. Thanks for being my co-caster today. Everybody who showed up to watch as well, whether you're watching here on the official Twitch channel, whether you're watching on Bilibili, whether you're watching somewhere else, thank you so much for being here. You guys mean the absolute world to us. You're our NARAKA family. We wouldn't have it any other way. But that's going to be it for me and Seb today, because we're going to sign off. Make sure you tune in tomorrow. Make sure you tune in all week. We've got drops. We've got crazy games. We've got a whole lot more NARAKA coming your way. Thanks for being here, and we're going to see you guys next time.
We love you guys.
Though the odds aren't in my favor, I will soar above the mountain. I won't give in nor surrender. I'm the phoenix in my head. All the scars beneath my armor, I will wear them like an honor. They remind me to be stronger, like the phoenix in my head. And they can try to bring me down or push me to the edge, but it won't work. Oh no. And they can try to bring me down or pull me to the deepest grave, but I will rise 1,000 times. Oh, rise 1,000 times. Oh, see, my blood is in the shade of a burning scarlet sunrise. The end is my beginning. I will rise 1,000 times.
I fall and I rise from ashes. This time I'll come back stronger. I know life is getting harder, not like I will choose another. My tears need healing powers, just one drop to recover. Can't stop me cause I'm